I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Welcome to VALORANT Game Changers Stage 2 Swiss Stage. We've got bangers upon bangers. Shopify with the numbers advantage. Slandy's going to have to do it all on their own, and that's now 1v1. No armor for Noya. What a shot from Slandy, and what a pistol.
You can have whatever you like. When the beat goes off, we bang to the Mark 2. You can have whatever you like. Whatever you like. One enemy remaining. You can have whatever you like.
Sarah flushed forward right into Melia's lap, and not realizing there were two there. Jazzy can punish Shiz, and Noya does it again.
One enemy remaining. Right here. You make me lose it. Get out of here. You make me lose it. One enemy remaining. You can have whatever you like. You can have whatever you like. When the beat goes off, we bang to the beat. You can have whatever you like. Whatever you like. One enemy remaining. Like. You can have whatever you like. Not ready. One enemy remaining. Whatever you make me lose it.
Whew, and we'll see a lot more of that today. Welcome back to Verizon VALORANT Game Changers North America 2025. You're still the same. I'm Rivington along with Zobi once again. Zobi, how you doing?
I'm doing amazing. We got
Heck
back-to-back bangers from VCT Americas right into VCT Game Changers, Rivington.
We do, and it's going to be an awesome day coming up. You're tuning in right now to Game Changers. If you don't know, a lot of you probably do, though, because it's going to be some amazingly hyped matchups. We're in the Swiss stage, going through now throughout the tournament, and it has been a long time coming for these teams. Swiss stage means that you are going to be playing against teams with like records throughout the way as you go along. So if you're losing 1-3, you're going to be playing 1-3. We have one of those today to see who can actually right the ship. And if you're doing really well and you're winning 3-1, we got a few of those today too for the teams that are still finding that identity that they have for themselves.
And we started with 16 teams as well. We can go ahead and throw all of those up. And only 8 of them will make it to the main event. And like you mentioned, we're starting to get to that elimination stage. Last week, I believe we said goodbye to Alliance Angels as well, who just after such close matches, many map 3s, just were not able to pull out a win in their, Swiss stage debut. So again, we're getting some of those today. We'll talk about a little bit more later, but we're hoping that they don't find the same demise. I mean, some have to inevitably, but that's what some of these teams are looking to avoid.
And one of the things on there you look at, as we were talking about before, even, Alliance Analysts, Carrot, artificial intelligence teams with new names, teams finding themselves now in the limelight and the chance to be in these positions and really find a way through the Valorant Game Changers. So that's really cool to see. As we just discussed the format a little bit, but we can take a look at what teams where have they placed, how they've been doing so far, as we move out through the beginning of the show here.
Taking a look at that as well. Drum roll, please. I love this visual graphic so much. It shows, like you mentioned, those you win, you get stronger teams. You get closer and closer to that qualification of being undefeated, like we saw from SRG last week. And today, again, we have 4 teams up for elimination, but we have 4 teams up for promotion as well. Those 4 teams are YFPX, Ghost Gaming, 100 Thieves, and Wada fighting it out for that main event slot. And then the 4 in danger of elimination are Artificial Intelligence, Carrot, that little smiley face, TV, and YDZ Black. I think TV is the most surprising one out of that bunch.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams have kind of found their stride here, and if you miss the momentum moment, you've been left behind. Game Changers is getting only more and more aggressive and hard to kind of climb in because of how solidified teams are. You have your Shopifys, you have your FlyQuests, you have now your Wadadas coming up and just surprising left and right because of these teams that are now built among players that are veterans in the Game Changers scene. And we'll have to see what kind of veterans are playing and new players we see coming into the scene today as we look at our schedule and see what is in store for the goodness.
Yep, it's broken up into 2 time slots. We have the earlier matches and we have the later matches. We have the one on broadcast that we're going to be covering today, Ghost Gaming versus Wada. But obviously on our 3 amazing side streams for our co-streamers, for our organizations to utilize as they please for their creative endeavors. We have 100 Thieves YFPX. We have the newly signed Empire Catface. We have Blue Otter GC, who also was, I believe, Equinox signed. And then we have FlyQuest Red versus Mac and Cheese. We got to get Mac and Cheese and Wada up there, right? Everyone's getting signed.
You got to get Mac and Cheese in there. Actually, Wada on Mac and Cheese just played the other day, so why don't I got to win there? We see a lot of these teams kind of pushing and pulling as they get through, but yeah, everybody needs some mac and cheese, and they better be crispy around the edges. That's I think when it is the best, and if they're not crispy around the edges in the game, that's just a soggy game. You can't have that.
Absolutely, and they're not necessarily in the danger of elimination, but they've been one of the more successful.
No, they're not.
I think Open Qualifier qualifying teams, just because they did have some main events, some Swiss players scattered around, but I think it's time to dive into our matchup, Ghost Gaming versus Wada, right? Your 2nd and 3rd place teams from Game Changers Stage 1, Rivington. And that's the joy of the Swiss stage, right? Like you mentioned, you win, you go up against better and better teams. We've had these like 1st versus 2nd, SRG, Wada, and now we're getting 2nd versus 3rd as well. So Wada just making their way down the list at this point to get that final win.
They are. Right now, I was looking at the games previously, and it does look like Wada is still obviously with Power Pixel and Starbound always top of the list, being 2 that are going to absolutely highlight during the show. Showstoppers, even if they're not raised, they close the curtain right away. But for the side of Ghost, you see it's Miara and Edith carrying a game, and then, Vanitas and somebody else stepping up for the 2nd game. And it really makes a difference, I think, if Ghost Gaming can come together as that squad to kind of shut down the powerhouse of Wada.
And I will be a spoiler here. I'm pretty sure this Ghost Gaming roster is outdated. I'm sorry to not trust in my production, but I believe it's Edith, Miara, Ariel, Vanitas, and Millie playing today. And the only reason why I know this is because I got to cast them last week against FlyQuest Red, where I got to see some of the role shifts that were coming in as a result of Millie coming in as a substitute for Kataris. And
Millie did
Vanitas,
really well.
They both did insane. Like, they were great. They looked like they were informed. They looked like they were cohesive. And I'm hoping that they stick with them coming into this. And hopefully, we don't know, they stick with it when Kataris is back from vacation.
That's the wild thing, is that a lot of these teams are having we cast a few subs last week, and these teams are still finding results. It just shows the amount of work that they're putting in. And we'll see the Wada squad as well, as we just checked out Ghost. And Wada here, we're talking about Power Pixel and Starbound, 2 names you're definitely going to know as you come into this one, as well as the rest of the squad. Juna popping off, Femboy, Australis. Like, these are always names you're shouting on the big plays.
Absolutely. And obviously the big note for Wada was the first few weeks, round 1, round 2, they had substitute players Stay and Kestrel. Kestrel, a Berserker's Dawn previous player that didn't qualify this time narrowly for the Swiss stage, and Stay, who's been that kind of 6th for Wada consistently throughout the year because Australis, because Starbound were away on a vacation as well. So now that they're back again, it's had that readjustment period. That's why you saw such a rough loss to Shopify Rebellion Black. They weren't happy with their individual performance either. Icebox uncomfortable comfortable with forcing your neon extraordinaire onto a Sage. So I think with that win against Mac and Cheese, they're back and they are ready to attack and get that main event spot.
It felt like they took a lot of what Shopify did, and they got their 13-5s from what was basically a 5-13, right, in their previous match for Shopify. So yeah, Wada was feeling a little spicy on that, and like, we got to come back very, very strong. I mean, you as well watched the Ghost game for a bit. They got, or 2 Gold FlyQuest, I should say. You watched the FlyQuest game against Ghost, and Ghost did really, really well there on Lotus Bind.
Yeah, no, honestly, Lotus was insane. It went to overtime. We saw, and even the recap from last week, Bob was just putting up haymakers on the fade, which they went over some major role adjustments, right? As they welcomed in Cora, kind of a rookie player on the FlyQuest side. So they're still in their adjustment period, right? And I think Ghost Gaming, just being that kind of more consistent roster, was able to put their better foot forward. We mentioned the role swaps. Vanitas was absolutely insane. Their utility on that Sentinel, whether it was Deadlock or a Vice, is what set them apart. But, Riff, I think we have our maps ready.
I think we have our maps ready. Let's do it. Deal them out. Deal out the map.
Ooh.
Lay them out in front of the viewers, and it is Ascent, Corrode, and Sunset. And one of the last things I wrote, it was, I think, for Ghost, is they play a strong Corrode. So I'm excited to see they get to that, picked by them, defense for Wada, and Wada goes with Ascent, which is what I like. They kind of started off standard.
Yeah, I think for me, I was more surprised by like the early, or how the bands themselves went, but I'm not surprised about the maps we ended up on.
Okay.
For Wada, them floating that icebox that was so rough against Shopify Rebellion, and I'm surprised we didn't see Ghost pick into that. And then Ghost as well had a really dominant 13-5 while it was their debut on Bind last week against FlyQuest Red, so them banning it out first was also a surprise. Honestly, I'm excited for this pool because Ascent, really, really strong map for Wada, and we've only seen it once from Ghost this stage. And talking about Corrode, it's the Wada Corrode debut this stage, right? Versus, you mentioned it was strong for Ghost. They did have one really close loss, actually, this stage against 100 Thieves 2 weeks ago, where it was 12-14. Again, a new team. I think that was right after they got signed as well. I think we casted that match too, and they were on the organization signing buff, honestly. So I think they'll get to fix those mistakes. I can't wait to see, hopefully, the Vanitas Vice as well in play. And if we end on Sunset, that just feels like even territory for both of these teams.
I like the Sunset. I gotta get back to there's so many stats for these teams. I don't even look. But
course.
yeah, I feel like Sunset for this, that will play into the kind of Starbound Power Pixel final game, not last ditch effort, but that everything that's left in the tank is when they kind of just explode. And I feel like, it's gonna be a great game, and that Wada could be able to take it though.
And a little fun fact here as well that thanks to our admins brought up is that King Fred, the coach of Wada, has only won like 3 out of 18 coin tosses this entire year. So not getting the advantage that they were looking for, maybe in terms of team, in terms of that went to Ghost here. So that could be why we're saying, okay, them being forced to debut their Corrode, why they went for the second round Icebox ban, right, over the Haven one. All in all, to me, I think we have to see Wada win Ascent. Number one, because they are a pretty snowball-heavy kind of mental team, and Corrode is a debut map for them, so there are going to be growing pains. But again, you're challenging them on a map that's really, really strong. They're the ones that, I'm going to say it, they're the ones that invented kind of the Vice Chamber. And like, King Fred being so close with Milan over in Fnatic, that's where it got copycat. And then from there, it exploded after Masters Toronto. So shout out King Fred. They're the ones that, lean into that Starbound Chamber that we mentioned. And honestly, I'm excited to see the creators bring it into the server and show it off on the main stage.
It's one of my favorite things to see, is because when you play that, you have to produce things with it. You can't say, hey, we're going to play them because they're good in the server overall. It's because you have the protocol, you have something you are going to do. So that also puts a little bit of pressure on being able to execute those things all the time. It makes for a really interesting game to watch, and I'm excited that that's the case, right? We have these teams that are pushing the limit as they're coming up through Game Changers and really making results of it.
Speaking of creativity and pushing the limits, we should probably talk about the Ghost composition as we get ready to jump into comps and see if it's the same. Last time they ran a Phoenix, Tejo, KJ, Brim, and Sova. Now that was when Kataris was again still here and not subbed out. So I'm curious to see if we are going to have that 1-for-1 substitution. I will say Millie's Brimstone was particularly scary, but nope. Okay, we're getting a little bit tamer. It's still not your cookie cutter comp, but it is the Yoro ISO. And again, I'm not frowning on this. Vanitas is such a fragger in the server, Sentinel interdimensional or duelist, and Miara switching gears to that IGL upon Bunny B's departure as well, I think has been a really, really nice fit. So of course, put them on your info initiator.
Why not? Seems to work out for now. Hopefully it works out this game. Seeing across the board, I like the double duelist. Let's see if Vanitas and Edith can actually get this going. We just talked about them in the pregame to see if they could be the ones to get going as they were in one of the previous matches just recently for the side of Ghost. And yeah, we get in here soon. Players are ready. We're going to get started off with another Verizon Valorant Game Changers matchup here for North America. And these are your teams, I think 3-1, right?
Yes, they are.
4-1 yet, because they're going for
You win
5.
here,
Yeah.
and you get that fourth, right? That fourth win puts you in to main events, and again, high stakes. We're starting on Wada's picks. They're starting on the attack here. Or even though it's a double sentinel, I don't think it matters when you're chamber when Starbound's gonna be seeking out these kills, which honestly is I think where the ISO pick comes in, right?
Yeah.
That double tap is gonna be instrumental in shutting down that monstrosity in the server, and I think Ghost Gaming understands and does not underestimate that.
All right, heading into game, Ghost Gaming versus Wada. Two teams coming off some recent wins. Let's see if they can get themselves righted once again here and find another win versus each other to prevent that other fourth. So we're going to get a quick tech pause in here so we can get in and deliver you the full action. Otherwise, you're going to get me making sound effects. You don't want that for too long.
Yeah, I mean, it's high stakes, high pressure. We want to have the players and the viewers to have the best experience possible here. And that's something I've really appreciated as well from Radiant and from Valorant is the upped coverage of Game Changers this stage in particular. We get to see the storylines. We get to see those kind of new names rising. I mean, you look at a team like Catnappers, right, who became Respawn Cats. That's where Cora, who's now on FlyQuest Red, came from. And if she didn't get that coverage, right, from side streams or main streams, then she might not have been recognized as this fresh potential talent. And that's where, again, your players on our next matchup, Carrot and Artificial Intelligence are in a pressure spot to perform, even if they are on the verge of elimination. They can see, okay, maybe they're not in the right environment, but they're strong individually, and they get plucked out and are your next signed individual on a super team.
Yeah, especially with the early teams, you know, to reference the guard to G2, you don't get that very, very often. So a lot of these teams are well, you're playing with friends and peers, stepping stones to that a greater thing, and then maybe even a team for a year, but that's also a stepping stone. It takes a while to find that core, you're right, and these chances are immense. And yeah, props to Raidiant for the also immense amount of streams that happened for it too. You're always amazed. You're like, oh, there's one more and another one and a 6, 7, 8, 9. So it really helps to showcase all of this talent. Ooh. We're on to Ascent now, and Chalk Dart dodged out, but the noise was made and the distraction kind of given over there towards A.
Yeah, that was a 3-person trap play. You saw the shock vulnerability combo at the ready, but because his pressure is mounting, it looks like Ghost just kind of intentionally want to play retake here on the B site, right? You know, already see the immediate wrap out of tiles, you see the players out of tree rejoining them as well. It's going to be a lot of pressure for Juna here.
Oh, sidestep during the reload.
High-low?
Using all the time critically. Yeah, why not? They have to call that out though, right? And actually it's just gonna be the double tap peek. Miara comes up big over the shoulder of Vanitas for a moment. But they are quickly pushing into the last 2 members of Wada.
Yeah, 3.
3 now. They're hiding each other under the coin. They were so close. They're piggybacking. And Power Pixel is going to be the one to get 2 on the classic. A first round for Wada, and everything kind of known that it was going towards that B side.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost clearly had a game plan in mind, and they set upon executing it. It was just those micro adjustments out of Wada, right? That kind of calling, right, from Power Pixel to adjust on the fly, right, from the high-low that was in main that, you know, a well-placed paranoia from Millie did dismantle, but then immediately, right, you see that regroup, you know they're all coming from main, get 3 just to stare them down power friendship style and lock in that pistol, and now the buy. The Starbound Outlaw, keep an eye on it, it's going to be terrifying, and it's up against Vanitas and this Marshall.
Ooh, that was worth the trade, right? Just everybody go. A lineup of Ghosts with classics does do a bit of damage, but there's still movement towards A now for Wada as they go paranoia, shock, find, blind. Yeah, actually, they eat that one. It's still not going to be enough from the side of Ghost. There's too much distance, and the weaponry is too good for the side of Wada.
Yeah, I mean, they found so much chip damage off that top mid peak. Ooh, that would be fortunate if you got the job done. Edith would have been a bulldog down, but Juna gets saved from the embarrassment. They keep the big weapons at least coming to that round. I think we lose a Spectre maybe, and that's not the best case scenario, but it's not the worst either. The Outlaw in particular gonna come through, try to target the glass cannon operator and the light shield Vanitas as well. So keeping an eye out there, but. All in all, again, they identified the stack. They went the other way. That's kind of how Wada's been playing this so far, so good. And now we're back to the tried and true default kind of 2-1-2 out of Ghost here towards the sites.
Gonna be a peak mid? Are they expecting a peak? Either gate crash towards A. Yeah, peak mid. Didn't even have to use it back, and the operator comes out in the bonus round. They're just flexing the wallets. Yeah. Droned out, reset, probably right back to the same spot almost.
Jumping for info.
Yeah.
And to figure out where you can pick up the pieces and go. Just kind of trusting in, again, these high-performing individuals now, like Femboy, are leaning over towards A. They're trying to find a kill, find an opening. And as soon as that pressure comes in tree, look at the re-clear that comes through from Ghost B main. And Juna's here to punish it.
Ooh. Just a sliver shot there. And almost got the secondary coming through. This ground gain by Femboy now, a little bit of an insert towards mid. It's a nice split. A lot of time to play with. Can create the 1v1 towards the right side if they can get somebody walking spawn stairs. But it looks like Edith is very happy to stay planted with the operator and tree.
Yeah.
No,
Ghost.
as I say that.
They're going for the exec, yeah. And Miara and the Cypher, who never left the site because they got that confirmation that there was still players and tiles, are now here with 25 seconds left. You don't have a choice to leave. You don't have a choice to rotate. It is all in fighting towards the Cyphers. Den, Ariel here to receive alongside, once again, Miara.
They have to go together. They have no utility to get them out. Oh my God, planting. It's so unsafe. But they still make it work.
Wow.
They say, okay, look for our planter. We'll force you into the fight. So planning in danger, the audacity. And Wada now has full control of the site, but it's still that 3v3. Ooh, one down.
Yeah, power finishes what Starbound could not when the round opened. And now when you're retaking with an operator, you gotta switch weapons. And unfortunately, all low HP and WoW without that utility mention, they get their way onto the site. They get to plant, and they are on par to get the round. Not taking any more chances, and they don't have to because third round eco essentially gifted to them.
Wow.
Hit an operator.
Yeah, the op is the big one. Wada gets hit by the op early, and I'm like, okay, the 5v4 conversion. This is great. And it seemed like Wada was so slow throughout the round, but they were only slow because they just had that creeping plan to walk into B as much as they could before hitting.
Yeah, honestly, that's again where Ghost played a really good, like, big picture game. And then when it came down to the fight on the site itself, either the rotations from A came too late, right? You couldn't get that operator in a beneficial position to deny the site take, or just the players on site losing out those engagements. Partially, I've mentioned that the egoist kind of mentality of, we're going to plant, we don't expect you guys to challenge us, right? You're playing down the timer. And that's exactly what they used to flip the script. So, under a little tech pause here, a little bit of a breathing room for Ghost here, because again, big picture, they're not messing up. I mentioned that re-clear was really, really clean out of Miara and Ariel. It framed them perfectly, so they knew that the B exec was coming. They knew that the utility that Femboy put over towards Tree was a fake because Juna was sticking around. Like, it's kind of tough because that is sometimes what at the end of the day, they out-aim you in addition to the power calling.
Yeah, that's the way they do it too. You're like, okay, I expect everything, and then they may do a dry peek, and then they may use all the util, or you see the whole team there because they're death. But yeah, the way they vary it up keeps it clean, keeps it fluid. Yeah, it's very hard if you're not matching everywhere. And I kind of mentioned that before, is where Miara and Edith were able to really help carry in that FlyQuest matchup in map 1, and then you saw Vanitas and Millie step up. And I think they need that full squad if you're going to be able to shut down this firepower that seems to be starting very early from Wada.
Absolutely. They need to have that team fight synergy that we're seeing come back for Wada amidst them getting those practices in with the full 5, have had 2 weeks of matches now back together under their belts. And
yeah,
again, it's a little too close to, or too early to call. And we mentioned again how this is Wada. It's one of their best pick maps just across their entire existence, essentially. So it's, again, not a great way to start the series, and again, why I question the ban of Bind particularly out of Ghost. But I know Relic has fully thought of the situation. He's been super excited about what this team's been doing behind the scenes, and again, it's still early stages. We're just 3 rounds in, even though that round went south.
Very, very. We're just waiting for a player to get reconnected back in to the map. Never fun when you get left on the bench and everybody just starts playing without you.
I mean, okay. Let's think. Which agent would you want to play without if you had to play a 4v5 on both of these compositions? Independent of the player, we'll say that. Because if I would probably say Chamber right for Wada, but I don't want it to be without Starbound, right? It's just the Chamber in general.
All right, so we're doing attack. Then just roll-wise, it might be the duelist. Because I think that's the way you play most of the time anyways, right?
Okay.
You're a duel. You start the game and you're like, oh, there goes our duelist. How do we get into sight? So you're almost most accustomed to that in the real world. If we're thinking about it. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, I mean, for Ghost, they got two.
True. You need the initiator, I feel. At least a little bit. I mean, you could mob the site. Smokes always seems to be donezo when you lose smokes. You're like, all right, let's run in and see what we can do with our heads cut off. So I don't know.
Agreed.
I think it actually would be easiest to lose the duelist because that's the situation you're in the most.
I think I'm gonna be for Ghost. Yeah, lose the duelist. You have 2 of those. I'm taking the easy way out. For Wada, they got 2 Sigils. Let's get rid of one of those. But all in all, again, tech pause. We might even have to repair some files on the client. So we're gonna throw to a quick little break, and when we come back, round 5 of Verizon and Valorant Game Changers Swiss stage, Wada versus Ghost Gaming. We'll resume.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Time warp. The fastest 3 minutes ever. We are back in the game. Hey, come back. Come back. I see you walking away from the PC. Oh, no, you're okay. Get your water. Then come back. Perfect. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience here. We're back with the Verizon Valorant Game Changers Swiss stage in North America, just like Zobi said. We'll probably say it a lot throughout the day.
Retrieving flash.
Just to remind you where you are and how cool it is. So we are in to round 4 now, as Wada was able to grab the bonus, get the operator, and now they're like, okay, Ghost, your move, even though we have to plan. I think that makes it tough for Ghost now because they really have to step up.
Look at this counter intel from Judah, right? They're expecting kind of a aggressive push out tiles. That's why I got the Thorns wall trap kind of established, and off that util exchange or the early drone as well. The comms come through. A call comes through. Try and pivot and exec onto A, where yeah, you got your Omen and your Cypher, you know, anchor demons, but The util looks worse for wear.
If they get a good smoke in the middle of the site, you could cause a little bit of havoc. Maybe a gun gets dropped right into the palm of your hands. They're gonna get the paranoia back to start this off. Oh, right up the gun! Sees it before the smoke forms! Oh, they try to play it right, and just a step ahead is Wada. Moving into the site, door closed. And yeah, they are just gonna be able to search and destroy on this one, Sobi. On the top side, Vanitas looks to get a shot in to try and help the team as they waterfall and swarm the site, but Wada is more than ready.
Wow, every step of the way right there was to minimize risk from Wada on losing that 4th round eco that Ghost was trying to put together, right? We mentioned the proactive utility from Juna, the Thorns invested from Tiles off rip. We look at that Hunter's Fury to flush out what could be a shotgun holding generator, right? Like, that was just beautiful and shows how locked Wada is trying to gun for that main event, gun for that revenge against Shopify later on. All this to say, though, coming to the next round. Little standard ISO A clear. Confident again once with this Miara aerial behold, but the dimensional drift, they're just cycling ults at this point for Wada.
This becomes so tough. They're one. I was gonna say, watch for the kill here. They're one off Steel Garden. We saw G2 do that where Dimensional Drift ran into B and just Steel Garden people, and they ran around with their backs Jogamo. Still looks like a pretty good take from both sides as they are just putting up a crossfire in pace. Oh, what a shot from Ariel, though. Ready for one, ready for two, a third possibly. Oh, through the gate. It's going to be too quick, but a beautiful hold in the back of the site. A valiant attempt, but Wada still swarming.
Yeah, there's 2 A main players left to pick up the pieces. A 2v3. Smoke on stairs. Cascade out to try to avoid the operator, but Starbound is inevitable. And yeah, not afraid to invest these resources. It's going to be the Steel Garden, even in the 1v3.
Yeah. Oh, the smoke came back. Oh. Just quickly ducking the head down.
Oh,
no,
wow.
but it's still going to be too many angles to get away from. Millie goes down 5-0 for Wada, who are cruising now.
Fortunate to get caught in the corner in that fashion. Again, I feel like the Steel Garden was a bit overkill there, Wada. I feel like you got your message across, but all in all, I'm more sad that Australis got the kill on Edith because I wanted the operator head-to-head, right? Starbound got to be itching for that rematch after losing the Outlaw versus the operator opener on round 3, but looks like we might have another little pause going. At this point, I could see it being a timeout, right? You're down 0-5, but we'll get word on that soon. But it's going to be another eco, right? It's going to be double Buckies. The ults, there it is.
There it is. Ghost with the TO. It's got to be something. No, I'm just kidding. It has to be something, I think, that pushes up, that invades the space that Wada is getting for free, setting up kind of. That's the one thing about Ascent is you can set up right at the front door if nobody is punishing you, getting A main control, finding you in mid or at B main, and then you're moments away from just being everyone in the site a few flashes later. So a little bit of that space I think needs to be taken by Ghost first to alert them. Maybe not this round, but just get an idea of what the play might be and not relying off maybe just the op pick to dwindle the numbers of Wada.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we see the ISO, we see the Omen taking that A space. I think that's why they have the op, that's why they have the do-over towards B. It's just, again, once they're set up for that, the follow-through's been a little rough. And just as soon as you think you have a game plan, right, the changes come out from Wada. Pretty heavy mid presence. Not even smoking out mid arches because they're confident in Starbound to hold their back, right?
Slowly moving up. Kind of like the forward angle still the Ghost is playing. I'd like just to see more of that. Nice avoidance here on the drone. Should be just enough. Back on the angle. One shot here would be so good. Yeah, just being able to set up the 5v4, rotate a little bit safer, and know that they have their utility for retake instead of just denying this position.
Oh, speaking of denying space, Miara the only individual standing between Wada and this B site. Sheriff in hand just trying to no avail to survive, and Ariel instead, the Sentinel, the B site left to bolster up the defenses here. Nice timing, gets the 1v1 against Juno, but the better weaponry wins out, and the site, again, occupied by Wada. Operator posted up, ready to attack.
Ariel always good for a few back there. Wada always bringing a lot in numbers.
Ooh.
Teleport's ready.
Starbound backing up. Yeah, they're gonna go for another peek after Rendezvous goes out. Wouldn't doubt it.
Straws is lucky, bro. Wallbang shots come through. Still alive, still playing the box angle, and
Last
he
player
shares for a reason.
standing.
Let's see him get the job done. Aw.
Oh, Juna is on right now.
Oh, feels like every player's getting their jobs done, right? Talk about Arya, phase that they've been able to take on the AXX, trying to clear out backside B with shorties. Talk about the Starbound opening kills off this operator. Straws, the util's been on point. Juna, again, alone or on these XFs. And of course, Power at the helm. 8-2 while calling, by the way, this 0-6 masterclass at the moment. So this is where we see that timeout come into effect, right? You have 4 ultimates. You didn't utilize any of them at the chances of converting your eco. If you lose this rifle round, Wada has a confirmed lead here on this attack half for Ascent.
And how could Wada do it, right? They absorb all these ultimates from the side of Ghost, and they get through. This should be a Ghost round. Great detection already of where that long rifle's gonna be.
Oh,
And
what
they're
a
clearing
drone.
out, getting good knowledge. Wow.
Just that, but all the space they just reclaimed, right? The gate crash out means you lose all that. Now you've lost a double tap shield for Vanitas as well, off that top mid pressure. It's like Wada just like scared Ghost away from, like you mentioned, that forward fighting mentality they wanted to go for off rip, right? And it's like, okay, do you stand your ground? Like, you would have been overwhelmed, so
Yeah.
hard calls.
Ready for it. I mean, the timeout was on the low buy round, right? So it probably meant a little bit more for the buy round. And they were so ready for it on the side of Wada. A little bit more aggressive, though. Millie up front. Paranoia can follow a quick shot here to the others following in, but they do give it up due to timing, due to the clock being run down for one of the first rounds here on round 8.
Oh, and they're hesitating.
30
You had one
seconds
player on the
left.
tree, you had one player on main, and as soon as that util comes out, it's the immediate hunter tree to try and fragment these wadded off players, and Millie is the respawn off of it, out of the smoke from tree. Juna, though, could put a stop to the bleeding. If only the shots would have aligned. All of it now starting to fall to the wayside. The 2v5 for Power and Starbound, the duo review put on the
10
map,
seconds
and
left.
unfortunately 10 seconds left. That kill contract
Last
will
player
secure the round, regardless of the gulag results.
Oh. Imagine if you lost the spike in there and it was just gone forever.
Instead of dropping.
Like, yeah, I got the spike. It's in the kill contract forever. I mean, it really was, because they end the round like that.
Flawless.
And it is going to be Ghost first. They had the ults. They used it great. And they were really patient there to know that that was the win condition. They didn't try to stretch it any further.
Now that's the second time as well we've seen Wada's main enemy be the clock, right, over Ghost. I think there was the 25-second exec on to B. They somehow pulled out for that third round conversion, but there are 35 seconds left. They should have understood, right, the number of oppressive time-delaying ultimates on the side of Ghost. So, little lapse in judgment there, but again, could just be a blip on the radar, and Edith is trying to make sure it stays as a landmark on the history book maps on the Atlases, because that's a great opening kill over towards B main.
Yeah, they moved the Cypher Cam that was usually keeping anybody from entering right away, and now that Cypher Cam is with Edith on a killer shot. Nicely little audible called there as they go for a shot to market. Oh, you get Vanitas. Window shopping, and they do come away with a purchase.
Ooh.
Are we going back?
Yeah, they forced it from the shadows out. They TP'd backside boathouse. So a beautiful call, especially when we, as your omniscient casters, get to see the Cypher was also up B main. So it would have been a single-pronged exec. But again, Miara, this Edith have repositioned on A side. You have to get past the operator in a rare whiff. You might have dimensional drift, or you're going to lose your life, Edith.
Oh my gosh. I feel like they ran into sight and didn't have to say anything. One was looking right box, left box, and Jenny. There was no miss happening there.
Teleport's ready.
And right back at it, a 4-2. As Wada defend the site after they lose one round. They want it right back. Wow.
There it is, that tag team between Arya, Femboy, and Starbound. I mean, again, they're like, gimme Edith, and they get the operator as well to carry into the next. So Wada 7-1 steamrolling right now into a guaranteed lead at the half. Ghost Gaming, I think, maybe they let the ripcord go a little bit too quick, right? Talking about that from the shadows. Gave up the A control.
Yeah.
Edith doesn't have a a crash in place. That's a little bit difficult to hold the op line when the entire team is barreling at you through trees. So I want to see tree control, I think, addressed. We kind of had Miara there, which, you know, Hunter's Fury, great. Shock Dart's great. Millie the Paranoia, great. But that lane round, you didn't have a lot of that left.
Push out first time. They're actually going adventuring on A, and they're not going to meet that trap.
Right here.
The one way is still going to prevent the movement here. Wada looks like they may go for somewhat of that pistol round strategy they used with a little bit more focus towards mid.
Shock Dart, though, didn't connect onto the trap wire that Edith, Vanitas are playing kind of this crossfire trap off of. The second one will get the job done, though, for the time being. This feels like, because the gate crash is over towards B, like a fake tree pressure again, pivoted back towards B, but these kills not going their way. It's more just a death match here to see where they can find that advantage and follow through. But in the meantime, Australis has gotten so much information, and Paranoid invests just to defuse the situation or swing off of it and get the advantage Wada's been seeking.
Ooh, heard a sidestep too. Wow. Vanitas clears a few on this side, and yeah, look how fast Millie's going back now. They're saying, we're up, back up. We don't even need to fight that anymore. Oh, the ace? The ace? Go hunting. You have 6. You get kill contract anyways.
30 seconds left.
Hey, you know Australis was top mid, right? The ping already comes through. The power of friendship, look, holding down Pizza. It's like, okay, they're bodyguard, they're meat shielding, because Vanitas is only 6 HP to get this ace, right? So it's both smart in terms of, okay, no way Australis gets all 3. And number 2, it would hopefully protect her in time to get this ace, but 10 seconds left. Maybe we can search out the operator. Okay, there's no time to get the plant down now, Vanitas. You can go searching, and unfortunately, wrong angle's cleared. Well, there's too many players, guys. Your economy's not out of the woods just yet. And that's why Millie's out, right? It was for the glory, it was for the clip for Vanitas, but that's all they're willing to throw Wada's way.
Another round. Back and forth, and it comes down to timing again. Pretty much on that, right? We get a little fighting at the end, but you see the timer on round 9 there as we get to round 10, and Wada getting stretched out on the clock does not seem to work for them. So I think Ghost needs to continue to kind of push forward, get that bit of an early fight to stop them in their tracks, and then play their anchor.
Yeah, Wada again, too stagnant. Time was their victim. The pressure mounts, they lose the engagements. So this looks like they want a death ball A, right? They want to go back to kind of the eco denial they had. But again, you mentioned this forward pressure, trying to take the fight to Wada, deny this space proactively, and that's why this forward smoke's there, right? Neutralize the effects of the one-way, re-clear this space off the recon. It's a nice way to just keep winning the turf war inch by inch.
It's a nice, if they want to push through that, they're going to have to use the Yoru flash early too. So obviously, Wada has to wait longer. Just giving him things to worry. Another smoke, that's annoying.
4 here.
You can't, it doesn't even allow someone to creep into wine, which I know Wada's like, we'd love to just... And they're going to actually re-clear a bit of a map. Make sure they're not getting fully closed in here.
Last time Juna was alone here, right? And went for that backstab attempt on Millie. So 3 trying to clear her out, like you mentioned. So it isn't just a multi-pronged attempt. I like this. Power is going for such a sell here over towards the B site. And unfortunately, Ghost is going to fall for it.
No.
3, almost 4 players. But did somebody make a footstep? Why are they going back? They doubled back. The call from Miara is good.
They said no. Yeah, they said no, don't come. Ariel's like, stop running this way. Okay.
Wow, and all the ults again come out.
It's an ult party right now. Wait.
Whoa.
Get tangled. Ghost able to come up with a few there. Edith does go down. Miara still fragging, still fighting as Starbound pushes towards the tree. Oh, no. Double tap up! You know Vanitas came out alive with a double tap. We saw it, and it's still the follow-up on Starbound. A 3rd for Ghost. And man, what a stop call on that rotation to save the round for Ghost.
And there's the timeout from Wada immediately here. Just proactive from King Fred, trying to again have this dominant lead here going into the second half before the side swap, seeing the snowball that Ghost is now starting to form here just a bit. I want to know where that call came from. Was it, just again, there wasn't much follow-up, there wasn't much explosion, right? No Yoru flash, no paranoia to push them out of B main.
Right.
Like, it's hard
just
to
a
say.
Dart, no footsteps, like nothing. Yeah. Even maybe up against the wall, heard a footstep trailing, right? And you're like, wait a minute. Holy
Once again,
moly.
too, they use Power Pixel's like Hunter Sphere again, much like they did on their last APOP, the Eco Denial round that we mentioned. So that was good. But they're again forgetting these round-winning ultimates that Ghost has when they're in that time crunch, right? Once again, spike tap and you pull the ripcord on the kill contract. Again, you know there's players choke, try to grab the spike bear, and it's just again Vanitas not just is fragging, not just 8 and 8, but having impactful kills as well.
Yeah, I think as the round goes on, I think Wada falls into this mentality where what they're seeing is the state of the game, right? We just have to do what we have to do, for, like you said, forgetting that the other side has a hell of a lot of ults or even utils still left because there haven't been any attacks to get in. So they got to remember the state of the game, the situation, especially around these rounds. Like you even said before, the ults are getting cycled.
Ooh. Well, that's a change of pace, even with the clone power. The IGL, while solo challenged here over towards B, again, was going for that early round fake so they could explode off this steel garden into the site. Aerial, great attempt off the shorty trap wire kill, but fortunately it goes south. And at this point, Edith and Miara in the 2v5 while Wada is on for a flawless. Oh,
thought that was a shoulder.
Enemy remaining.
it doesn't matter. They haven't planted yet. They're trying to figure out who they want to give the ult orb to. That'll get the dimensional drift online to tap off the half. Miara. Unfortunately, they have a double sentinel. I don't know your chances of getting through this flank. It is, I believe, pre-Cypher range restriction removal. At least for this is the last week that'll be active.
Yeah.
And they even recall the trademark as a result. Miara, though, running out of time, second guessing herself. Gonna get victimized by the opposing Sova, the opposing IGL. Power Pixel, 3 kills on the round, right? They receive the pressure B main. They call the acceleration on A. And that's how you get up to 8 out of your timeout.
13 and 5. Power and Star on the top. Juna's right there too. I mean, the others are just a few frags behind, and probably only because Power is getting them all in these rounds. So we got a quick tech pause real quick as we wait for our player to get back in.
Honestly, if we get a third Hunter's Fury this half, I would not be surprised out of Power. Again, this is something Power personally has told me. Like, they said, like, teams underestimate just the power of managing your ult economy, right? Like, getting these orbs to the right players in the early rounds, not letting them go the opposing way. And I think that's what's allowed them to kind of have these Stark exits. And again, I think it's more the first blood mentality that's been fueling the ultimates on the side of Ghost Gaming more than anything, especially for these duelists, right? Edith's Dimensional Drift online. Vanitas has had 2 kill contracts that essentially win the rounds. My concern here is, again, sorry, go for it.
Oh, no, you're good, you're good. I was going tangent, so continue.
I was just saying the concern is it's the last round and looking to buy, right, for Ghost. Now, what's your tangent? I'm interested, I'm hooked.
It was the alt orbs. I think it's such a fact. It can go on forever. It's such a fascinating conversation because there are situations where you see teams run over it to stay as a team going into the site. Do you not have a few more seconds to grab it before doing that since you're going to stampede in anyways? Kind of, there's the situations are endless. But you're right. That alt economy and Power Pixel being able to get multiple. The judge. They called the judge though, right? Okay, they've called the judge, right? He ran right by it. They're waiting for it. They're swinging. Juno with 2. The collat comes through. And that is a nice way to start it, not being afraid of it, exactly.
Juno finds those openers, and again, it's the aggressive B front that falls. Again, part of the adjustment of the timeout was getting Aerial over towards the A site, playing these trips more for info, for retake. Now, unfortunately, as a result, you've lost control over the one side. We have yet to see a successful retake on. And, hey, first time for everything. Aerial shuts down Starbound. But Fanboy, I've talked about this with Arya. They're like, I have a really low headshot percentage because of this judge. And while it could be lethal, this time, unfortunately, not going to be the case. And numbers start to dwindle. We equate at a 3-on-3 riv. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God. Juna is getting these kill entry smokes. Not entry into the site, but when people enter the smokes. So well, the flick of the shot. Power Pixel answers again, and another one. As Aerial goes down for the 9-3 first half in favor of Wada.
Wow. And to answer your question about Juna and the ability to shoot through smokes and get those smoke timings, well, she's your primary controller player, right? This is the only map that she is not on controller, right? And the fact that she's putting up numbers on the off roll on device, right? 12 and 6 right now. Number 1, absurd. Number 2, I gotta give hats off to Australis there as well, right? 12 assists, had the paranoia there. literally utilized to secure the round instead of on that entry. So again, Aria Dimensional Drift makes the space. It is a team, well-rounded effort. That Ghost, yep, you mentioned it, that 9-3 half. Have to win this pistol. And as we look at Starbound and these Headhunters, we'll see how they clash on this the exec where they're 3 strong. The double senties both here.
Yeah. Now on defense, one of the considered the easier side too. So the boon for Ghost is that double duelist. Now being able to flex their muscles a little bit more and dictate where this power goes. Not that it has to retake a site, but that it is crashing into one. Kind of the same pistol round here, but it looks like they'll feint for a moment and not go fully with it, cutting audio.
Femboy clearing all this A main space. Again, will be the backstab if Australis fails to hold down tree. Parrot away in hand, replenishing on the smokes. Should be a good way to keep wraps on it for the time being. Helps as well when your plan B, your B main player, gets taken out by that Starbound Headhunter. I like this actually. Australis makes the call, disengage, group up with Aria, or even just re-wrap mid to get behind the players in tree. The last thing you're going to expect while executing this A site.
Slowly around. I like the teamwork. Shoulder to shoulder. Look at these little 2 pods running around. Vanitas and Millie staying safe. It's going to count too as Edith kind of breaks off and they start trailing. They're looking. I love the search and find here. This is so smart to get the lurks. Oh, but it goes wrong for a moment.
Wow, the caster curse in full effect. Top of the impact of the parallel in the previous, and it's twofold here into this round. Again, beautiful team play ends up with players on an island on opposite sides of the map, but Miara puts a good attempt down in the books there from Hell, but not enough. Wada on that retake, we'll get up to double digits.
Wada hungry for that main event spot coming into this first map right now.
Does anyone have funds?
They know exactly kind of what plagued them on the rounds they lost too. You mentioned it a lot, just waiting out that time and pulling the cord too late. I think they know how to fix that. And now just into the next pistol round, they waterfall into the retake very well to regain a pistol round.
I mean, double digits, right? Already after losing the pistol,
Yeah.
It's classic conditional for the Stinger Force. 3 regen shields, 2 light shields. We'll see how they fare up against the Owl, up against the Stingers, up against the Judge, and even the Power Pixel Ghost could be lethal. Light utility found. Temporary Thorns just to keep hold. They get, hopefully, Femboy and Australis in a good position. Here we go. Let's see it. Look for the reveal.
Oh, it's crazy. How do they always get such an advantage in the beginning of the play? Causes Ghost to have to figure out how to watch every angle with their head on a swivel now. There's 3v5 on this retake, but the Stingers are a boon. They have to get close, but the Judge can make a sting. There's 1 Stinger kill. Millie comes up big, Edith with another one, but Starbound's looking from on high to make sure it happens, and Power Pixel carrying the Ghost into this round. Gets a little bit of impact on that too.
I got a little shaky there. I don't know if that was a counter flash from Edith or a self flash from Femboy, but dismantled the exec on Heaven just a little bit. But like you mentioned, Starbound picks up the pieces. A really nice close shot. Even would have been holding for the trade from Ariel on that fight up against Power Pixel. But again, when you found that chip damage off the reveal, off the Judge, even the Ghost can get that job done. And now as a result, because Power went for the Ghost by the Phantom, you know that the opposition for Ghost Gaming is going to be broke after a Stinger Force like that. And it shows. Single Stinger, no shields, just a few regen shields for Edith and Millie here. Or for light shields, I should say. And it feels like hope is kind of starting to slip away.
Ever so slightly. Ghost reads for early, so they're going for alt economy on the dimensional drifts as well. See if Edith can start to make some plays on that or use it to really identify for plays to be made.
This is off the sheer wall as well. Maybe you can destroy the clone before it got there. I like how they've switched things up as well, right? You have the Outlaw over towards A, you have the trademark to hold down tree because that's, again, classic ego strat is to rush these closer angles. It feels like they have everything solved on this map for the time being. That's where power numbers can hopefully overwhelm.
Gate crash to safety. Femboy's happy to stay here for an extended period. Oh, the sheer. Actually, that's like the ambulance is here for you now. Oh my God. Power Pixel coming up with 1-2. Oh, this is going to be good. Nope, they shoot the dart. Clean on it. But they're so hurt. They got to come in here and they're just limping into be
Yeah, I mean, Arc grows to play off of as well here. Arjuna, as soon as contact's made. There it is! Immediately!
Oh my god. What kind of shoes are they wearing? Miara's super fast. Caught him off guard how many times? Starbound gets that again. Seems to be on janitorial duty for these rounds. They're like, oh, there's another one. Clean it up, clean it up, clean it up. Okay, we're good. And it's 12-3 now. What a dominating statement for a first map here on Ascent. And Ghost, yeah, they have to oversell things now. It becomes harder. Because Wada takes them, they respect everything they're doing, but with Wada being able to shut them down in each manner, they have to be very convincing with what they do or get the kills on the way through so they can just take the site. Ghost really has no agency.
Yeah, I was going to say, even now, right? Using the Arcros for info, while last round you used it for site defense. Again, consistently switching things up to keep Ghost guessing. And look at the punishment while they're trying to jump the wall. Miara, though, bodyguard at the ready. They're lucky to have their life, and whew. Oh, fanboy, and this is an eager challenge. This is called I want to close out the map, and I'm going to throw the round as a result kind of vibe. But they got
Wada's going for the moral hits right now. He's like, yeah, we're going to peek you, we're going to push you, we are vibing. And we're going to use that vibe against you. Ghost, they're going to slough it off for a bit. Brush that shoulder off, get themselves into sight, and get a plant here. I mean, honestly, more time on the map at this point to talk it out, identify just kind of, even if it's synergy issues, is helpful.
Now, Australis Starbound duo in the 2v4 to close out the map. And Ariel, I mean, from finding Juno on the B site to now the perpetual backstab that should end this round, was an impressive display. And it's fortunate Jude, I think, did DC mid-round. That's why she was staring at the box over towards B. We'll see how that affects the grand conclusion here. But at this point, again, they're playing for eco damage, right? One round amidst the sea of green is not going to be pretty if you lose all these weapons. And the air not following through here is going to open the door for that opportunity. Look at it. Australis, they've found another.
Starbound's looking. He's like, give me that ultimate. Oh, really though. Sidestep. And another. Just getting a little bit of momentum. Might have a pause unless we get him right back in. It looks like, yes, a quick pause to get Juna back on to the map. Ghosts are going to find a little bit of momentum with 3 ults here they could cycle. That would be great just to get themselves to do a roll of figuring out, you know, what was plaguing them in the beginning so they can start fresh on map 2 here, because it does look like Wada should be able to lock down this round in a few.
And I'm sure there's discussion going on, right? I think Judah disconnected after the round starts, right? We saw, I think, the early flash, the early wall.
Right.
And so I don't see a reroll potential, but I do think it would have affected the outcome of the round, right? Right? Ario wouldn't have gotten the B kill. They wouldn't have got that wrap potential. You would have had a 3-on-3 then there on the A site. It would have been such a different scenario, but I think you just let it stay and move on, right? You got to get more rounds for overtime. Like you mentioned, they're charging up these ults, Juna as well, too, off from the Steel Garden. It feels like we're gearing up for a grand finale, right, Rivington? Also, Benita's kill contract, Aerial, Neural Theft coming online soon. It's going to be who can come up with a better game plan.
And then remember, this is Wada's map. They are being Wada, but we did just get note. We are going to be taking a quick break here to review some things. So thank you so much for your patience. We'll be back with Verizon VALORANT Game Changers North America in a short bit. Don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, thank you so much for your patience here with Verizon VALORANT Game Changers North America. We are still reviewing the round. It does look like it will be turned back, so that's going to take a few minutes. We appreciate your patience. We just wanted to come in to update you with what was going on in the situation, and we should be back in the game shortly. Thanks so much, and we'll see you soon.
We're live.
Wait, we're live. We're doing it live right now. We're going into game.
Wow, it's like
great
extra
segue back
hear
in.
all about it. Round reroll, Juna DCs before any damage is done, and therefore we get to go back to square one. And honestly, again, that was a round where we were talking about it during the break. I'm like, if Juna was alive, would the round outcome have been different? And I honestly was hinging towards yes, because Juna, if she gets to kill into aerial, it's a 3-on-3 for that retake. It would have been a lot more contentious. But back into the action, you can see the difference here. Look, we went from like having, I think, like 6 ults across the entirety of the server to now 0. So that's how important that round is. Even if it doesn't seem like, oh, you're up 12-3, that round, you don't need it, why are we re-rolling it? That's where it comes down to the big differences. And whereas we get this re-roll, looks like we're not starting from B again this time for the side of Ghost Gaming. It might just be an A-pop.
Slowly forcing themselves over into the A main area for another Edith orb. These dimensional drifts, we'll have to count to see how many they can grab here if they continue on in these rounds. It's going to be max pressure each and every round on map point for Wada. Looks like a little insert by Power Pixel to go up and see who else is hanging out in B main.
Camera taken out.
So Wada's A is pretty sure they're in the right spot here. They're still holding pretty much a default. And a drone mid from Ghost. Just kind of checking things out before they get their final hit in.
And maybe trying to convince them that it was going to be kind of an A-split attempt, but with this deep wall B, right, that's going to cause a time delay with less than a minute left. I'm curious to see, because there are 3 players strong there, right? The gate crash ready as well if Femboy goes back over towards A. They haven't even gotten through any of the essential utility, and that's my concern here, and that Ghost thinks they've pulled a fast one, a Fugel over Wada, when in reality they still have so much space, and I expect them to start re-clearing where they can here eventually too. That does it. That's a re-clear.
30
the flash
seconds
confirmation.
left.
That will work. You still have to worry about the wall. To find it in just a moment. Yeah, more committal. Edith double ult. And now it's going to have it. So this is just for information. The team's not going to be able to get in right away. You still have the lurker of Vanitas trying to kill anybody coming over. And they're going to be right for this. Yeah, it just doesn't work out this way. They've waited so long. I think the wall was really the crux here for them. They were not able to get by it. And Wada, the wall themselves, shut down Ghost 13-3.
Wow, I mean, it wasn't even just the wall itself, right? Because Power has pulled that play before, right? When you're trying to trip the wall, they swing, they get the kill. It was more the time it gave for them to get 4 players back on that side, around button, around stairs, right? And Edith, yeah, you're on site, but your spike is stuck A main on a choke with the paranoia, with the plethora of bullets storming you down. And honestly, Femboy, that last kill with the Bucky is criminal and should be studied because, I mean, a 13-3. I mentioned that getting the reroll might stop the Ghost momentum, but I did not expect it to be in that fashion.
Well, that was quick fashion all the way through for Ascent. We do have more maps coming up for you between Ghost and Wada, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the Verizon VALORANT Game Changers.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back with more Game Changers. And Zobi ready to bring you some more action. And we have another series after this too. But Wada and Ghost Gaming still have a battle to end. And the war continues. It is going to be moving on now. But that was a heck of a game from Wada to start off on Ascent. They are hungry for that main spot.
Absolutely. And honestly, they might need that level of performance because they're coming into a map that they have not played this stage. But I think this speaks for itself, the consistency in post plans, the stark differential in just first kills, especially when Ghost was running a double duelist composition that thrives in that style of play. It's just, again, the impact of Femboy, of Starbound in particular, and their ability to find these over peaks. It's just, it's impressive.
It was absurd. I mean, just looking at some of the stats on their page overall, like a 5 first kills, 0 first deaths for Power Pixel. Your initiator, your Sova, it's wild. Like you said too, making the shot calls while making the shots. So it's incredible to see that and how the team performed as well across the board, because we saw all the assists as well on Astralis. Excuse me. It's just really rounded out.
Yeah, and again, that's without saying 13-3. Wada, I think, knows what they have to work on in terms of that map as well. We mentioned the time crunch, and I feel like that's going to come into effect a lot more on a map like Corrode, right? Massive rotation times, some difficulties in that fashion, and finally getting to take a look as well at the entire team stats. We get to see the things that you were pointing out, right? The highest stats. Power even had 5 first bloods to add to that 12. And that's crazy when your initiator has almost half of the first bloods for your entire team.
It is. It is. And just like when you throw a football and you can run with it and catch it, you're just using your own darts to find and take people out and sight in those situations you want, really creating those angles. And then having the operator fight in the beginning was interesting, but Wada put that to bed right away for Ghost. And they said, you're not going to have the economy for that over and over again. And if you do, we'll take it.
I mean, literally, I think Starbound twice took it, once in that third round, and then second when they had the tour de force online, and Edith was opting on A, and they're like, yoink, and that's mine now. All this to say, I think, again, Ghost individually, they didn't play up to their standard and what they want to see. And again, it's hard when you're running an ego comp right at the gate when you have to warm up. And I'm hoping that when we get to a map like Crow that they've played, and they've played a bit more conventional of a composition, that things will be better. But again, I already questioned, right, Ghost banning out Bind first, letting Ascent through. I'm going to be talking to Relic after this. Like, why would you rather play Wada on Ascent than you would their Bind kind of vibes?
Yeah, it's true. Maybe it was the double duelist hit, right? And then Ghost starting on defense, you know, if they did 5-6 rounds, it could have been so much different. You know, maybe Wada still kind of attacked hard, but Wada having so many getting on defense, you're right. It just seemed like a lopsided choice there, and it did not work. But Corrode, I like it. It's still new. I think that teams still kind of have their own identity on it, even if they're searching for an identity, because there's so many ways to play it still. Even though we're away from that really just Viper mid-wall push. So maybe this gives the option for Ghost to start opening up a little bit more in their takes all these corners, being able to aggress a little bit more and get themselves into position before Wada can close in on them again.
Yeah, and again, the last time that we saw Ghost play this map was against 100 Thieves in round 3, where it was a 12-14 loss, but that also, I don't even know if it was pre or post Tail nerf, but it was a double initiator Teho Fade that they were running. And my concern here is that Millie obviously is not an initiator player like Kataris is, so I don't think you have that much flexibility. So I'm expecting, that kind of double controller to creep up, right? Or even a double Sentinel, honestly, for this team in particular, I think would do really, really well. I gotta see Millie come online. A rougher first map, I will say. I like the newest ISO. I mean, we saw the almost ace right to 4K that was found, but I think their Senti could go a really long way on this map.
Just trying to bring up Ghosts corroding. Where is it?
While you do that, I'm gonna try and brainstorm the Wada comp. What do we think? I think Wada, honestly, run very similar to this comp, except maybe a fade instead of the Sova. Although Power likes the Sova, so who knows?
So they did get. Oh, that could be bad. I was just seeing the reason again for their corrode loss on the side of Ghost, and it was the Jazzy's chamber, and that they might be facing
now
the
you're
chamber.
upgrading.
They might be, they might be facing that again. So I was like, what can they get around? What can they do? And it does seem to be those first picks, those first bloods they're falling prey to on the side of Ghost.
Well, hey, I'm gonna say one thing. There's 3 things inevitable. It's death, taxes, and the Starbound chamber. So they definitely are going to be planning around that, and I'm hoping that they did, considering they picked into Corrode and they won the coin toss in that regard. So again, I think this is the best opportunity in the pool, except for Icebox maybe, to force Wada to that map 3 of Sunset. But hey, we've got questions to answer in terms of debut compositions and in terms of changed compositions. So let's go over to Aiden Select to get them answered.
Let's see what they selected this time around. Who's insta-locking? Who is doing it?
Ooh.
I like the deadlock a lot. The chambers there we expected. And on the other side, the Astra, KO, Neon Fade, and Vice.
I really, really like this. It like leans, I would say, more so into the comfortability of Ghost Gaming as a team.
Yeah.
Instead of the meta, right? You talk about that double controller. Obviously, Wada, they're just going with what works for them. Again, the chamber deadlock, we see it on maps like Lotus out of them in particular. But for Ghost Gaming, I like this because number one, I said I wanted the Vanita switch up to the Sentinel. Number 2, aerial or normal Sentinel will be a lot more home on an Astra than, say, an Omen or even a Clove, where it's, more aggressive than the kind of sit back player util, still kind of a pseudo Sentinel in my mind. And even Millie, right? I mentioned it. She's a fragger, right? Coming from Fusion X as a sub right now for Guitarist. Had a rough map 1, getting her onto this kind of duelist-esque initiator, the self-sufficient KO, could be a way to turn this series around.
Interesting. And we're seeing Corrode now for Wada, so we'll see what they have planned.
Yes.
That's
And
gonna,
number one,
yeah.
I'm writing down all the deadlock. I love deadlock on this map. I think they're underrated and not picked enough in tier 1 on this map. I love the creativity of the sensors, and again,
So from the A link area, before you even exit, before there's even danger, I forgot who was doing it. It was in VCT, but you can throw that deadlock wall and just absolutely block lower mid, like instantly. So right where you see Femboy going now, if deadlock kind of walks up just to the left there, they can throw their wall over that little piece of wall and just block mid like beginning of the round. It's so annoying. It's one of the most annoying things. It's so fun.
Here.
I mean, they could go for that, but or you could just send Femboy down mid link. That's what the pings are suggesting here. We'll see if the follow through is in fact true, but for the time being, the Asher Stars are kind of procced to negate that kind of approach, but otherwise it feels like both teams already from the get-go understand the importance of this mid control. Looks like it's an attempt to just your life fight so you can get an advantage here.
Ooh, quickly sidestepped out. Yeah, they all want the positioning.
Oh no.
Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I love the audacity of it, but there were just too many members of Ghost. Now it's the right click. Classics coming in. Millie's going to turn and get a kill there as Juna starts to answer the 3v3 after the chaos and the dust settles.
Oh, wow. Now Spike down top mid. The players kind of sandwiched here. The player that could make a difference would have been Aerial in my mind, but left in the 1v3. Now you got to start checking your corners, checking your backs, and that Nova pulse to clear out this link space just kind of gives away the game, gives away where you're going for, and the remaining Wada players will congregate and play a friendship in this dark cover around the Spike.
Oh, another pistol. And another round for Wada.
And test them again.
They continue to control the series ever so slightly now into Corrode with that first one. The Outlaws to come out for Starbound. Honestly, if it's not like an eye attached to a scope, it's not Starbound. Like always a rifle, always an angle. It really makes it tough for Ghost to encroach on any positions, get there without using util. It's so expensive to move around the map with Starbound.
Absolutely, but I did like what we kind of saw there from Ghost in terms of how things are going to start. Right, it's going to be the consistent aerial lurk because you get those global smokes. It's going to be team fights the rest of the way through. But again, the issue here is the productivity from Wada. Right, as soon as sound is made, as soon as power calms, that hey, they're pressuring B main pretty heavily. You see the immediate pressure. Right, deadlock wall down mid, post up the judge. This is a nice haunt to try and get more information about what's happening there so Aerial doesn't feel so alone over towards A main. But even then, right, now that haunt is gone, now they have to re-clear it with the arc rows. It's just, again, I'm not seeing an end goal in mind for Ghost just yet as they rotate over towards A.
And without
even then,
the mid,
look what they can run into.
without mid control, you can just see Wada flowing back and forth through mid really quickly between sites there. And still going to get a little bit of a touch on the left side here. Vanitas to maybe throw something, make a little step. And then they commit. 45 seconds left on the round here. More mid being held down so Wada can go between the sites. And it's going to be a sell by Vanitas.
I mean, not even that. It feels like they're just that confident in Starbound that they can stack the players over towards
30
B.
seconds left.
Right, with a singular sensor. And as soon as contact's made here, yep, I mean, Star gets two.
Boom.
Gets the TP out, and then that's just the rotations called back. Like, yep, Vanitas, you've already gotten a kill on the B site, but number one, you just get the refrag, and number two, there wouldn't have been time for the remaining two Ghost members to rotate back over. So now it's just the next opponent you have to face on the site. The judge from Aria, the net to set them up, and it's actually the backstab from Juno with the Bulldog out of mid. So Riv, like you mentioned, just the overall control there, really strong and flipped in Wada's favor.
I want to see some pressure mid once we get into a gun round here from Ghost, just to make sure that there's not so much easy rotation. And this is the first time we're seeing Wada. They look just as comfortable as they did on Ascent to start, but it's only 2 rounds. It's a recency bias. So we have a whole map to go here. And yeah, it does look like they'll get a little bit of that mid pressure in just to taunt it and see what kind of fight they can get.
Yep. We'll see if it's as chaotic as the pistol round was.
Oh boy.
Starbound also trying to get into the action. Wobbing with the Outlaw is deadly, but the Aria Fanboy Judge is even more so. Vanitas trying to pick up the broken glass that shattered at their feet, but no picture to be found. Now with the wall trying to be a broken over towards A main. You know exactly where Ariel is, and you're gonna pinch her.
Power Flex
That's
L.
insult injury.
I'm gonna call her Power Flex L. No, Power Pix L is just Ghost flexing every round. Again into this one when they rushed mid. Just feeling it. Trying to send a message here and just say we came to play, we're ready, and we're gonna make it sting. 3-0, another bonus, continuous rounds here for Wada.
All right, and a little bit of a switch up unless Starbound makes their way to B-Link. Yeah. I'm gonna say, changing how they're not changing how they fight mid. It's just that's insane. Number one, how they just leverage that map control off their own TP. But again, it feels like Ghost understands that mid is the lock on this map, but they don't have the right key, and they have yet to find the right key. As soon as they fight, they have to get out. They realize that Wada's happy to take that fight and hopefully win it. And when you don't have better weapons like this, after again another bonus loss, like over on Ascent, you can't force your hand there.
Yeah. And here, Wada gets to play mid with all of that utility, and they still have safety at A. They don't have to worry about getting backstabbed at all. It's censored, it's walled. The play mid didn't come up with anything, so they're default and reset now for another play.
Starting to again understand how this double sentinel acts, right? Starbound on the offensive, super defensive with an early wall, more for information than for side hold potential. So this is where, hey, these are the sensors that I do actually. So thank you, Australis, but overwhelmed by the fade, not going to be able to really react upon them. Just waits out the utility, hopefully waits out the marking. This could be an entry, could be weapon handed off, but it's just a meat grinder as the dark cover comes in.
Oh.
Wow.
Still just human.
The indecision in targets, even though we had just a view of one, there were multiple members Wada out of there, causing Ghost to kind of trade different shots, and they get cleaned up again. The operator singing now for Starbound easily with that purchase. Tour de Force comes up if there's any trouble with that. And Wada is putting up the wall now. Gonna have a main control to start here with 3 this time, as they go for a completely different strat, as they just went for that hard mid paranoia. Let's see what Ghost has.
Keep Ghost guessing this time, clear all the A main space, and if Star and Power connect that there's 4 players running at them, I can even see a follow through pinch play, but now, I mean, did they get onto the site?
Down B.
This long-standing duo all the way back from the EG days coming out in full force to anchor this B site. Vanitas, Ariel left, separated here. Again, your lurk and your follow-up.
Oh, no.
Fortunate, it doesn't look like either half is going to find its mark.
Oh, the paranoia goes through hits. They're just going to chase down Ariel now. What a trip there from Starbound. Everybody's just walking in, wubbing, all slowed down. And that makes it real tough to be able to take this site in unison. And now, just the last bits of search. Find the slide into home plate. Femboy picks up another one. 5-0 in a flawless round for Wada here. Might be a time for a timeout.
Yeah, that's exactly what the sequencing was over on Ascent, and it looks like you've called it. It's going to occur again. It was out of this timeout, right? That they lost the eco, but then won the rifle round, right? Yeah, I believe. So again, very, very, very familiar in that regard. One difference to note, I will say, I think Ghost Gaming had 2 ults coming out of the bonus on the coming into the 6th. Here they have the Steel Garden, which I think would put them on even footing if they do want to invest ults and put a go at getting this round instead of the 7th. But again, they've tried the B-pop. They haven't really tried like an A off rip with weapons. They haven't even been able to get that mid space to try and have an A split, right? Because it's just where Wada is every single time. So I don't even have an answer at this point. It's just, again, maybe they come up with a util combo, come up with the ults to force their hand on mid to get them to let up on that link space.
Yeah.
Or you can get lucky, right? There was one round where they went A main heavy fight, and that's when you can get someone through link.
Gotta go.
Oh.
What do you think?
I'm thinking of East. It's just kind of coming down to a game of firepower right now.
There.
So I'm trying to think around that. And how is it just double faces they can get away with swinging. Maybe op identification and then avoidance is just like a step one, right? Little things that they can piece together, the dominoes. I don't know, it's hard to put the package together for them right now all at once. They go for a push over towards A. I like the retaliation. You know, Wada was forced back just as much as Ghost there, so they both have really good answers. And we do get a lot of tags, and the Nightfalls are just one off here. So if we can get a Nightfall hit and avoid these lurks down mid, I think Ghost could really, really put themselves in a good position.
Yeah, I'm impressed by the boldness out of Ghost, trying to go for the B-pop after kind of getting bodied, and especially with them off the weapons. But the difficulty, again, never able to gain any of this mid space, whether it's from unlucky bullets through smokes or even now. Look, Power once again in this lethal corner. Edith this time not gonna let them get away with it. Now finally that's Link kind of opened up, right? There are second layers of defense coming in. You still also have the trademark there, but slowly but surely, right? Inch by inch, they're dropping these players. They're punishing the over-exploration. And suddenly, they're on 4v2.
They go back through.
30 seconds left.
It looks like it. They'll wait for the wall, pop the wall, and make their way over. Femboy sees, though, was safe through a smoke rotation earlier. Oh, the overdrive. The overdrive is delaying. Oh, the overdrive delayed even more. Spike, 15 seconds. Needs to get picked up. It's headed to site, and they're forced to plant on this, but also forced to cover each other.
10 seconds left.
Vanitas backs up. They know they're going to get the plant down here. This is sketchy, Zobi, but we've reset the timer a bit to get into site for the retake.
And the pressure of the clock there meant Edith could not get one of the two known players still alive, and now it's just a matter of fading and letting your hero rifle that was picked up from that mid fight, that trophy, propel you into first round win and Starbound. Usually the master even close proximity on the operator, but it's Edith and this 4K, right? Punishing the over-aggression, picking up that weapon and carrying it forward like a torch into brighter times into their first round. That's super, super impressive, and they're able to convert right out of the timeout given the worst buy.
Exactly. They didn't have to wait around this time. Getting good return on investment on those, actually. Just kind of reset the mental and remind everybody of a few things. It doesn't seem like they're being shut down at like every turn, so we're not really seeing Ghost do things terribly wrong. But just that mental reset. Keep doing what you're doing. Sometimes you need to hear it. And I think that's really what's helping them get back on track. Here we go. Fast lane into sight as they go with that null command as well. So they're just trying to silence the side of Wada here. And Ariel's going to start with that. And the Vandal.
Picking up on the tendencies of Power to try and act as a sentinel, to swing those nice angles. And it looked like for a second, right, with Power fleeing, they were going to play the 5-on-5 retake. They were going to respect the space, but now look at that, right? No Nightfall for the retake. You have, again, the tour de force, but again, this composition, I don't want to say that it's weak in terms of retake potential, but that is sort of the case when you don't have the Annihilation of the Nightfall online. And now it all hinges really on Juna, kind of in this round-winning position. Even if they take a deep elbow space, it would be Venita, Stofel, and now you know where those two players are, CT, because of the loss of Starbound, so you can confidently take this space and hopefully take the round. Edith in the 1v2, the wall goes awry, and that could cost them everything, and it does! Back-to-back multi-kills.
Edith again to help the Thrifty. Now they get the Red Bull clutch. We talked about it. Edith can step up, and Edith is there too. It is the power they can use to get through Wada. And those are two huge rounds. Being able to avoid the up 2 is definitely a big help so far. They just skirt around Starbound.
Now, again, maybe they'll learn. I was going to say, they either have to get ahead of this beat pressure or they just need to give up the space, play off the Nightfall. Seems to be the former. Deep Pont trying to set up, hey, we're probably fighting this, but that's something that Ghost has done really, really well. Like you mentioned, they push them back on this B main line time and time again. Just the off-the-rip Prowler, the fast lane. If there was a presence, probably a relay bolt. And all of this, even if they don't follow through on it, right? Sets the seeds of doubt. Sets up Vanitas on a lurk, or Ariel we've seen previously as well. So again, the lurk player is a really strong point of Ghost. It's more the follow-through and if they can win the mid-fight.
Patience from Ghost on these rounds can sometimes cause problems. Util to actually get themselves mid-spot. There's so many corners. It takes a lot of discipline here to get into spaces you haven't been all map.
Hush.
Wow. There it is. First lurk taken out. Still varial over towards A main. And you can see, again, that hesitation from Juno. Okay, they can slip the net, the timing, the wall is down. Starter, I think that's why they're rotating over to pick up that yard control to post back up on the A line, but this still sets a weak position, a high amount of pressure on Power Pixel. I would get contact, maybe Nightfall to delay, and just get out of there.
Bring them down.
Use it to play retakes, wait for your team.
Yeah. Good to hear all those pings.
Take them!
You know, they're all there. The entire team can just rotate, right? That definitely took all three of them.
They're gonna push again. They did this last time to take down Starbound. It really worked for them to get aggressive. I think Ghost has looked the most cooperative for themselves in this situation. Oh, Starbound is there though to get the backup. Now it's up to Miara and Ariel. Trying to play their lives, but also play for a quick pick. Finds the one. Australis is down. That should be another one. Yeah, that's another one. Ariel also finds the 1v1, and Power Pixel comes into the site. Doesn't seem like there will be enough time.
Yeah, Ariel's offside, playing stars, playing suck, and
You have got to be kidding me.
well, you mentioned they had that recognition of fight into elbow, just didn't do it quick enough, and Judah on the solo fight as well through mid link, just falling complicates things further, so those players can just completely handle the elbow, handle the heaven pressure, and up 5-3, getting a little pause here. I was gonna say, to me, this would be a water timeout kind of moment. Not the 7-3 we saw prior, but again, I think it's just King Fred. Whenever there's a 2-round gap after you had an explosive lead, you've got to stop the snowball. You've got to chat about what's going wrong, particularly surrounding this B site.
Ghost is actually faring well in the scrappy moments and kind of identifying the situation and what needs to happen really well. And now they're kind of taking the state of the game under their wing, figuring out where where Wada is actually least effective. A little bit of a mid play helped a lot. Wada's had way too much free mid. While they did lose one on the side of Ghost, I think it helped open up the possibility for getting into a site without too much retaliation right away.
Well, and to me, I don't really have an answer just yet. We've seen the really late Juno wraps, right? Through mid after they kind of missed the timing on Ariel. Ariel was rotated back to fight with the team. I think that's the answer. That's more than one player, right? Because Juno's been in these high like potential positions, but if they made like a traded or they just don't connect on those shots, then that kind of win con falls short. So I would say leverage what's been working for you mid control and maybe try to get behind. You mentioned again them not being framed properly for these B fights, but in the meantime, Ghost, hey, they got improved, they got adapted to the timeout, and looks like they might have cooked up an ace solve.
This strip was detrimental at B. They got to identify it pretty quick. It's not going to see just on the side of the fast lane. Juna still capitalizes on one frag, but is the soft site choice here for Ghost. Femboy just picks one out of the sky.
It's again why you can't challenge this A side right now. The one thing Waterdo's confident in, the paranoia, the dash in, beautifully connects there. And the transfer there from Aria, from Femboy is absurd. Even with a Vandal, mine doesn't do that, and that's gotta be a moment of frustration. That's how your turnaround streak comes to an end.
Brother is. Holy moly. That was wild. Because when Femboy started jumping in, you're like, oh, wait, everybody's going to be looking at you. And then we went to Femboy's view, and there was just clouded faces everywhere from a perfect paranoia. Like, the timing they're hitting is, and Juna, the timing they're hitting.
Show them.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I said it. I said Juna is more of an omen than a vice any day of the week. And Ashwell did a good job over on Ascent with the assist, but it's nothing compared to the 11-3 monster we have right now in the server. And now, again, we mentioned how they want to solve, they want to fix this B hold. So, Doc, you're double senti here, right? You see the deadlock util? Might not be expecting the starbound operator. Who's going to brave the terrain?
Noise is cut. Oh, never mind. Noise is made. 3 quick stars. Those are not dismisses. They want the site. They're going to push in. The sensors are going to really slow things down here. They're trying to hold the left side. Astralis comes up big with a few. As Starbound's able to call the rest that are in the site.
I'm out of here.
I thought to keep them at bay. This is a try to take deeper space. They're gonna overwhelm. They're gonna flip, and the spike actually never went down. So they're gonna take the easy way out. A massive A rotation. That trademark should be down, and even if it was up out of the radius, the immediate read though from Starbound from Juna comes through. The rotates immediate through Crane. I'm curious to see how this off-site play.
Yeah. They're like, Juna still has paranoia. Get out of the site. It's like, find a way to hide away from each other. More than arm's length.
Shadows traveling.
This is perfect. Yeah, the post-plant delay here should be immense. Is there even... Oh, just a speed up for Edith. Doesn't have any relays used to get in. One tap. A star. And now the fight should ensue. It's going to be so hard to cover each other. And that angle of the wall makes it so difficult to even be in a safe spot. Yeah, it's such an easy spam. Really well done by Ghost here. They've got a formula, a winning formula after their timeout. And they pull another round back after Wada tries to regain control.
Wada really struggling in these retakes, A or B. And while B, the way it opened looked like it was going to go the way of Wada, Astralis finding two really clean off of her utility. It just unfortunately fell a little bit short. And honestly, for Wada, again, you want a clean match. You want those steamrolls. You mentioned when we get down to the nitty-gritty, like, rounds can be the difference for some of these teams. But honestly, as you ramp up towards the end of the half, right, you're getting the overdrive, you're getting the annihilation. I could see them just kind of using these to bump themselves up to that guaranteed lead at the half and be good to go. That's what Ghost is trying to prevent.
Peek out of A. A lot of knowledge there. And now they switch it up, right? They were sometimes leaving Starbound at A alone. Now, obviously, happy to leave a deadlock. Astralis over there. And Annihilation, which we were talking about. So just bounce that around the wall. Easy stuff.
Gotta go.
Where do they go? How do they do it? They still want B. It seems like the protection of B is favorable for Ghost here.
And I mean, you heard 3 players destroying the wall, so Wada has to bite at the bait, has to have a few players extra rotate over, but as soon as they cut noise, you can see that pressure disseminating. Follow up Haunt. Gonna just fell short, so not gonna catch these players off either, and here comes that clash we've been anticipating, Riv.
They fly through. The Haunt didn't really stay up top on that one. Power Pixel with 2 as Starbound answers the third, 4 and 5, one after the other for a flawless round.
Last round
as
in
Wada
the half.
says, we'll take that right back.
Yeah, that was super impressive and not what I expected at all. Power just gets ahead of the timing while they're trying to deal with avoiding, right, the annihilation, while they're worried about, again, the Starbound operator. That's perpetual even on the save rounds for Wada at this point. And eventually utilizing both to try and get yourself past that line, but now you pocket the overdrive to counter Edith. Because again, they have a broken buy here. That consistency was broken up by the Wada timeout. They want to get ahead of him. Beautiful paranoia again to set up the overdrive setup. Envoy for
Oh my gosh.
Jump.
Oh gosh.
Wow.
Oh, the chaos. Spike is down. Oh, that's wall's not going to matter. Vice is down. It's just going to be aerial here.
Blocking vision.
One plant, Cosmic Divide makes it tough. I think just has to play pretty much utility-less. 2 stars to use. At least 1 for the spike. Oh, yeah, like... That's such a chaotic round. You almost need to reset what your thought of the map is. You have no idea where anybody could be here.
My ult's ready.
Yeah, just wall to block some of the possibilities, right? You're just trying to narrow it down as best you can. Side smoke to play around. Or even a grab well if you can get yourself into a proper position to play it. But that time to reposition is given away. It's going to be up. The side smoke. Just give question marks. Try to isolate these fights. And that Prowler missing. This is such a deadly angle. I want to see the soul read. You gotta know this is a possibility.
No! What?
I need a star POV and I'm not gonna get it. That is.
Oh, what
There's no way they even saw the player.
that? What is that? That was a no-scope. That was definitely, or like the right-left click
Switching
simultaneously with the millisecond gap for the
I'm gonna be
basically a
asking
nose quick scope.
I'm gonna be asking for that POV if it's not posted on Twitter later. And that's the round, right? That allows Wada to be up 8-4 right now at the half. Where once again, it's not as dire as a 9-3, right? But Ghost, heavy pressure to get their first pistol of the series. And hey, both teams seem that they know mid control's the name of the game, right? It looks like we might have like a little Chuck Flash dash down from Edith. And Edith, map 1 to map 2, night and day right now. Maybe they were even shackled by the operator, right? Over on Ascent.
Go, go, go!
See if they can get rounds here on the side of Ghost. This pistol would be their first. It is necessary. It almost seems. Moving forward towards A. Wada is not going to consider anybody on defense. They just keep going forward, sliding into position here, but it is going to be Ghost.
Movement.
They've gotten here quick, Zobi. They are working the site. Miara with 2. And that's going to be a tough regrab. Oh my god, the pistols are stinging here. Just laser beams coming from Ghost, and they get their first pistol of the series.
Wow, quick rotation. And insane anchorage. I thought this movement from Femboy was about to overwhelm them, but Miara says, "Yeah, you don't have me tripping up." And Miara just domes too, and then Edith is able to complete the full house there to get that pistol through for Ghost Gaming. So again, I feel like Ghost and how we saw them really strong in these post plants, right? It's kind of a clue indicator of what's in store. They're gonna be really strong defensively.
Let's go.
Wada might have a hard time if they don't get early numbers advantage.
Go,
And
go, go!
hey, with Nico, no Forza, if you're up 8-4, 8-5, then just see how the mid fight will go.
Going a little aggressive for Ghost. I like the coverage though. This is one of the ways Wada kept such good control over the map in the first half, is at least a few people here all the time.
Gotta go!
Yeah, they're still just trying to identify how much Ghost wants to push mid though.
Yeah, I mean, you had that early KO knife, but that's about it. The pop flash swing probably to come out from beneath us here. There it is. Guardian domes you just as the smoke from the Astra comes up. The dark cover a little bit late out of Juna to try and stem the bleeding. Leave the Headhunter to try and find these long-range fights. You gotta get back to business, back to a site where I think Ariel has spotted you out and your mid player's gone too.
Everybody's, oh gosh, not even waiting for the smoke to go down. Yeah, and then the honk came through a little bit later, so we can see the miscomm there coming through. I think they figured it would be a little less occupied anyways, so a bit of discrepancy in the timing of the utility wouldn't matter, but it did. It mattered a lot, and now we're seeing Ghost find a bit of a groove. That was Wada trying to get through a round really to get to some bigger guns, which they have now. And we'll see how Ghost bonus goes, because this is also just as important as the pistol right now.
That would get them basically up to the 8-8, warranting a lack of a Wada thrifty. But I'm really liking how this is playing out right now. Just little micro but coordinated plays as well, right? We look at area Miara off the suck. We like talk about the deep yard control. They understand defensively how this map works. And this is a dangerous game against 5 rifles with not much support other than an outlaw in your back line. And now that it's been overwhelmed, yeah, you can put a band-aid over it for the time being with that 0 point, but that only lasts forever. And now Miara's also on an island. They've kind of split up. They're splintered. And this is crumbling, Riv.
Yeah.
Gotta
They go for the advancement. You can't hate it, but it does seem like it could be a bit more structure on the side of Ghost. They have the right ideas, but Wada is also reading those ideas. They have to consider it. Wada is no longer falling prey to the state of the game like they did on Ascent for the few rounds they lost to time. They are continuously moving. And already they have the patience to get in. It's just chaos being caused in the back by Femboy as the rest of the team waits for the Vice Wall.
Again, if they can find these early picks, then they're pretty good to follow through on the round, right? Now that they've got their way in, just matter of putting down any heroics and winning this out in semi-flawless fashion. I'm expecting Ari hopefully to swap up. If there were any loose vandals, not in time, but it's all right. Another round one. Again, that lead firmly established here, but
that's a good spot.
just how important the bonus round was going to be. This rifle round equally so.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems like
No
Edith
yet.
online a little bit more. Nobody's even close to being on deck, right? Man, Power Pixel is the
Power,
closest at 2, but it's got to be a Ghost. The way that Edith was kind of going and farming on those alt orbs, getting a little bit more aggressive for the team. And now they actually are going to. They're going to go on mid with 2 this time, a little bit stronger, but smoked out just to see if any utility is used to get through. Good space grab so far, and a little knowledge grab of the map by Ghost.
I just got flashbacks to the moment where like you can see over the Omen smoke and obliterate people top window, but not this time. Young as well. Respect enough for Starbound not to take that fight dry. Also doesn't want to lose the control that they have by occupying this mid-window space, but this is the difference, right? We always had players presence for Wada in Link, and now that there's not, they're kind of stuck here because they were going for that kind of tunnel visioned A main choke, and now, yeah, you're forced to fall out the line because you were in a tricky situation.
That KO knife just got all of them. They're suppressed, but it does not stop them from shooting. The bullets still work. And yeah, this is a retreat for Vanitas. Hunker down, Vanitas. It's going to get tough.
Gotta clear out this cut, and my boy attempts to do.
Not ready yet. Good hit. 30 seconds left.
So enough
Wait a
time to
minute.
get down B. We're talking about. She's able to find 2. Give her team a numbers advantage here. Why the desperation comes. Why Starbound felt the need to step up and fight forward. Give Juna a dying chance in this 1v2.
The trades are there for Ghost this time around. We're seeing such good retaliation here on their teammates going down. And now the 2 can source the angles of the site. One still high for Aerial. And Edith is just going to go on an adventure. See what they can find. Oh my god, they looked at each other for a moment. It's a little wave there. Half and fight it. Whoa! What was that?
They have a timer.
Oh my god, Juno playing it so clean. Edith a blur on the screen for a moment, but it didn't matter. Nothing, not a worry from Juna. The Red Bull clutch to lock it in.
Wow, and this is where the mental fortitude for a Ghost is going to get tested, right? We talked about Edith, we talked about the multi-kills she was able to find both last half and starting out this half. If you let a lost clutch like that fall through the cracks and blame yourself, then we're not going to see that same confident duelist that we need to get Ghost over the line to that map 3 on Sunset versus Wada. That's the kind that can empower you to start closing things out, right? Double digits, you broke the bank for Ghost. And we've seen every single player step up at different moments on this map so far. Okay, I like this. I want to try and set up those active sort of force angles, but it's Power actually through the smoke. Phantom deadly. Now it's just the Prowler follow-up to set Starbound up on the proper angle.
Gosh, just so much util flying in from everywhere. You see that net coming in from Astralis for the shot there from Starbound. That came over here from B. Oh. Yeah, that gets tricky, but you see what Ghost realizes now. Like, you know what? It feels like someone's there. There's someone there. Power Pixel. They don't have the same util to get around this corner, though, and it's going to matter. Oh, it always matters, especially when Power's on the other side. Miara comes up with the long-range stinger.
Even then, they still have so far to go. Look, double sensors, the wall on site to fragment the players. No one's coming from main. Ariel's going to be, I think, at the crux of this if she was able to get that kill onto Astralis, but since Nova Pulse came in late, Miara still took a chunk of damage, 30 HP to her name to get this done. 1v3, not to be attempted, and recover the Phantom. Play for some exits here. Die to Spike. Ready to have your Nightfall, just get the Phantom and go.
Where are you? Still.
Keep him safe.
No way! I mean, they didn't even know where Spike was planted, so that's unfortunate.
Also, newer map, those angles become tough. Like you said, don't know where it is, but even the extremities become so tough to know there. You just keep running. Don't look back.
Absolutely.
Don't look back. Shouldn't look anyways. It's cooler. Ghost Gaming gonna go for a timeout. We're gonna figure out what has turned around after the bonus to where they cannot reseat themselves here. But also, what do we do when we get a bunch of alts and just a few alt pips? I think could really start to turn the game around and bringing them up to double digits as well.
Yep, it is do or die. So again, great call from Relic here. And I liked how that eco strategy went. Like, again, they're using the kit and showing why this composition works. Just the flashes, they use the prowlers just so that Starbound doesn't get as many opportunities as they're used to with this operator, with the tour de force that we saw prior. Again, it's just sometimes overstaying, sometimes again underestimating the power of solo players on Wada's side. And if Wada gets onto a site, it's kind of, it feels game overy at this point. It's been, again, these closeout, these fixations on the chokes that are really strong. Wada, getting back to what worked prior, this feels like they're setting up for an A split again because of the weakness in elbow and in A link. I'm excited to see what Edith and Millie and Miara have cooked up for this hold.
Oh, wait. Lots of noise and then stop. Right up to the edge. Realize they gotta activate a few things here. Ghost did the same setup in mid just a few rounds ago. This knowledge allows that movement to be so much more crisp from them. And it seems to help, like as I mentioned, those trades, being able to be right there for each other on the anchor.
Oh, this rotation through bottom mid, anything but safe right now. It's a little bit easier with, I don't even know what angle that operator kill was on, but opens up yard.
Yeah, it just got a nice shot, that's for sure. You could hear it was NS. I think we actually heard the teleport off of it, so it might have been up top on some height.
Exactly.
Some elevation there. Okay. They're going to go back. Try to hit this one, too.
I like how they're still cutting noise, so it seems like it's just one person here, like just Starbound, searching for the skill, and then the immediate pop, right? We talked about the time pressure that Wada has previously faced.
I'm too far.
And
30 seconds left.
ultimately,
Nara. Oh, Juno, the trades.
One
They come back.
enemy remaining.
But it's just Ariel swimming around, trying to find something. Gonna be like, I'm over here.
Spike planted.
It's me. I can't do much. Don't worry.
I think the reason why that looked a little silly is because we might be getting a little DC replay action going through, like you saw Ariel just kind of out in the open. Didn't care about the outcome of the round because that outcome is not going to exist in a few seconds. So, all in all, sometimes you have bad tech days, guys. And I think this is also to call, we did, I think, switch to UE5 for the first time. So, found to be little things here and there that have to get through.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing to look forward to at the UE5 switch is that we get Abyss back in the following week for round 6 and 7 of GC Swiss. That's exciting. What do you think of Abyss, Riv?
I like Abyss a lot. I think that I never actually played it enough in my ranked games to feel comfortable on B site. A site feels really cool, but on B, I was always just like, where, how, when, like, what's the best? Because I really, really love playing like intricate, the 2v1s, the 3v1s, or in the last moment being able to run around boxes and stuff. And it just felt, there's the sites with elevation like that are still very open, become tough. So I do like it a lot. I like the way it plays and I like the way it hits for attack side, but defending was still a trick.
I'm excited to see how much with the meta shifts with like the double controller, with again the Vice coming in, that it's changed. Because I was like a big Cypher, also my low rank self being Killjoy as well at times, and I loved the Cypher particularly on that map, but I don't think in the current meta it would function too well. So
I love Cypher on that map. And don't sell yourself short. It might. I mean,
we'll see.
Teams are doing everything.
We'll see that chance.
I think this is one of the times where you can, besides having a lot of the power in your duo, right, in that initiator, the teams are doing a lot of different things right now with being able to use Vise or Fade or not have Vise and have a different initiator or a different Sentinel. So,
and this is a situation as well that's unique because Game Changers gets the map pool change first, right, alongside VCL. So we get to see those players again setting kind of the standard, showing off maybe to the coaching staff of Tier 1 what could and could not work so they can draw on it for champs. So, again, setting the precedent, it feels like. But for the time being, again, this feels very nostalgic over to Ascent, that right before the map concludes, we get a little replay or reroll action.
Yeah.
But, hey, competitive integrity. You gotta do it if it affected the outcome of the round.
Absolutely. We'll be back in just a moment. Into game, that is. Not taking a break. As you see the Radiant Salt factories working here on Corrode. Such a cool one. I think a lot of people, I think a lot of people always shied away, and we even heard on different maps, like there were too many clearing angles or things to clear, but now with the agents we have, it becomes more of like a game to clear the quadrants, move up, and kind of take these spaces on Corrode before you get forward. I like the way it plays.
Also, to shout it out as well, there's a little cat drawing in the attacker spawn that when Corrode came out, Wada kind of adopted it as their Wada cat because it looked so similar, and it wears a little crown. We'll have to ask the devs if that's actually what it is, but for the time being, let's get back to the action again. This was a make or break round following a timeout for Ghost Gaming where, again, momentum is at the forefront. You realize last time it was an A start. Again, some players individually got punished. Like we talked about that aggressive star-bound peek over towards Yard. We'll see if that's the same outcome this time around.
Cleared out. Yeah, there was way more than one gun fired there. So a little bit more of an anchor position taken by Ghost on A as Wada die. A lot of Corrode sweeping back and forth. Corrode is turning out to be, especially in the beginning, and it's still a little bit, these smoke drop fights, being prepared for the insta fight, or getting shot in the face through a smoke too, as they start going aggressive here, but being ready for the surprise fight is really the bread and butter of Corrode.
And they kind of use that Annihilation, that Nightfall to open up the mid space, but they don't open up the site because the Steel Garden is there. Either the Vanitas to back it up. They're starting to re-clear the mid space, confirm any rotations that could come through, but something Wada has done well is this zoning, right? Whether it's off of a dark cover, whether it's off of the barrier mesh from the deadlock that we're seeing. Try to narrow down the angle so they can focus on opening up the site through one channel, one avenue. My concern is there's a pretty nice crossfire here, but that's where Jonah comes in.
It's just like they're taking it back on defense. Wada has that paranoia. They get in. They're just taking it on offense this time, and now Ariel is left alone.
Timing could be good here. They're not looking into elbow. Starbound not quick enough on the draw, but it's the sensor ultimately that Juna can play off of, and felt like the 12th was inevitable. Reroll or not. Wada once again, map and series point.
12-6 here, with Ghost firing a little bit more, but still not on all cylinders. It just doesn't seem like the synergy's been able to click with how fast Wada is really playing. And I don't think there's any massive mistakes by Ghost either. It's just Wada really came in with a plan. The protocols are hitting. Only the few rounds we saw where they were losing kind of just what was happening in the game on Ascent, but really righted it and found their way to get to this game at 12-6 now with momentum still.
Yeah, absolutely. Wada, again, this is their Corrode debut, so a lot of these adjustments are on the fly, figuring out what worked in practice versus official.
Like, what tape do you have on them? None? Maybe some scrim chatter. Nothing else.
That's where Ghost thrives, right? Understand the tendencies. We look back at like how they prepped the pistol anti-strats and such, but speaking of anti-strats, look at this. A little A main trap. Juna, get out of there. You're going to be overwhelmed by players. The high gear active. Beautiful paranoia to kind of diffuse the situation. And even if they followed through, there was kind of a generated crunch with Australis. But in the meantime, you saw 3 main. That's the calling card to speed up over towards B, but this Vice utility, tricky to navigate, and even so when reinforced by the Astra.
I'm out of here.
Oh, they're not going to clear this corner.
Nope, no they aren't.
Late.
What a move. Power Pixel gets into position. The rest of the team ready to help. Ready to get the spike down and get those sensors up too. It just becomes so tough for Ghost to even get back in these guns. The util they need to use, the backstab, everything coming together.
Take them!
You kind of saw this retake plan in full swing off of the Nightfall. They were just waiting for the plan. They were waiting for the contact, and fortunately, Wada just got ahead of all of it, and he has no hope. Just dreams, unfortunately, will be fed with nightmares. Met by 3 players for Wada, staring her down, and they are able to secure the 13-6 victory on Corrode for the 2-0 in round 5 of the Verizon VALORANT Game Changers Swiss stage.
Good stuff from Wada coming out today. They came in hungry. They said main event is on the line, and you saw it was momentum for them the whole time. They had him as a carrot on the stick for them, and they chased it down really fast. Beautifully played, and really not giving Ghost a chance. Even some of the timeouts, though, huge props to Ghost for being able to say, all right, this is what we need to do. They grab a few back, but the adaptation from Wada was wild.
Oh, absolutely. Again, we saw some growing pains on Kuro, definitely showcased from Wada, particularly around that B site, and they learned how to address it. We also saw, again, some strengths, it felt like, in terms of them addressing mid control.
Yeah.
So, again, lessons garnished, and because both of these teams were sitting at that 3-1, that means welcome to main event for Wada. And for Ghost Gaming, yeah, it's another loss, but you need 4 losses, so 2 more lives remaining if you are going to be eliminated versus punching your ticket to main event, Rivington.
That's true, and we have more games coming up today as well. In just a few, we are going to be talking to one of the players from, I believe, Wada. I almost said Ghost. Wada, as I get my brain straight. And we'll be back with that in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere. This is Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America. We'll see you in a bit.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VALORANT Game Changers North America. We are one series done, and Wada takes the win over Ghost Gaming. They are going to be moving on to the main event, and we are happy to say I think we have Starbound on the line to have an interview with here, as excited to see what was going through the team's mind and how things were going throughout the game, because it's always interesting to, even in those instances, see what the team was feeling and how the vibes were.
Yeah, and before we jump into that, I believe we will take a look at the stats and such to kind of preface what we just witnessed as Wada was able to punch their ticket to main events. So there we go. Once again, big first kill differential, a little bit closer since the matchup was a little bit closer this time around. And we see again that lower post plant rate, because again, it was very close out. The sites keep them off where possible, and Ghost cruises them as well on the post plant conversion. We did see again some bumpier retakes out of the Wada camp.
Heading back to Kuro just to see how everything went down for them. It was still a game where we see the first bloods and whatnot, where they're able to just shut down Ghost on firepower. Wada, I don't know what they ate for breakfast, but let me get some of that. Crazy, crazy stuff. You mentioned the post plans from Ghost. I think they did get better at really organizing themselves around the protocols and the plays that they were making. But there was still the miscommunication there that I think plagued them a little bit. And Wada really came out big on that one with Juna on top, back to that full smoke roll. Yeah, putting down some damage.
Yeah, and yeah, they did good on the Vice as well over on Ascent, but this is where she truly thrived. And I have insider information from Aria saying, what am I supposed to do? I can't clip farm when there's 4 players that are just stealing all of my kills. So it just insane team effort there all around, just once they finally figured out what they wanted to do on this map. And I'm excited to get more insight on like the prep that went into this map and how they feel about it, since this was their debut on Crode.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where I'd be the controller at the end of the night and being like, Starbound, Femboy, you guys 250 ACS? Oh yeah, 258. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Controller. It's cool. Yeah. But that's gotta feel so good to have played like that, and just really being able to bring the team up from the assist in the first map to the kills in the second map.
Absolutely. And Ghost, again, not to count them out just yet. They do have opportunities with the next few weeks, the last 2 rounds of the Swiss stage. And I don't think some of them were at their best, and I believe Guitars could be coming back next week. So they'll be
sub does hurt, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be back in right action, and we'll get to see all they've been cooking behind the scenes or Vincent.
They will, and cooking on scene now. We're going to be bringing Starbound on for the interview. They are ready to come and have a chat with us, so let's get them in here for the Verizon post-match interview. Starbound, what's going on? How you doing? How you feeling? That was doing good, thank you. That was a pretty crispy win.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It was pretty clean. We definitely had our game plan, and we stuck to it, and it felt pretty good.
Nice, and always the swag. I see you dripped out with the GCC, these jackets.
Hopefully we get another one this year.
I mean, you guys are on that run right now. LCQ, if you don't beat Shopify this time, which hopefully get that rematch. But all in all, first off, just how was vacation, and how is it getting back into the regular prac routine with the squad?
Definitely really enjoyed Alaska. It was a really fun cruise with our families, and it was equally exciting to come back though, and the prep for Swiss stage and to make sure that we qualify for main event. And just excited to be back with the team and playing again.
Awesome. I want to go back to Ascent for a second and just get a read on the team. There were almost like 3 specific rounds where just timing became the worst enemy of Wada, and you guys, you never did it again. What kind of made the team fall into those, and what was the chat to get out of it?
Sorry, so for certain timings that happened?
No, just like the clock ran down, and it seemed like 3 out of those rounds on Ascent were just like down to the red clock, and then a loss, and you never did it again because it seemed to be fixed.
Yeah, it was just like certain things, because like obviously playing into the ISO, it's a little bit different where you have to play chamber a little bit more safer because you get cut off obviously with your TP not being able to do that. So it was a little different for me.
Yeah.
I learned a lot from a match in kickoff against like YFP, I think, on Haven, where they ran the ISO and kind of like took a lot of notes from that and realized how you have to play chamber
Interesting.
into ISO a lot differently. So it makes the rounds a lot slower, but it still works. And especially with like such a great team behind me, it doesn't really matter too much if I'm not getting as many first blood impacts like before.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't even specifically about you, just overall the team. But yeah, you played great. No qualms there. No qualms there.
And you're telling me that your chamber's not even at full level peak performance yet as you're learning new things? That's insane. But to touch on Crowd then a little bit, this was your guys' debut of this map, and Ghost maybe thought they were pulling a fast one since you were scared of the Haven, scared of the Icebox. How did you guys feel about, your first official on this map and things that you want to work on moving forward on it?
Yeah, we've been feeling pretty good on Corrode in scrims. We've been finding a lot of success. I don't think we've actually played against the KO in scrims, but like after we saw what they were doing, it was kind of like one-dimensional with the knife mid, so we just kind of like have to respect the mid control and give it up, which on Corrode is tough because mid is really important. But yeah, we just got to slow down the rounds down to just kind of adapt to the comp that they bring, which is kind of interesting. Trying to see like how those teams are trying to like counter the chamber with those picks, with the ISO, with the KO, and it's fun to try to adapt and see like the solutions that you have to make.
Are you enjoying it on Corrode? I mean, upping down that many angles and having so many rendezvous spots to creep back to has to be so much fun.
Yeah, definitely. The mains are pretty fun, and like obviously mid is so like brawl heavy basically that you're always like gonna basically find a fight. So it's pretty fun.
Well, Astralis, I say thank you for running Deadlock because I personally think Deadlock's underrated on this map, and also just wanted to give you an opportunity. Oh yeah, that map in particular like is one I found home with on it. But just wanted to give you the chance to give any thank yous or any shout outs because you guys are headed back to main event. How does that feel to you?
Yeah, it's job's not done basically. We're definitely still going to have to practice a lot because our goal is to make champs and to eventually like beat Shopify in the finals. So that's our goal. We're really excited though, and just thank you to all the fans that support us. It really means a lot. And props to the team and everyone who works hard behind Wada to make us as successful as we are.
Awesome. So much. Austin, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. So much success and luck going forward in the event. Congratulations on the main event. It has to be exciting.
Sign Wada. Thank you.
Hashtag sign Wada, hashtag Wada win,
Sign
all
em.
of it. Hey, we were just talking in the pre-show about all these orgs that are starting to pop up left, right, and center. And again, it's hard when you're putting in, full-time hours in terms of practice and prep while also trying to balance life, job, school, etc. Whether you're in GC, VCL, etc. So again, shout out to these players trying to make their dreams a reality. And you heard Starbounds is to beat Shopify Rebellion and return to champs to finish what they started on FlyQuest Red.
And what do they do to have to get signed, right? Is it just the beat shop? We'll see. No, I'm sure they're right on the cusp of it, though. A lot of these teams are getting that signage and all those kind of like teams looking for them right now. So it's going to be really cool to see what happens after this season specifically. We are going to take a quick break. We have more matches coming up today, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in roll. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America. Rivington and Zobi bringing you all the action as it happens. And we just had Wada taking down Ghost Gaming, a little chat with Starbound to see how vacation was and how just getting through those 2 maps was great for the team to now hit the main event. But we have another game coming up too, Zobi. It is going to be Artificial Intelligence versus Carrot Dash Carrot.
And it shows how different the storylines are for so many of these teams in a Swiss stage, because we just jumped from a team who punched their ticket, is on cloud 9 for getting to main event, and now we're jumping to 2 teams fighting for elimination right from the Swiss stage, where they would be relinquished back to Open Qualifiers, have to fight back through. And not just that, but their season would be over until at least the new year. So they would just have to sit back, watch champs, watch what could have been. So just looking for that consistency of competition as well, and that's what these 2 teams are fighting for. 2 teams that fought in through the Open Qualifiers are new here. We'll see some familiar names to the space when we get over to the rosters, but all in all, I'm super, super excited to see these 2 face off.
Which also mentions subs, which makes it tough for these teams because a lot, even if our previous Game Changers series has suffered them lately, I'm going to say suffered, sometimes the subs are fantastic, right? But it does make it more difficult to bring that plan and put it to action that you've been working so hard on.
Absolutely. And not just that, but this is a rematch as well, right? Last time, Carrot Dash Carrot beat Artificial Intelligence 2-0. So that was during the qualifiers, so they had a second chance, but it does mean a little bit of a grudge match. But it's not the only match going on. I've mentioned all these teams on different pathways. So let's take a look at our second streamed block of matches where, again, 2 of these are teams vying for elimination, right? AI versus Carrot Dash Carrot and TV YDZ Black. Kikimori and TNX are kind of that middle of the road, but I think that's going to be a really close, really entertaining matchup too.
Match 7?
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to?
Oh my goodness, for TNX. I mean, I love Super Sushi. They're my goat. I literally just played in Soccer Showdown, a Game Changers tournament with them. HAKI Mori, right? You get some of those Tidy Tactics remnants. Like, it's going to be a really, really competitive series. And it's like HAKI Mori, right? That like lost home. It's like Rudolph, right? The lost home of like Misfit Toys, but like that for like disembarked and separated main event and Swiss players. And TNX is like those players that have like huge potential that are now just like getting into competing from different environments.
Right. And YDZ and TV. YDZ actually played pretty close Karot against Hikimori. That was a really fun series. And then TV is, you know, they're creating content. They're having fun. We know a lot of names on that squad, and it's just awesome to see them doing well and being able to thrive in the Game Changer scene.
Absolutely. And I'm trying to fact check myself to see, because you mentioned, I believe it was YFPX versus 100 Thieves was also happening to give us our other main event qualifying team. I still know, I think that game is still going on. I'm seeing map 1 went 13-6 to 100 Thieves, and map 2 went 13-9 to YFPX. That's going map 3. That's insane. They should go check that out on one of the side streams too. That's still going on.
So he's like brain casting some games and finding the other ones.
I know, right?
Yeah, those are close matches. With Slandy crushing, going for 100 Thieves in the first one, and Sharad. Oh my. What's up with the Sovas doing hellacious damage today and getting all these first kills? It's just a Sova kind of Monday.
Oh, and we may have a little bit of an update for you guys. You know how I was just diving into the lore behind the Kikimori versus TNX series? Riff?
Yes.
Well, we may be switching to that series, actually. Again, you cannot control technology, and you can also not control the weather or your environment. Due to a power outage, it seems, we might have to change gears that game again for elimination. I don't think they want to DQ a team, because that would be DQing for the entirety of the season. So giving them the leniency, they need to get things sorted to start out their match on time. But that does mean that we are going to be going instead to Hikimori versus TNX. I'll see if it promises what I just said and hyping it up, Riv, as an absolute cinema piece. But to do that, we also do have to throw it to a quick break. So when we come back, Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America Swiss Stage Round 5 will continue.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America. It is the Swiss stage, and we're about to see a switch of games. Unfortunately, with a power outage, we'll be now moving over to a game, but fortunately, we still have one. It is going to be HAKI Mori versus TNX. Now, Zobi, we're still going for another series, and we're going to take a look at HAKI Mori first.
Yes, I mean, you're going to recognize a lot of these names. Rivington, as someone who's been around the space, who's been around in previous Game Changers years. It comes out of your Supernova, your Floppers, whatever you want to call them. They were kind of like a roaming free agent team, and it's going to be that kind of corroborated with, again, your Kausushi from Teddy Tactics, and then even Bunnybee, who we saw, tearing it up in the recap from last week. They're here. They're out for blood. They're out for vengeance after departing from Ghost Gaming as well. So, all in all, I think this is a squad to be feared. They really have the strengths across the board, and not one of these players I can say it could be a weak point.
Yeah, Terror is one of my favorites to watch. A lot of Clove play, a lot of aggressive Clove play, and usually topping some of the charts too in frags. So really, really fun there. And like you said, Bunnybee. Everybody knows Bunnybee. There's going to be a lot of frags there too. So HAKI Mori is a team that is packed, stacked, and ready to bring the fight to you here in Game Changers.
I mean, not just the frags that Bunnybee brings to the server, but I got the honor of coaching her in one of the Radiant academies. Yeah. Which I can't say. I mean, I didn't really do much coaching. I was more there for like, hey guys, grounding element, do this maybe.
I did that.
But Bunny, like, just the calling as well. Like, they're one of the few, I think, duelist IGLs still in Game Changers, and I have a newfound respect for just their understanding of the game.
And we also have TNX in the server to take a look at, a team being comprised of Sagi Seal, Sober, Sagi Seal. I almost said cereal when I wrote it down, and that was in my head. Sober Sushi, is it JJ, Rose, and Ellie?
Yep. All in all, I think the players, again, I sung Sober Sushi's praises, and I'm excited for the Sober Sushi Kurosu head-to-head particularly because they both play pretty heavily in collegiate Game Changers as well, so they're very familiar with each other's games. But aside from that, most of this roster kind of is new kids on the block. Again, not new to competing, but new to the GC event in itself. And I think the big thing that this team has is just grit, right? Outside of this, they've been competing in co-ed events like Shark Attack. They've been competing consistently in the Radiant Academies as a 5 instead of pugging it out like we see a lot of other rosters do. Like, they are in it for the long haul with each other, and I think that's really special, especially in North American Game Changers.
And this is the 2-2 round, so still a bit of work for these teams, or not 2-2 round, but they are 2-2 in this round, rather, the 5th round. So they have a bit of work to do either way. They still have a little bit of room where they can lose a game or so. It's got to be the wins, though, at this point. They're going to be fighting up against only tougher and tougher opponents now, as the Swiss stage will match you up against like schedules, or like scores, and they really need this one to come through. Maps are ready. Let's see what we have for these teams in the picks and bans. They've banned the Icebox, Ascent, Corrode. Oh, I wanted to see the Corrode Brimstone, and Lotus is out of there as well. So we have Sunset, Haven, and Bind.
And I wanted to give Icebox a proper parting present before we bring Abyss into the mix.
That's true.
Not going to see that, though, and it's understandable because they haven't even played it. I think that's just their insta-ban, but Sunset, Haven, Bind. Honestly, we really haven't seen too much out of Tanax's Haven. We did see a very close loss in the last round against Artificial Intelligence on it, but it's... It feels like this is kind of the best of both of these teams' pools, honestly, because very similarly, Sunset, not the best record, 1 win, 1 loss for HAKI Mori. So, again, I think versus where it was very, like, one-sided, very obvious weaknesses in our Ghost versus Wada series, this is kind of level playing field in my mind.
Yeah, with how much the teams change or sub, you can't really look too far back with how much they've played. They both have a lot of Sunset, but is that Sunset with these protocoled squads, right? With all the things that have been happening as well throughout the year of patches. So Sunset is a good one to start off on. I think it is a momentum map, mostly based. So the team can start to run away with that. Haven becomes that chess game. And if we get to Bind, I feel like it's the decider for everyone, your default map. So I'm ready to see what these teams have to put onto the maps. We'll be in the game shortly and see what kind of agents they get for us.
Absolutely, and something else to point out about these two teams is that they have very similar ideologies in terms of, again, the double duelist dynamic that they bring to the table. So we kind of talked about how there was kind of mismatches in that regard in the previous series. The Starbot talked about what they learned about from playing against that kind of double duelist with the ISO Yoru, and now we get to see it kind of head-to-head. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get like an ISO Yoru head-to-head on Haven in particular, unless you make, you know, changes geared towards this best of 3 in particular. But outside of that, I want to talk about what you mentioned was momentum, because these teams, like, it's been such a roller coaster ride, because they start out their season with upsets, right? Particularly like HAKI more over FlyQuest Red, you know, TNX over Catface Val, and then you mentioned they go up against those really difficult opponents like 100 Thieves and Ghost, and it's kind of teetered out their confidence as a result, where they kind of lost until, you know, elimination was on the line, and that's when they reeled in, placing YDZ Black and AI into that lower fight for your life position that they're in today as well.
Just following you on the stats. Those games were a big test for them, but they need to step up now. The YDZ was a big one for Hikikomori. It was all of them are close, which means they're finding the ways to close out games in situations. Really not big comebacks. They were the Haven one was a Hikikomori just taking the second side of Haven versus YDZ. So that is something that you're gonna have TNX looking out for, because they flip from side to side and they activate. I think is one of the big things for Hikikomori once they get onto that attack side. So they start there on Haven. If they have a good sunset, they're going to be tearing through it. It's going to be tough for TNX.
Yeah, and I think another thing that I really like is as well using like a common comparison point between the two, and that is Catface Val in the situation, right? TNX was able to 2-0 them. Granted, it was in that first round, and you're still, again, getting re-synergized after, you know, I think they were a team that carried over, if I remember correctly, from main event. So, you know, I think that was a trend we saw, was a lot of those returning teams, you know, had a rougher start, unless it was your Shopify's or your Wada does. And on the other side of things, it was a 1-2 for Hikikomori, but they also were playing that kind of rougher map of Icebox. They hadn't really played it yet. It was their first time this season of a 7-13. So yeah, just push and pull there. It does mean, like I mentioned, to me, it felt like Hikikomori was leading the series, but then you look at stats like that, and you're like, okay, wait, maybe TNX would. And that's where it's like, again, unknown names versus established names as well, recency bias, and just try to figure out, okay, can the new kids on the block, again, kind of disrupt. I called this a super team, honestly, is what I called it. Like, yeah, we can say like, oh, land of misfit toys in terms of, you know, the players that disbanded that people didn't want, but I think they truly put together something really, really good here. And I think the way I phrased it was like, you can take 5 individual players that are really strong and put them together, but they might not gel. This is one where they did gel.
For sure. A lot of people want that voice first. It's very hard to find that actually in a team. So it's cool to see that they have found it, and it can actually work together through and through. We were talking about how you don't have very many the guard G2s or, you know, what grew into Fanatics from FC. So that's a really special thing to have in the camaraderie of the team. Looking at, might be into games soon here, just the compositions. I wanted to point out that I do enjoy the fact that TNX plays Breach still on Sunset. I think it's a missed thing. You know, not a lot of Breaches being played lately, but it also can be found out by teams. Things like that are shied away from due to the timing of protocols, the way things work. And like you were saying with the Hikikomori's gameplay, with how much they can just attack a team, they will have to see if that actually becomes a way they get through to tried and true Breach.
And I'm curious to see if, again, these kind of tempered, more methodical players like Oranges, like Kalsushi, have reined in, I'll call it, the terror tendencies that came out of, again, their previous environment, where, you know, that squad that they were on was very just puggy, was very aggressive. At times, like, the game plan was simplistic, and I think they more out-aimed than out-brained everyone, and that's why they were so successful. And so I'm curious to see, again, that proper balancing that I mentioned. But on the other side, again, if you come with no expectations, again, at first, like Swiss for a lot of these players, for a squad like TNX, then I think you can surprise yourself, and that in itself is a treat.
What are our other 3-3s right now?
3-3s? What do you mean?
I'm sorry, 2-2s. I keep saying the wrong number. So it is just them.
Yeah, a very, again, unique situation because of how things panned out. I think after the wins today, there might be some that were prior, but yeah, no. It's hard to say when we're like half the matches have completed, half of them have not. But
Yeah. It's interesting to look at how many sit at 3 right now, though. But you have your Shopify and Wada up there at 4.
Absolutely.
Lions
I'm
Angels, the
excited
only
to see
one
the
to see
YFX Under
themselves
Thieves
out.
game after this. I'm gonna have to go back
Yeah.
and watch that VOD as well. The fact that it's going to a map
I'm
of
not
3.
done yet.
Ugh.
Is it going? It's
Yeah, map 3.
still there. Still there.
Well, we got
I was
our
just
first
seeing
map
what it
to
might
worry
be.
about, Rivington.
Let's do it.
You said the sunset. You were excited to see the breach come back, and there it is. Front in its center, and we also got your Terror Clove, so you're tearing it up in that regard. And I get the Kurosu ISO, which I'm super looking forward to, and I mentioned the ISO yard that we were likely going to see. And Bunnybee is not going to play it, I think, in the traditional sense of, okay, I'm going to use my clones, I'm going to use everything that I can to get past the Cypher trips. You'll see them on that lurk, actually, interestingly enough. That's what I've seen from them pretty consistently. They like to play their own game, they like to open up that, and again, as that kind of calling mid-round. I don't know if they're the primary IGL here with voices like Cal Sushi and Oranges in the server. They might be like, okay, hey, I found a pick, I found an opening, come back. And so something to keep an eye out for once they get onto the attack, but it's going to be TNX starting on the attack. And I mean, they're running the tried and true, Riv. How do you beat that?
How do you beat that? You know, I don't know. It does make the hits pretty methodical, which means you either stay back in sight or play up in sight most of the time, and off those breach lines, which have just become very knowledgeable to people, or very known to people, I should say. But the speed at which they move, we just heard Starbond talking about how kind of annoying it is to have an ISO being in your face to get you off a line. That's not just for a chamber. So Kurosu's going to be there too to help retake and get back into the site, make sure this breach utility is kind of pushed to the wayside. See how they start? A lot towards A. Just the full A, with market being held here by Cal Sushi.
Yeah, I think that you're probably just a break cam, pivot back. I think instead of the team for the A fight, they inevitably want to take here, but aggressive mid dart. Really slow start again, expecting this double duelist to fight forward. They want to get out of the way, need that util dumping, but inevitably all paths may still lead to the same destination here, Riv. Oh no.
Fearless push. You got so many there. I think TNX has really had a chance to move around. They were still kind of sourcing out what they wanted to do without the spike right now. And they have found a whole party over to start A off. Orb grabbed as well. That's going to charge up Bunnybee.
Yeah, that felt interesting because it looked like they were aware of the potential, but then also surprised by it simultaneously in terms of how Rosie kind of followed Seal to their death. But all in all, the re-clear space is given up. You don't want to throw away the advantage you just worked fruitfully for, that you sacrificed Kurosu for. The spike recovered, and this re-clear off the breach util, you got the main space, but you also let them know that you're there. So they're just going to re-fight now.
That's one of those things, that default fault line, right? You're like, okay, they hit that, they're going to want the space, and already the defense is set up because of that
One
tell.
enemy remaining.
Bunnybee with a third, Bunnybee with a fourth. Start this off with an ace. No, you did not. The iBUYPOWER ace to set the pace from Bunnybee.
Oh, I'm going to see that one on Twitter a little bit later, and there's a reason why we highlighted them on the roster sheets. Super impressive. I think there was also an interesting cage there from Gigi on TNX as well that kind of set up the ghost spray down there just a bit. And even if Bunnybee fell, you saw the immediate pivot from Terror to kind of, again, have that back and forth sight hold. Crunch him on, not let them get out to get that spike plant. Overall great recovery attempt though from TNX, and you can get more with the better weaponry in hand, but looks like TNX, they're all on the same page this time, no fear. Full steam ahead.
We love to see it. It's got to be the teamwork to make the dream work. Pistols or not, you can still collect that damage together, but the angle becomes tough when you got somebody hopscotching around the corner. That's 8 kills in a row, 9 kills in a row for Bunnybee, and it could be another one, possibly 10 kills in a row.
iBUYPOWER might just be getting their money's worth at this point. If we can see one back to back, target located, target locked, and the double tap is leading the charge to set Bunnybee up. No! Unfortunately, it goes south, and now you guys gotta stabilize. You gotta let things go how they will. Kurosu keeping it clean and able to ensure that 4 will walk away, and unfortunately, Oh, that would have been insanity to get back-to-back aces in that fashion. But hey, Dimensional Drift nonetheless to try and convert this bonus. And this buy riv is scary.
That another judge just saying, hey, here's here's some extra
Drift.
money.
A quick upgrade.
Oh, of course, of course. It's so easy to keep the economy great when you can buy like this. Really good pace setting here by HAKI Mori. TNX on the first gun round has to deal with a lot. It has to shake off those first few rounds.
I'm out of here. Oh, that's a good way.
Done.
Overwhelm Kalsushi, but there's 3 players here immediately. And with that elbow smoke of the Dimensional Drift in, they just want information on how many are here so you can fully commit to the rotate. You can even get behind, hopefully, but that's just taking an important player out of the fray. Trying to take their one, trying to get the upgrade. They've also been pieced apart. So every player on their own island starting to drown, and Terror is the only one who found a temporary floaty, but even that get thrown away by the tide. All down to Oranges, they'll need a Guardian in hand, and TNX nigh the bonus, get their first round on the board.
They answer back just as fast as they needed to, too. That had to happen in a quick manner. Just to say, all right, yeah, great start, Bunny B. That's fine. That's fine. You know, they couldn't show any fear, and they did not. Running through Zeal, able to get back on a few fast kills and get them in. Now, can they avoid the operator here? As they get themselves into a mid push, it looks like they'll avoid it for now, as it sets up on A.
Yeah, big focal point here on market, it seems. Excited to see how Oranges will perform under the pressure. Door closed. Terror could also get like a nice aggressive push, but speaking of aggressive, they beat the revolving door, you know, James Bond style, but it doesn't matter. The trap wire catches them, Orange catches them, and now team divided. Orange just trying to refight in here, perhaps. Well, now they know about that operator whiff.
What a position by Oranges. Just playing slightly off a gate, but open to the main position as well. Anybody shoulder peeks that gate, and it would have been pretty scary. Everybody now heading back. And that operator trying to move back into position too.
Kalsushi's not sure if a lurk maybe got a timing of elbow. So reclearing this all, gonna head back main. Might just be able to avoid this fault line and still play interference here. But be bold. Oh, he's overwhelmed. That's a neural tech hand delivered. And then to keep all that util for the side exec for the post instead.
Should be able to plant this nice and clean. There's still going to be an attempt though. Beating Mori one in. Oh, this is going to be tough.
What a flip.
Oh, Eli's head snap back. But the rest of the team falls very fast. Not even Ty saw Jay is a sentry up there. Whoever was on top of the box, like, where's some more kills? I'd like some more kills. There's Rosie there. 2-2 now as we head into round 5. A really nice flat back by TNX here to show that they were not fazed by those early round, almost double ace.
I love how, again, varied the tempo is out of TNX as well. We've seen that explosion into elbow. We saw a really nice mid default and disengage after the market fight doesn't go their way. We're back to, again, just the A fight. Let's see how it goes. See if Seal finds similar success.
My camera is destroyed.
Really can. Force the players off the line. Take the tile space. They're scared now of the Orange's market hold, I think.
B main controls being taken, so they can now start to focus on that right side, or at least make sure mid doesn't get any attention. And you see Terror turning around real fast to head back to pawn, and they can hear the hit once again. The fault line has been cueing it every time.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a whoopsie. And Rosie says thank you.
Ooh, a little disconnected on the timing, and Kalsushi, a similar occurrence to last, where they are stuck out in the open and elbow, and once again it's going to be a pretty open sight. Money be cleared on the little B main, but it did not matter when it was all systems a go for the A side. All 5 players here and strong, and now Orange's and Bunny B Sheriff's left in hand. Fight's being taken to them, and they were winning it, at least for the time being. Now it's all down to Bunny.
Ooh. Sober Sushi takes it. And the fault line, it clears the space so they can get up for the aim, which is on right now for TNX. They're just trying to get themselves on the line, because even when Rosie was up there after the fault, it was just the box 1v1, right? And then another kill in that spot. It wasn't a bunch of util being thrown. So taking some liberties on those low buy rounds from HAKI Mori, walking up a little bit after the util. A nice job by TNX to grab another round, but now they face the weapons. They have some ults to get through this, though, to keep that momentum.
I mean, they're taking back the lead. This is a dangerous round for Hikimori to lose. Like that again, change things up, keep it unpredictable. We got the A main take this time. Once again, oranges, and their dominion here with the Cypher Yuto will be challenged, but Chuck Darts make quick work of it. Neon makes quick work of the front of the site, and some decision there to fight through in market smoke, but they take back site nonetheless.
Planted.
Oh, that reload.
Go,
It's
go.
quite loud. Seal knows exactly where it came from. 3 now go towards Boba. 1 market, and they now have to turn around. Or at least, no, they go forward even faster so they don't have to turn around in terror. So, okay, never mind. Rosie stops that one. Orange is now left alone in market in an instant.
Wow.
Oh, Rosie.
I wanted to give Rosie her moment. 4 kills.
What is mine?
Super impressive there. I was nervous for a second when Terror broke through what were some really clean team fights. TNX set up there over towards Boba. You mentioned as well the distraction play, right, from GG that Oranges was trying to handle over towards market, but ultimately this team looking scary in terms of the snowball effect from the bounce back, and Hikimori maybe looking at a timeout here if they lose the next round or right before the next bye. You're getting your ult cycle online. TNX show no signs of slowing down, and you've yet to really come up with fixes even for this A site take.
A push up out of B already here. Just waiting on the gate though. Oh, the kill, 2 kills for Hikimori. The gate crash over the gate at B. I can't speak right now as these kills are still happening on the right side of the map. It's just Hikimori with the upper hand. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh,
Is
they're
that the
up
case
against
anymore though?
Sushi. No,
What
they've
in
lost
the
that hand.
world?
Silver Sushi though, 20 HP is difficult to handle, even a low econ player. But Silver Sushi's done it! In the 2v1, with their Cypher making it all the way through top mid space, they can go easily to this B site. I don't even have HP to get the job done. Oranges trying to beat them on the timing off their own trap wire here. Full util. I expect the Cypher to try and take the brunt of this. They can also play Hunter Shuri off site. And Oranges get there in time.
Standing.
Cage triggered. Where is everyone hiding?
Oh, the hat. Theft of the position. The second ping comes through. Gate goes up.
Cage triggered.
Not even gonna hit it just yet. Missed. Go for half.
And blocks the info.
Guardian push forward. Oranges. Waits just long enough for that shot to come out.
Forget. I always play high.
Red Bull clutch coming in. A very nice job by Hikimori to stop the bleeding a little bit.
And it came out of that kind of conditioning of like TNX. They're like, oh, hey, look, Kaosushi's alone over towards elbow. And while she was for 2 rounds in a row, this time she had Kurosu by her side, and they put up some additional kills off of that sheriff contact. You also invest the Clovold. Again, I like that teetering balance. Okay, at what point on an eco on a stage do we invest in our ults and terror? Well, they don't get the kill and stay alive. It's enough distraction play for Kaosushi to be on that forward march. Silver Sushi good attempt though. 4K, ace denied. Difficult, but hey, we talked about it. This team does not let the momentum sweep them under the rug at all, Rivington.
They go right back in. Doesn't even double tap. Doesn't matter. A steal makes it happen. Oh, a single tap there, but it wasn't enough right off the bat. Silver Sushi finishes the kill though, and 4 now for TNX. Stand tall inside sight.
You have the operator for the retake. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Nice bait off of the Cypher, but I'm gonna go ahead and clear out the corner nonetheless. And feels like everybody for TNX is starting to come online, while Hikimori last round might have just been a little blip on the radar.
Yeah, this is incredibly fast play for a breach. Like, this is when we started to see people use breach. You know, not these elongated setups where he has to be so far away and the team's waiting for this or that. Like, everything is in motion right now, and they're really tapping into the power of their utility as they hit these sites. Also, Sober and Seal, Rosie are kind of crushing right now. The whole team is really playing behind each other well.
And Seal with that movement, right? Like, whew,
yeah.
remind me why I hate the agent, but can't, you know, full on stop them. I feel like a Bucky's a good way to slap him in the face. Proactive flush utility though will at least secure a trade. Bunny Bee, nice follow up off the Sheriff once again. Stable position though, still a lot of utility to flush out. Hold the ground though. Ooh.
Refreshing.
Okay.
The lower heel. Terror. Oh my, the
Last player
timing.
standing.
Beautifully done off the gate coming up, but it's already TNX with full sight control, ready to strike down any more opponents. It's just Terror coming in from Boba. And TNX with another very aggressive round. Like handling the close-up Bucky quick after one kill and entering the site knowing they had weapon advantage. They're really not leaving anything to chance here. They say if they think that's saying if they think they have it, they're taking it.
And I think Kaosushi's Hunter's Fury, like, I'm not looking past it as a mistake necessarily. It's just more, I don't think there were enough teammates alive or in position to flood in off of it. So
yeah,
it again feels very like separate moving pieces right now for Hikikomori. Even Bunny Bee right after Orange just falls on an island playing their own game. And I think that's the issue that I'm seeing here a little bit. Versus, again, I mentioned I want to see this squad gel. And one way to do that, it is a hefty mid fight, but that's what a Rolling Thunder's for.
Oof. Just to take that control. Pushing forward. And this is kind of like, will HAKI give us the fights? Right? Are they going to be here for us? They're going to be right there. Can't cover each other because of the flash, because of the distance there between Terror and Kurosu. So it is all evened up at 4-4 now.
Nope. I don't know if you count that as a win or a loss for Hikikomori. It means Rolling Thunder won't be used for the side exec itself. I was curious to see if Kaosushi would go all the way back to their normal perch over towards elbow, but instead it's the hard side anchor. Lay off of Terrace contact out of Link. Even silent double stacked the site. This is a really nice soul read. And part of it comes out of looking at, again, how deep Bunny Bee is in B main. You're like, there's probably not going to be players coming here for the foreseeable future unless they've snuck through top mid or market, but that's where your Cypher is. So, again, players here, ready to handle this exec remaining.
Oh, and it's so clean. It's well called, too. It's almost like there wasn't like a hesitation for a watch on the pawn side, on the left side of A lobby. There were still people watching, but with it being 3, the chances that it's going to be a split 3 in any form of those is very low. So everyone is trained just on the right spot after that aftershock. They're playing so smart. They're playing so smart there. Hikikomori able to squeeze another round out, but it's not after TNX is getting a few of their own. And they can't continue at this pace if they want to continue. It's 6-6. So it's got to be 2 more here for Hikikomori. Weapons are up. Yeah.
The Thunder's gone.
That's going to miss.
Talked about the pacing change as well. They've slowed this down a lot. Seal quiet, silently reaching up. Little trap play, and May gets punished because they don't clear out the corner. Now as a result, site for you until down means we are going fully well into the B site. We'll take a cherry on top as that neural stack to try and find and isolate these last few heroic players. Grosu somehow finds 2, and we're even yet again 2-2 in the blink of an eye.
How? It's wild how they're just transferring over to the other side of the map right now. It's like everybody has a rendezvous or a way to teleport here. So they're still waiting. The one step. They know one's high, but it doesn't matter. They try to take the 1v1 they know will be there to their left, and it does not go well. 5-6 now as Hikikomori are able to creep one step closer to tying up the first half.
Wow. And honestly, Hikikomori had no business winning that round, right? You're able to find 2 on the opener, punishing the B main trap. You know, a player's overwhelmed Kurosu backside, and somehow Kurosu gets 2, I think, whilst like full, like blind or stunned. Like, that is absurd. So we got an individual player step up when needed for Hikikomori. To be a huge ult swing round for both of these sides to determine if it is that 6-6 or that 7-5. And hey, let's run it back where the comeback started for TNX with this good old A-fashioned A exec. There's 4 players here. They recognize how simple a one-track TNX is.
Ooh, nice double phase. Not dead yet coming through. This seems really awkward right now, but Bunny Bee knows about it. It's like, wait, I don't like the situation I'm in. They're still going to lose out on Terror from not dead yet. And this is, yeah, I think the last moment they hear that.
Oh, an immediate follow-up as well to figure out where GG has gone. They've completely cleared out all of A. No, that's just for comfort since the Dimensional Drift timer is about to run out.
Oh no.
Back. I wonder if they wanted to try to isolate the fights off of it, but now they're kind of stuck, right? Trying to break door. Another sound cue, another stream of line of information.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Oh!
Cage trigger.
Cypher v Cypher for the half.
Gonna have to change their name to GG, just the 2 letters after this one.
Let's see what the oranges can do. They clutched it last time.
Cypher.
Oh, the front kill.
Cypher. Ping. Leave it in. Leave the. Aw.
I think he just got out-cyphered. At least from a util perspective. They
Oh,
still
no.
haven't broken the cam. There's a trap wire.
Oh, it's a Cypher without a hat. You can't even shoot it anyways. Advantage oranges. But that's going to be a Kikimori getting 6. What a neat way to end the first half there. And it is going to be a tied game. Love to see it here coming into our second series of the day as we start the first map. And we will switch up the sides.
If they try something.
Yeah, I promised competitive series, and that's what viewers are going to get. And again, I went back to the fact that, again, these maps are relatively even. I think Haven's the only kind of differential there in terms of reps, in terms of experience. But cross the bridge when we get there, because we got a new half to kick off. And I'm not saying that we need another Bunny V Masterclass, but that would be a statement way to reclaim the lead if you're Kikimori. If you're a Pistol Menace, you're a Pistol Menace. What can I say? I'm similar when it comes to the Ghost. And I'm curious to see how, again, Double Duelist, the ISO Yoro is going to function here. How, again, I feel like the Neon Breach, you mentioned how fast it is, how in sync it is. So good for setting up aggro plays. What happens when they clash?
They are kind of sticking together. It looks like it will be Ellie on that float right now. Double initiator float. They're going to find a lot in mid here in a second. Playing that more of that smoke drop surprise game, and vulnerability comes through as they undercut, and Kurosu drops Rosie to start this one off.
Ooh, a little pivot, little hesitation as well from the backside player, GG here. Gonna bring around the Rosie action to try to get the timing on the player. Double tap though acts as a little bit of a deterrent. So we can guarantee the trade, guarantee the plant, and guarantee numbers coming into this post-plant.
Together. 2 top. I'm gonna say it would be great if you could get that dash in off of Breach utility. It looks like they're trying to set that up one more time. Good lineup for 2, but it is gonna leave some free fights that Steel has to deal with here. The Kikimori is set.
Recon got 3 of the players backside, and there's the force, and now they know all of them are kind of stuck on their own. A beautiful flashpoint to set Steel up, and that is the Breach Neon combination in full swing. Get the info, come up with a team retake off of that, and TNX will take their first pistol of the series.
Not a fan.
What in the world? That's when you like click on like textbook retake and you see a video teaching you how to do it. That was so clean. One of the reasons I love the Breach, we were talking about earlier, is like how it's kind of a meta where people are playing a lot of things. You can combine this, that, and sometimes it takes a little bit more to execute that, X, whatever you're trying to do, especially in the moment. And this just, it zooms, it always has. You know, Breach was kind of, again, shied away from because it was slower, but if you have the timing, you have the timing.
Speaking of timing, crash out, avoid a major disaster to kick off the eco round. Where do you repivot? We saw the speed of, okay, fighting top mid, fighting into market. I like to say a little bit of reinforcements this time. They kind of disrespected that control on the pistol. Rosie, paranoia off the trip contact, take an easy fight. In the meantime, though, Sober Sushi looks like she'll have some easy fights if they waltz right into her Guardian crosshair. Oh, wow. Should've.
Little duck and dodge there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's going to be protected. They may not be able to pick it up right away, but oh my gosh, Steel thinks it's clear after it was just the Sheriff. Now they get 2 guns for the kills. And Ellie rather, is going to go ahead and start to pull up the rear end on this one and just start getting the backstabs.
Now rough the smoke goes awry, but with this dodge recovery, that could be lethal on the choke. Cow Sushi, the follow-up on the Sheriff is good as well, but it's ultimately the Spectre mowdown out of Ellie that will keep TNX one step away from disaster. We'll keep them now 2 steps ahead of Hikikomori.
Not your
Yeah.
day, is it?
Getting through these rounds, and just punished from the last one, so they're still making this work with a little bit of a chopped economy too, which is impressive.
The chopped economies. I think the entirety of Hikikomori had sheriffs going into the last round, so
Yeah.
yeah, you're gonna get guardians, you're gonna get regen shields, and you know, a sniper sore eyes, right? Without your star bounds in the lobby, without your E, this is no outlaws, no sniper rifles, right? So that allows you to have some comfortability here. It feels like you're Hikikomori, and kind of shuts down, in my mind, potential conversion chances for TNX. But TNX has surprised us already. I wouldn't be surprised if they can muster up something to do it again.
My ult's ready.
Jeez. The ults are so fast in this map. We had the Yoru ult in the previous one, and now we have the Neon ult coming into this one. It's wild. There's some cooking going on right now. Looks like they'll stay back, be main hit overall with the undercut coming through market in the end. But how safe can they stay here before the hit?
Ooh. I mean, there's not really a heavy top mid presence. It's more the off angle there from Silver Sushi, so I'd say they'll stay alive. The same cannot be said, though. Rosie on back sight. Bunny Bee doing the job of the duelist. Clears out all of that space, and then more. Punishes GG's overzealousness. Not waiting for her team to rotate back over.
Yeah, Bunny Bee again heating up. Funnily enough, after the 9 kills we saw, Bunny Bee ended at 12 for the first half. So gotta feel good to be getting back into the mix here, getting forward with the team, and Terror getting hands in the pie too on that one. Some nasty Guardian shots.
Very, very crispy. It feels like Hikikomori just warming up right now. Maybe again, the adrenaline of the 9 kills Bunny Bee found led them to some oversights, some mistakes, some underestimation.
Yeah.
Now that we're squared away at the half, they're playing a lot cleaner of VALORANT right now.
Hey, I would probably be trying to do everything if I got 9 kills in the first 2 rounds. Be like, what's the button to fly? I bet you I could. All right. Could be a tie up here for Hikikomori. And a face by JJ right off the bat.
Love this corner. Never goes cleared, but Dimensional Drift is exactly how it will. Paranoia to try to get her out, but it's still not enough. The immediate trade, the immediate backstab off of a Sheriff, and quick upgrade, quick clear out, and how again, once for Hikikomori, how much further do they go?
Deploying drone.
Drone up. See if they can serve up some boba. Everybody loves boba, right? See how much. A lot playing B main. They have the right. No smoke there to be placed in, so they can keep themselves in that choke point and try to funnel in the side of TNX. Yeah, makes it a little difficult to get into the fight. Push forward. Seal. Doing what Steel does best. More tricks of the trade. Cal Sushi's going to be able to answer, but Ellie right there for the final frag, and the defuse is going to come in. Hikikomori falls another round, and TNX grabs 9.
And again, it's not just that there's these setup coordinated plays between the Neon and the Breach. It's that after those are set up, there's immediate follow-up as well and tradability, right? It's like the difference between an A and an S tier, right? Is your Breach maybe stuns for market, and then they would have to finish out the 1v1 or the 1v2 if they don't get both. There it was like they are at your side, immediately ready to fight from close proximity. And again, while they weren't stunned, the job trades come through, and TNX really, really clean on that retake. Now, once again, Hikikomori, 2 rounds to make up that reclamation of the lead, ever elusive since the start of this map. And they got another buyer to try and get it through.
Tiles look. We haven't really seen too much Tiles play this game. Usually someone's always peeking mid or creeping there. We have seen mid plays, but no, the Solo's Tile has been infrequent. And it is going to get a little bit of action here. Silver Sushi. Oh, the shoulder. Modeled for a moment, but safe in the end. And looks like they just closed on a search, an adventure mission as they come back with a little bit of info.
No blood shed just yet. Little drone reclear as well. You know that this Neon, this Breach are active, and not gonna stop them either from getting right back on the line.
Killed the Cypher.
Meantime, though,
Ooh.
silence is deadly over towards the B side. They crept up, they got past the strap wires, and bring back my pre-nerfed sunset for my Cypher, but in the time being, does open up another retake.
Rosie playing farther back in the site here. Playing their life a lot more, and it's helping the team for sure. A second kill there from the controller before they're taken down. Ellie in the mix. 2v2 coming in. All right.
Standing.
Little follow. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Like, do it. Do it. Oh my word. Head on a swivel. Ellie finishing the last round, finalizing 3 on this next one. And this defuse is going to go over to Sober Sushi. 2 away from the ult. 3 away from the win.
And I'm sorry, but Ellie, like, this is the breach you see in your nightmares. Like, everything that Hikikomori tried to do, like, she was there and ready to counter it, right? From, again, the first aftershock on the clearing out, you're forcing the hand, I should say, of the ISO, to the rolling thunder to force terror out, like, even the follow-up there, just running you down with a shorty in hand. Like, it's both the supportive utility and just the individuality right now that's setting them apart, has gotten them to double digits, like you mentioned, and has now kind of set Hikikomori
It's you
one
and
loss
me.
away from no money left.
Yeah. Be tough if they can't drop some weapons here on the side of TNX. This is going to happen right away. He's going to take 2, see if they can convert. Numbers are up, so they need to formulate a plan here. Don't take any more of these 1v1s. Make sure everything has a plan. Yeah, looks like they're going to get some switch-ups for some guns. Make that plan happen with a little bit more pressure towards mid in a final hit A. Oh, no pressure mid,
they
though.
didn't know. Now the square 3-on-3. One off from the neural touch as well, if GG can get the opener. You know how that breach is like the aftershock to deny the default plant, but they're narrowly avoiding that, and once again, with these duelists, you've got to engage, you've got to take space. That's where, again, this utility, whether it's the breach, whether it's the omen, does not matter. And Sushi, no time to wait, no time to buy down the post plant. Oh, it's the Guardian, it's the full swing, and it's GG sticking because it's not planted for you.
Woo! That one moment when somebody has another chance to sidestep, you start to worry for the shooter. But it is cleaned up. Like you said, it was not planted for the situation, and TNX taking full advantage of the Hunter's Fury going off too, knowing one player was kind of not incapacitated, but firing an ult from one side of the map. And they took the fight to their teammates. So Hikikomori falls the 3rd round. Look at that. With a break in those 5 retakes. There's 5 successful retakes. TNX just has the number of Hikikomori on these site hits.
And Hikikomori is just continually scraping the bottom of the barrel to see what they can get up in terms of this buy. And that's dangerous territory because it'll creep lower and lower to a point of no return, and TNX is on that teetering point, a map point. And TNX has been the one making changes, so it's nice to see Hikikomori change their tune as well. A little bit of a market flood here. Paranoia already out, evaded without a kill found on top of it, but not in the woods just yet. We got a phantom, we got a smoke, and a spray down in progress off of the Cypher cam.
Oh,
whoa.
He runs
Careful
in front of
crossing,
terror. Yeah. Oh my word. They look how much of an advantage they have in timing though. They think they have.
Planted.
Still able to make the fights happen from spawn is TNX. Another theft.
Trades.
Figure out where they are. The 3v4 situation that Hikikomori is trying to climb out of right now. 2 left, 1 left, and again, once Seal starts sliding, it just seems like they all activate. It's so crazy.
I mean, again, like you see like called and attempted team fights out of Hikikomori there in particular, right? 1, 2, 3 out of the smoke. But the trades that TNX are able to achieve are just
too consistent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from the market one that happened that got the neural theft online, and then how they use that to frame the retake. It's just what it's set them now. 5 rounds in the lead on map point. It is their pick to give Hikikomori some grace. Again, a map they haven't played as frequently, but 4 in a row and all of it diffuses at that. At this point, Hikikomori, and maybe you planting's a trap.
Yeah.
Give the
More
side just
breach
play
play.
retake.
All right, fast hit. Kind of waiting to see one of these from Akiki Mori. They're going to get right in, but Rosie's still there. One for just the solo play. And, okay, and the ping from the camera in sight. They're just playing incredible right now in this defense. Stop.
And Rosie swings over the Cypher cage. Orange is out island, fully stunned. So again, it's a immediacy of a trade and an immediacy of a closeout. Seal slides, and they slide right in to a map 1 victory. 13-7 on Sunset, their map pick.
Finding a groove there. TNX may have had a bit of a fumble in the beginning, but it just seemed like the defense was really when they started to come online and crushing through it. We still have Haven to go through when we come back. Do not go anywhere. We have way more Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America coming at you right after this. We are back with more Valorant Game Changers North America, and we're about to head to Haven. But first, we'll take a little bit of a recap look at the last map and see who was fragging, who might have been lagging, and how they might have been able to come away with that win on TNX's side.
Yeah, it almost felt like it was like a sugar rush off of the Bunny Bee 2 rounds, 9 kills, and then they came crashing down. And it really did come down to just the retakes from TNX. Look at that. 1 out of 7 post plants won is absurd numbers. And again, night and day from our first series where first kills were about even, which is also a statement to, again, the synergy between the Neon and the Breach on the TNX side versus the double duelist head-to-head for HAKI Mori.
That's perfect. They run out of sugar. All you need is someone to play the bugle behind you, right? You'll be good. No, I kid. But yeah, that I noticed those 5, even on the bottom of the screen, the 6 retakes there at the end, you're like, man, just the consistency. You're able to almost plan those hits with the Neon, the Breach. They were so fluid when it happened. And the Rosie's control over realizing, okay, I'm getting taken out at B a lot of rounds. I need to start backing up. And then it became so much easier for TNX to get back in at that site.
And they were able to play again off of the cam, off of the trips, even from backside, and usually get a kill as well. So that was super, super impressive. Like you mentioned, just that recognition and concession that, yeah, hey, we're getting out-aimed a little bit at times. Let's just cool off, play the team game. And that's why, again, it isn't always who is a better shooter in the server. It's who's a better team unit. And that comes out of, again, TNX and the reps that they've had, again, going above and beyond, playing whenever they can together in these events. So that dedication's showing, at least for the time being, here on Sunset. But now the shoe is on the other foot as we get ready to head into our next map of Haven, in which, again, it's a map they have less reps on it. You know, it's a map everyone knows how to play, but it's, again, a soft spot. They just lost it again, very close 11-13 to AI in the previous round. Now they're having to play it yet again.
And I think we see only the Clove and the Omen difference. The Yoru Isu comps, right? When we come into Haven, we'll have to see. But yeah, you see the kills on your screen here. Terra's still being a terror. The rest of the team doing what they can. But it was not enough to get over Rosie. We've had like the initiators going off today. The controllers going off today. It's a new age. It's not always the duelists. You can see it. You can see it.
Of course. But hey, you said it. We're getting 2 double duelists as long as they don't make changes to accommodate each other on Haven. So might have to see the duelists start stepping up. But
that's true.
Nonetheless, I'm excited to see their differing takes on it, because I do feel like, again, if it's ISO Yoru versus ISO Yoru, I feel like HAKI Mori in my mind has the edge, just because of the promise that we saw over on Sunset. Versus, again, it was just that Breach and that Omen that were so oppressive and so in sync and immobilizing the Neon that made it difficult to handle Sunset. And without that, I'm not so sure if TNX will have the edge.
What happens when 2 ISOs ult each other? Do they go to the other person's kill contract and nobody's waiting for them?
They just both die then.
Yeah. They're like, oh no, explosion.
Usually one beats the other.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, it's going to be really cool to see. And it kind of dictate. It's like, hey, we have basically the same thing. Are you going to be able to play that better? It's not, are you playing your comp better based on the utility ringing? This is going to be, each team knows what they have available, and you really have to be able to do it better here. So Haven is going to be the next one. That is HAKI Mori's pick with TNX on defense, which I don't know how I'd feel about that. You come off a really fun win like that. They had the retakes going well. Would you want to be on attack? Or are you still okay being on defense?
If I'm TNX and I got 1 out of 7 in terms of I guess I should say 6 out of 7 retakes. I'm happy to be on the defense here on
even
Haven.
On the 3 map
or not.
Map. Okay. I like that.
Again, though,
it's
gonna be the agent differences. I think that define their success, though.
It is, and we'll see those agents in just a second, since we know where they're going here. HAKI Mori needs to get a win to keep themselves alive in the series, but not for the Swiss stage. The Swiss stage, these teams are pretty safe there at 2-2 for now, so they'll just need to get this win today and find another one, which we talked about before, is the teams with 3 wins, the 100 Thieves, the FlyQuests, the teams that are going to be really tough to beat. So after this, it's even grinding more and digging right in. The teams know it.
Absolutely. And but there's only one difference we can talk about. You mentioned it, the Clove versus the Omen. I think the Paranoias, again, we're always on point there, so excited to see how that's going to go. And Terror had some shining moments. We look back to the Guardian 2K backside, crispy aim. And I'm curious to see if, again, they're going to be able to pick up the slack that util support deterrent isn't going to exist. And that's, again, a lot of pressure to place on an individual, but if there's anybody that can do it, it's a warmed up HAKI Mori.
And we look back at that YDZ Black game, it was a plus 28 for Terror all throughout it, and they had a plus 15 on Haven. So let's see what they have for the agents as we get into this one. Dun, 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 dun. It is the Killjoy and a Neon. No, TNX will not bring the double duo composition to the table. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! All right, lay it out.
I don't know how I don't know. Okay, I like the Killjoy again. I like the Neon over the ISO Yoru. I don't know how I feel about the Eli Viper after we just saw a masterclass on the Breach. Like,
that's true.
I don't. Again, we have that balance, right? Especially in Game Changers. Okay, are we playing to the comfort of our team? Are we playing to the meta?
Yeah.
And it feels like TNX jumped off, right? Like their ship of comfortability and are drifting in the sea of meta now, trying to pull up the double controller. Versus again, that coordination between Seal and Eli is what put them ahead. And now you're gonna have to require Seal either to kind of go out on their own 2 feet or have Sober Sushi be that setup player. And I think Sober Sushi also kind of shined in individual moments. So. Again, I don't know how I feel. Not that I don't think Seal can't do it, but it just raises a lot of red flags.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Sova. You have flashes from Bunny Bee that are going to be used once these walls do come up. Hopefully Rosie has those smokes, or they have the orb as well from Viper in a position, because it seems like they'll be able to pressure up on the walls with the Sova and use that almost to their advantage sometimes. So it's going to get tricky. That's what we love to see. I mean, Haven's a chess game anyways as we get on to the map. And C seems to be the start here. Oh, maybe some more ore grabs to start off to get Bunny Bee going right away. Or even Kurosu. It'll be interesting to see what they do focus. Pretty standard A push by TNX here, just to get a little info on that lobby.
Get your Neon deposited. This is the composition that is just C-Take Simulator, as we like to call it, the ice of the Yoru. Expecting what we'll see. And I said, Eli, I'm down you on the Viper. Deliver for me, but it's that kind of tendency again to give up the space. Play retake with your team. TNX is going for here. And that's where, again, we have to look towards Kikimori to not get stagnant, to not play the same way they played over on Sunset. And that's exactly what they're doing. 3, almost 4 players now fighting back into Garage.
They turn. They're just searching. Not being in sight wasn't enough for them. They're like, we planted. Now we need to go for the next objective. Find them first.
Ooh. The re-rep after the late cam was there and pinged out Eli. That is such an ore move and might just be what they need. As Sober Sushi has found oranges. They're not quite sure about Garage. It's a big cool question mark. They could also be long. And it's just going to be playing off of the time. And even if you got the kill, which you have, doesn't look like the round. The pistol will go your way. A good attempt, but a Kikimori, once again, first half, first pistol goes their way.
Yeah, they get in quick, and the retake capabilities there for TNX didn't strike as quick as I thought they would, having the dart, having a drone. Really good positioning by Kikimori to get forward, so none of that could really be used. Oh, bye-bye. Vandal, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog here for Kikimori to set down the second round.
Laying down the law, as long as they don't find the loopholes in the contract. If you're thirsty, knocking on the door out of TNX here. A few sheriffs to boot. Curious to see how it's going to function. Very similar, big picture-wise, for the spread of players and the defense out of TNX here. Slower start as well to make sure there's no, little grass parade out of TNX here. And that's kind of given time to rotate back over to B, front B, I should say, for these 2 A-side players. And yeah, I said Super Sushi can deliver on an island. She'll have to learn to swim real quick here.
Note our starting Viper wall is going to be that just across B, start of that cat entrance and mains. Allowing them to play a little bit closer here, get a share of crossfire, or at least a share of surprise. And this lurk in the mid is going to help them kind of pin down that it is an A hit here, but it's still going to be quite dangerous.
Yeah. I like the deeper trap wire here, actually. Like, obviously, yeah, you could go back around.
Right? You've already committed, and you're like, dang.
Yeah. Like, why would they go around at this point? And even then, you're kind of checking your back regardless. Meantime, you have to trust in your teammates on site to hold down just long enough for you to get that forward positioning, but the hesitation to break that track wire means everybody has followed short. Orange has handled both on the flank, and HAKI Mori should walk away with this round, unless the steal.
What?
With 1
Did you see that?
Bunny wanted the knife. What can we say?
Oh.
What is going on? Not like this. Not like this. Steel has 1 HP to somehow survive. 2 players are really able to follow up, but hey, right-click RNG doesn't care about being stunned or not.
It's the pocket sand. It'll hit. All right. 2 now for HAKI Mori here. They don't lose too much on that. Money B is going to be a bit of a lower buy here. Can still buy in when they want it. Maybe a sheriff. All right, it will be easy stuff. But they have to force through now, or not force through, force themselves through these weapons of TNX. Now TNX can be in their retake mode. Is it as powerful as last map?
We'll have to see. A little aggressive mid-wall this round, but just clear it, pass through it. And make sure there's nothing too antsy. GG though, I love this. You see it from so many players just trying to bait your utility, switch it out for a kill. All it finds is a little bit of chip damage on the tear that a pick-me-up can handle. You've been punished as a result as well. Hey, we can circle back again inevitably to the Killjoy utility now. It's the alarm bot on the B entry.
Yeah. You're definitely going to play with this. Little metal to the right, clone to the left. Oh my gosh, they're gonna go right through the link.
Standing ahead.
And now it's gonna be Sober Sushi trying to figure out what the safest spot to live here is. Oh, they're gonna be fine.
Ooh.
They just wanted the entire link. HAKI, from their pistol round to now, are just spreading out into the map after plant.
I mean, it's literally just a conversation, a tough one you had to have with your coach about why things were going wrong and why you only got 1 post plant through.
Yeah.
And these are the changes that are allowing it to come into fruition. Oh, Arrow, careful.
Looking, waiting.
Oh my goodness,
That
Eli,
fight.
GG.
Wait, get back to the spike. Okay. Creeping.
We saw how your knife attempt went up against Steel. Don't do it now.
Oh, almost got turned on for a moment there. As soon as the spike got diffused, yeah, you could see Sober was like, wait a minute, this is a weird angle. Somebody could be behind me. A 3rd round now for HAKI Mori. They did get their bonus. That is huge. They don't let TNX get into their retake momentum. And no operators will be coming out. I don't think we'll see it with the double duelist either. It's just going to be forward with this initiator utility, using the smokes, and making the action happen. Back to C as we expected.
Placing swarm grenade.
A little bit Starker of a microwave setup as well. And the Killjoy util this time around. We'll see if the shock darts make quick work of it. Does not seem to be the case. That's more of an anti-cypher kind of setup here, but Dimensional Drift hopefully will communicate it to the team nonetheless. And once again, just retake mode, 2 in the smoke. Killjoy playing for their util off site. Unfortunately, Dimensional Drift gets disrespected. Trades deliver, sprays with smoke deliver.
Yeah.
It is chaos incarnate.
We'll call that a very teammate thing to do for the people entering. It's just kind of was like, hi, look at me, that's all. They get the spike down, the smoke's down again, so they have the freedom to run down long C. GG hits a laser beam though. 3v3, but it's Vandals versus Sheriffs. There's a Phantom in there, but I don't think it matters too much.
And drone spots all 3. You mentioned the Phantom not caring. Well, Flashbang could allow you to collect, but you just decided to play out the team fight, and unfortunately, as soon as the flames fall, so will the round. 4 stronger HAKI Mori taking that loss on Sunset personally right now and starkly fixing their attack.
Nice.
You mentioned, really, at the end there, we didn't get many or any timeouts on Sunset. We might get that here. We might. With these capitalizing for HAKI Mori. We might need to reset something soon. Looks like they will get, again, a bit of a switch up on the Killjoy utility. And finally, the Viper Wall. They're going to split C and try to play front to back with a little bit of a platform, being able to hop over that and distract.
Well, unfortunately, those C-side changes
Yeah. That's
don't really help too much when it's an A-slam. Yep. And then This is again where Sober Sushi will be tested. Early drone. Could play for the smoke time, could play for the corner avoidance, but it's your team that gets spotted out and looks like they want to just leave. ISO leaves the Clo deposited. Clear short. You still haven't spotted out any of the players actually here on this site, and that's where my concern for is. Because now it's 3 players starting to re-clear. They also are maybe getting tired of the retake antics.
Silence.
Whoa. What an undercut.
It's such a dangerous place to be in, I feel like, with that relay bolt there, but they figure out a way through it, and HAKI Mori just continue to push through in the face of danger. Again, not even planted yet, and they're like, there's more of the map to take, by the way. There's places to go, W's to press. And they go look for GG now.
Okay. Yeah, Oranges wants this last kill. They want to be locked and loaded with the neural theft in the following round, and HAKI Mori is letting it. Go searching. Oh, a little bit shallow on the jump.
Yeah.
Hey, you'll get the rotor in life or in death, so not too worried, especially when you're up 0-4. It's going to be 0-5. That would provide you copious amounts of money. What is this? What is this? HAKI Mori just being silly, having fun. That's the name of the game.
Oh no, not a... I think I was about to...
Just spray and run away.
That's the equivalent, the little gun toss.
We heard the little chat message too, probably them calling each other out on it. That's really funny.
Yeah. Little LOLs.
There it is.
Sure.
I was curious. So HAKI Mori, right, was one that really would have needed the timeouts over on Sunset that weren't taken. TNX never really was in that pressured position, right? You're not going to take it after you lose like the first 2 rounds in the way you did to Bunny B. Again, that's not something you have to fix at the macro level. That's just Bunny B going nuclear. And so now here, when it feels like intrinsic, it feels like, again, they're questioning their identity now in terms of, okay, do we play retake, do we fight forward? And getting caught out time and time again by HAKI Mori. They need to get re-centralized on the same page.
Ultimates from the... Not dead yet, rather. Terror will use that in so many ways. So you could probably expect it to get used this round or almost be one of the spearheads into the site so it can be used in the rest of the team. Almost like Bunny B's dimensional drift in the previous round. Just to say, look at me, so the team can get stuff. HAKI Mori's pulling all the stops right now. And they're doing a great job of kind of doing that C hit, but also keeping it versatile to the other sites and really behind each other on the trades. So TNX, how do they get through the Hunter's Fury, the neural theft if one of them goes down here? I think it's just got to be one of those seals start sliding and somehow the headshots start flying through because everybody will be there.
That's the issue, is the seal start sliding was always followed up by a paranoia, by a breach stun, by a breach aftershock. And that goes back to what I mentioned where the compositional differences here and how it changes the playstyle intrinsically. And you're seeing that, I think, fixed here just a little bit. You saw, Seal trying to play out with Rosie over towards short in case there was more contact, but this is nice. It's the ISO Euro comp. It should be C-Take Simulator, right? Especially if they've invested a kill contract, but Spike's headed towards A. Sober Sushi makes contact, and it's immediate backpedaling. And can they get there in time?
Kurosu gets the kill contract, a little extended on Eli there as they were fighting it out. And now they're waiting at A. Oh, they find another one across the map and another. Waiting for these pushes, fearless against the low buy of TNX here. So expect TNX to have a big trap for next round to bring something together from that timeout.
Ooh, I am definitely hoping. I mean, especially it's not a strong indicator when you use an overdrive on an eco without much conversion, and I think that just came out of HAKI Mori is just put the brakes on. Let's wait out that timer, and we can speed back up on A because their trap play receive function almost immediately. And they were good to go.
All right. One off the Killjoy ult. That's actually... it's not something they can do. They're not going to formulate anything for it. Knowing C is just a big start for HAKI Mori. It's GG playing their life on this. Very deep in the back of sight. Getting... oh, no! The moment they decide to step in... they're hit with the exact thing that would take them down. Bunny B on point
Spike
there.
planted.
Lockdown won't be available for this round. The timeout starts to fizzle even more that TNX had.
Ooh, it's not over just yet. Hunter Shurian off the kill that RNE on the seal was able to find. Little overheat as well from Kurosu, also just trying to play evasion. And Eli being alive for this long means you get that toxic screen for this engagement, for this retake. And I mean, Seal's on for the ace, and it might just have to be. Rosie splintered off, trying to play for the time, trying to play for the spike tap. And unfortunately, it still might not be enough. Guard cover up, the stick to half, down, and not gonna rely on the RNG. The incompetency of the opponent. Get off, they get the kill, and they get snacked in the first round.
Big one from Rosie. Being the last one alive again. And really having an impact on those frags. Now some of the ults are coming together though. This could be the factor that starts the 6-6 half for the side of TNX. Unnecessary at this point. I mean, HAKI Mori is gonna have that advantage on on Haven. You choose where you go. You're trying to string the defense to less numbers, so you have a bit of that advantage, but TNX can definitely do it with rounds like that.
Well, feels very reminiscent of when they had the ISO or in the kill contract for the fake out on C. This time the difference is how deep Seal is on this A deposit. They hear everybody stampeding. This is the kill corner for a reason, and this is why no one clears it. And at least there's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's over Sushi. Forced off angle by the undercut avoidance. It's gonna be forced out by you, so it doesn't matter. The entire team is rolling up for you. The entire team for TNX is here.
It is done.
What just happened?
Back into the site, like everything's gonna happen on the retake anymore. It can't. They have to push forward. They have to get into the face of HAKI Mori before they're set up. And now, hopefully they hold the angles because Bunny B is gonna be looking for that operator shot.
Ooh, and hey, you said that you wouldn't expect to see that on the attack, but here, excuse me, it is. Again, if you're struggling on the side XX and the follow-throughs, first bloods are the way to go, but my concern is, again, this deadlock, is a Viper wall. I was gonna say, they don't give you the opportunity to get those kills, and just as I speak, Rosie does it.
Caged. So hard.
Terminated.
Dead. GG gets one on the site. Doesn't stop. Not gonna leave either. Oh, it's now gonna be up to Seal. Seal's gotta slide. Gotta make it slippery. Oh, the first slide doesn't find anything. 3 to kill though. Seems like too tall of a task, but they're separated in the site. One ding, just enough time to hide for the next one.
Coming through.
One more kill and it's actually activation overdrive, but do they want it right now? Fast lane gets walked through, and they're gonna try to keep this one. Seal! Oh, shot to the face! They're gotta be shut down like that. Unfortunate, but it's Bunny B. Who else to do it?
5 of them.
Wow. And with the attack operator as well, from opening up the round to then helping on the site. It's really, they were there with a kill and that operator every step of the way. Not sure how that's going to function or work out with the dimensional drift, but all in all, I think that's a great way to bounce back to get that lead confirmed at the half. I mean, double duelist attack side at Haven cope, I guess for sure. But on the other side of things, 5 ults strong for TNX. If they get a retake game, it is going to be a completely different ballpark.
Even playing back in sight here. So with Sushi, they were okay with pushing up once. They know they can't do it every time, so they play back. Quick cam down short. They're expecting Seal to have a push up here. And very, very patient on C. So TNX is at least, they're not forcing a hand, but they're definitely just trying to keep forces at 2 sites instead of stringing each other between 3.
Okay. And I think that's why we're seeing HAKI Mori poke and prod multiple parts of the map, right? They understand that the retake-centric focus point is just so strong with these ults, with just how TNX played on map 1. And they want the kills so bad before the exec, and not being able to find them means you gotta take things into your own hands. And that particularly is Bunny B, the dimensional drift, and likely a shotgun behind it with like a shorty.
Oh, they're thinking they have the lurk timing, but this is such a long hold from GG to not be there. Okay, bye. Cal Sushi Goes into Karosu, comes up with another kill in the kill contract, but that's a really weird position to be coming out. And who else at the end of the round but Rosie? Able to swipe those last few kills perfectly to bring in 3 for the round, and the operator back to the hands of Steel.
Okay. Hey, I mean, Double was invested again just to try to soften the blow of those retake ultimates, and fortunately just does not work. Follow-up of that overdrive off of the lockdown does not connect, and next are again trying to keep things close. We saw this turnaround after the explosive Hikimori lead. Kept it close, they took the eventual lead, and we ended up that 6-6 half. A little different here, but again, with this A side such a focal point, we get the Viper's Pit. We get a pretty consistent hold. Hikimori go back to the defaulty kind of poke and prod methodology.
Still trying to gain grass. They don't know if anybody's gonna just fly out of this pit. They are very scared about it. Ooh. Rosie's got to back off the point. They went all the way through A last time they did this. Rosie's got to be so careful. And it does not look like they're going to hold off this time. Oh! It looks like it's a Hikimori that's got to be careful.
Wow. I mean, you want to let the Rosie 4K simmer, but Rosu almost turned it right back in their face. Last kills done in quick succession. GG able to salvage things. And the operator is brought into their own arsenal to cap off the half. It's going to be a rough one, money-wise. Still the Hunter's Fury. The neural theft maybe to help kind of propel yourself into a side exec, but at this point they're getting stopped at the door without even being getting let in, which is completely different than the problem they had in map 1.
All right, last round here. It did not, I mean, it was 6-1. TNX has been doing such a good job to bring themselves back. Can it be one more? Just missing the thigh of Oranges on the peak. Karosu finds another one just right through garage there. Going in with Bunny on the gate crash flash. Well, they are creating some chaos right now. And Hikimori just levels TNX at the beginning of the round, basically.
Whew. There's that neural theft. Look, they're trying to hunt down these players so they don't get a chance to recollect. One enemy bounce back, and Karosu give the spear in doing so, and now makes it a 1v3. Even less of an opportunity to convert, and also know, excuse me, exactly where Eli should be coming from.
One way makes everything that much more difficult, but step in front. The spike's planted just to the other side. Oh, never mind. Droned up, phoning home on this one. Gonna need some help. They're all gonna wait. Orange is the first to peak. Lowest health. Wait, Oranges was the lowest health. That's not how the math works. All right, they've bought enough time. 2 bullets left. It's gonna be both to the head if they really want this one. And Eli does not get it. Money V racks up another alt point. 8-4 half in favor of Hikimori. And it looks like we're gonna get a good old map change on Sunset, being traded over to TNX and Hikimori. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yep, and that would be an interesting one.
They're getting their own maps.
That would be an interesting one for sure, because Bind, if we go to map 3, 13-5 for TNX that kicked off their stage, and that's it.
Yeah.
Versus, it's been kind of a consistency for Hikimori, win or loss, but hey, 8-4 halves are not the end of the world, especially on an attack-sided double duelist-centric Hikimori, right? So, wouldn't count TNX out just yet. I mentioned this team has grit. They have, again, consideration. They put in work, and we'll see if it shows here. Again, I mentioned they don't have as much utility to dump in to make up for a shock undercut combo, but we'll see what the double controller can cook up.
Peeking the angle. Just trying to draw a little bit of attention. Seal saying, hey, look, I'm here. I think they would assume that would be Seal too, with how much they're running around and trying to make things happen. So you're trying to say, hey, there's got to be an initiator here, probably my smoker. And yeah, they've bought 3 at least towards A. Hikimori is staying true to their defense, and they're going to go searching a little bit more, keeping that aggression intact from the first half. Oh, the turn.
And it's just going to be an all-out backyard crawl in a main. Just
Spike
steamrolling
down
here.
mid.
Spike down out in mid. They're gonna swarm it like ants to sugar at this point. GG. Let's navigate a 1v4. This is the kind of moments where, again, like more gets silly and you could punish it. So we'll see what happens, but Bunny B, what a position. Oh,
30 seconds left.
Holding. Holding. Boop. Oh, one calibration shot. Easy. Easy down to Kikimori fight 9. Looks like Bind might be on the horizon here as they continue this. The bonus rounds have been good for teams too, so they can carry 3. They're going to be putting a lot of pressure on with double digits even after this round. And Seal goes for the Bucky.
Time to jump.
Wants to try and get a little tricky here. Might do a slide into garage or a slide on that short area in sewer just to make sure they have the close range they want.
Ooh, and I mentioned, hey, no outlaws, no sniper rifles over on Sunset, but Bunny B has one. Front and center, doesn't matter if you have a turret body block because it is crisp. It is a first blood headshot. And they are out, not even needing dimensional drift. They are repositioned, reposted up on the window, searching. In the meantime, you can try to speed up, but you're going to run into a creatively placed trap wire. You're going to run into terror, running contact on it, or you just can go through a smoke off of nothing.
It just looked like one of those movie-ass things where you're spamming the doorway. Just through a horizontal line. And the first shot was a headshot. Wow. Terror playing the timing. Getting that smoke kill. And they will be able to just spread back out into a default-ish defense with this push down long C. A great read here on where the rest of the sheriffs of TNX can go.
Okay. Again, this is a nice rebound, but with 3 players strong here. Chances are slim.
Revealing area.
Especially with the recon from Kalsushi. It showed us that Kuro's out for the swings, but they tuck away at an opportune time. Finds the first, but Kalsushi finding those 2 means so for Sushi. Demise feels imminent at this point. Bunny B closing in. The players from site closing in. Just like that, Hikikimori will get to double digits.
And they keep 4 alive to go into this round as well. That sheriff looks like it got dropped to someone or just takes the stinger. He might have just gone to Bunny, to be honest with the outlaw here to make sure they're finalizing some kills if there is a tag shot through a wall. And Guardian and a Bulldog on the side for TNX. It shouldn't be too much of a problem as they're going to be behind each other on these takes. But they have to get the teamwork going now. Such a night and day change from our Sunset matchup. And Sober starts on Bunny B, dropping the outlaw.
Yeah, speaking of changes, right? They go up on the box instead. They don't stare down that Killjoy death line we saw in the prior. Again, it's how this double duelist functions, right? Taking that space, a nice deposit from Kurosu. A little, again, one and done-esque nature, trying to play off the timing of the Viper's wall. The drone is outpaced by TNX. A small mistake, but possibly lethal consequences. The Viper, though, again, was the one that started this full rotation. Makes their way up short, finds Kalsushi, and again, it's just one after the other. Kikimori trying to rely on heroics and terror. Overhealed, looking for the last. Looking for 11, and Oranges will steal the glory. They bought enough time for that team fight. They bought enough time to get to 11.
Jeez. Terror is just snappy right now. Now we mentioned the Haven game versus YDZ. It was 29 and 14, a plus 15 scoreline coming from your controller. Yeah, Terror just feels good on this map. You can see it coming through on the defensive side when the opponent has to confront Terror. It's exactly what they're confronting.
This goes here.
A bonus round grab by Hikikimori and Sheriffs again for TNX.
Ooh. And they think they can win this A fight, so rinse repeat. See what happens. Rosie. Decisive challenge for the Swarm Grenade. Unfortunately, it does not connect again. Starting to see Hikikimori clean up some of these team fights, never alone.
Try again.
Unless you just get a timing like that as your Kurosu. Operator, though.
Distraction.
Falls, so you gotta patch that up with a kill contract, and Kalsushi responding off of it as well. A little dicey for a second, but ultimately they did not deny the eco. They stabilize and they get to 12.
We can end it now.
3 for 3 on, or it's 100% on kill contracts, however many there have been, I'm pretty sure. Crazy stuff from Kurosu. 18-11 there. The rest of the team also fragging out into the double-digit sector. They got to be feeling good and vibing together here to get themselves to a bind. A third map of this series to find a third win in the Swiss stage. Let's see what they do on this. The Viper wall changes a little bit again. Give him that possible walk up. Oh my. Lobby hit, strike. Followed down the stairs. Almost.
Over there.
They really just wanted that undercut to hit, right? Vulnerability +1 to ping.
Yeah.
They would have been dusted, but speaking of getting dusted, Kurosu had the sideline there on the seal, but the follow from Rosie is strong, and they used that to strike a gaping hole in this A-side defense where Bunny B trying to play without the lack of a smoke. It's always these close proximity headshots, but still, job's not done. It's going to be the disadvantage 3v4 retake to put this map away.
Placing swamp grenade.
Another one.
Swamp grenade
More
out.
delay. Straight off the bat. Watching the high side. They get Viper back as well. Eli comes in. There's going to be an orb that comes out. Now they have the orb for delay. They have a bite that can go there. This is beautiful from TNX.
They gotta make sure they don't overpeak the op. They cannot slip up here, and they will not. And the double swings off of contact. Sober Sushi and GG together will keep TNX alive, push them to a 5th. It's still 7th until overtime, but
Yeah.
better charting, better navigation set.
That was so unfortunate for him down at short there. It was like Cal Sushi tried to come in and like, where were they? And he's just scooting over, and instead they were scooting over to get in a position for that double face when they saw Rosie. That it seemed like such a good setup. And it just takes a moment for the team to recapture the moment. That's what they did. Nice job by TNX to stay alive with those first few kills in short. And we'll see where they continue this game in a 2-1-2 default to feel out HAKI Mori, which I think is the right call with these pushes. And the search they have. Oh, Kurosu still finds the mark.
And that's been a big difference. I think it's just the first blood differential. They've tried to close out this map. Kurosu at the helm of that. Honeybee as well. Okay. Little regroup again. They don't quite like all the space they've given up, eh? The only issue is that the player that they lost is Eli, right? So no more toxic screen, no more safe passage. Kurosu is taking advantage of that.
Quick trade, and they just cut it. Ooh, I think that was hurt a little bit, yeah? Bunny B, I think, hurt a few steps to GG. They're going to be moving all the way over to C. Resetting on this. They're going to be ready with that tripwire, too. Nobody really to break that right away.
Ooh. 30 seconds left.
Heartbroken means you don't know you're walking into a trap. You don't know you're walking into 3, Rip.
One
enemy remaining.
More just clears. It's not going to be Rosie this time. Terror finds that last one, and HAKI Mori spin a win on their own map to make sure we will be going to bind.
And I think one of the more competitive maps between these two, much like Sunset was. Again, we saw a comp change, right, out of TNX.
Yeah.
And obviously didn't function the way they were looking for. Again, it felt like they took a lot of the win cons that were there on Sunset and just kind of scrapped them for the sake of the meta. And I don't think that's how you can your strongest, especially in a high stakes match where, like we mentioned, they're tied 2 wins, 2 losses. And not elimination or punching your ticket on the line, but very towing the line-esque nature of this matchup.
Well, hopefully all the stops are pulled out as we get into our next map. We are going to be back on Bind after the break. Don't go anywhere. We are back on the attack here at Valorant Game Changers North America, and it is time for the third map. We are here, and both teams have won one. I mean, that's what gets us here. But no, it was a really great map by TNX on the first one, and then HAKI says, well, no, wait, we're going to take our own map. And both teams just seem like they came to win today, and that has to be brought to bind because it has been so one-sided on both maps. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was something you mentioned actually was strong with these teams, that it has been so like dominant for one half in particular, and then even the rest of the matchups, and that's exactly what we saw here, right? And it felt like night and day, right? We talked about the post-plant consistency, or lack thereof, I should say, on map 1 for HAKI. Well, now it's 8 out of 9.
Yeah,
and,
that's wild.
Yeah, and then they completely clotheslined them. Obviously, 8-4. Didn't get too many attempts, I would say, on their attack half for TNX, so that's where that 1 out of 1 comes from. But again, it was that productivity, playing around the double duelist really, really well, that we didn't get to see over on Sunset. So hey, get ready to head into map 3. We'll have to see if it was simply a TNX hiccup, or if HAKI truly are going to get the reverse sweep.
And how is Bind looking for these teams as we get back to the most recencies? If you look at last stats for this, that was Rosie again playing really well for the side of TNX, even in the loss, but you have to give it to Kurosu. A kill contract after kill contract. The undercuts were really great for the rest of the team to be able to follow up on things that were happening. Smart stuff with the 312 ACS, kind of rocking that one at 20 and 13. It's a really, really good game there.
Absolutely. And I mean, aside from that as well, we saw Bunny be again one slipper to the operator in the defense. I think a big closer as well. Kalsushi lived up to my kind of, I guess, demands, I should say, of being a strong A-side anchor there. Terror as well. I think they were kind of the thorn in the side much of the time. They were that chaos element. Like you mentioned, with the run it back, they can be that distraction. They were just like that in life as well. And I think that's, again, a way that they get around that lack of a maybe utility set them up. It's just, again, having fun playing off each other's contact. That, again, was nice. I guess I won't say nice, but it was a very thematic difference that sets them apart from TNX, and how that map, it felt like they just didn't have that util synergy.
It's true, and they again stick with the solo duelist if we're reading correctly, and they stay with just the Rays going into the next map, an arena maybe for HAKI still, which would be pretty neat to see. So
is it Kurosu?
The double duelist that they would run. Let me see. I'll click in the last Catface game. Their bind was Kurosu on Reyna.
Wow, it's almost like I know the player and I know the menace behind the madness if we do get the Cross Arena. It's just that map in that age, it's just something comfortable to them. And that's, again, HAKI playing to the team's strengths more than the meta. And again, on a map like Bind, it works so well, right? When you, again, have to have these players on islands, like taking shower, fighting for that space. Yeah. And then that's exactly where you're going to see Kurosu 9 out of 10 times that, or, on the defense fighting Belong in particular.
And they got to be careful of TNX's. They got a Gecko, they got a Sky. They're looking for info. You got to watch the teleport plays coming from B, getting hit with some Sky blinds and the guiding lights. So a little trickery here, but this becomes one of those compositions that TNX has that requires that execution upon, just kind of hitting the fault line, hitting the default stuff. This is really one of those ones where everybody's got to be throwing in the right spot.
I think I'm going to be looking forward to just, again, how things start, right? Because I feel like one big difference between map 1 and map 2 was, again, HAKI had that explosive start. It kind of evened out. TNX kind of took that lead by storm, and then when the half side swapped, it was just kind of GG, game over. But for Haven, right, it was, again, 0-5, and it's just, we cannot have that rocky start for TNX, especially starting out on the same start, starting out on the defense that we saw prior. And it does worry me. You have the composition pulled up. I heard a double initiator for TNX. They got a Sentinel, or are they running double smokes?
Single smoke, or double smoke, sorry. Yeah, Viper Brim, Gecko, Sky.
So that is, again, a cause for concern when they already were having issues with the double controller over here on Haven.
Yeah, having good initiator utility might get them back in the site. Like, both teams have just excelled at site taking, being the one side we're looking at. We did see a pretty good attack side coming out. Attack side on Ascent, which made it so strong for the way that they won it. So, really thinking of how this one could go, I do kind of favor the multi-util, but you can Arena gets going, you get scared of Arena, you start playing behind a lot more, you start playing your life, and the map seems a little bit smaller if the duelists get control of it.
Yeah, play to win versus play to lose mentality. I feel like that's been thrown around a lot more in particular these last few weeks. But we'll get to see, make sure that is in fact the 5 versus 5 that we're getting locked into with Agent Select. So see if we get that Cross Arena, see if we get double initiator. I mean, we had changes on Haven. Who's to say to next and throw some in for Bind? And it's actually HAKI Mori. No, Reina.
Okay.
I'm devastated. I'm gonna have a stern talking to with Cross after this.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Rays now. So they're just favoring the dump-in utility over the firepower utility. They still get their flash out of Sky, double flash still with Bunny B. Okay, interesting.
And I'm curious to see how Terra is going to play this, because on Bunny in particular, I'm usually, again, the big rotation agent, but you have Bunny B with the gate crash, so they're also a big rotator. Just because, again, those smokes are really hard to get up in proper locations on Bind if you aren't, in spawn, or if you aren't tucked, like, really deep into Cubby on the B site. So Constricts, I feel like Terra's movement in particular, a lot on this map. Won't be a problem, obviously, for the double controller over on TNX. You mentioned double info there, Sober Sushi and Gigi. I am excited for the Sober Sushi Gecko, getting her off of the Sova here for a little bit. So a little bit more clutch agent. I feel like it lends itself better than a Sova will. So we've seen her in a few of those moments fall short. Can't wait to see that step up. It just feels like Bind feels so different. Again, we get to see a lot more color to the compositions than we saw over on Haven and Sunset, where it's very similar, very cut dry, what we expect.
TNX's defense, all that utility retake can be a good amount of utility to play the delayed post plant too. So a lot of options comes with that much initiator utility that turns into mollies. As we get on to the map, we get started, and as we expect, we see that Sky over towards B for GG, being able to throw some through for what could be a bit of a hit here. There's only 2 of them outside shower. But they may try to gain control, as you were saying. It's going to be such a big part of the map here for them. And just a lone oranges on the left, making sure nothing too crazy is happening at long.
Yeah, sometimes pistol strategists just run 3 down long, right? But nope, it's the flash to try and set up this deep take. They called the bluff and they were wrong, but it doesn't matter. I don't even think Seal expected that, but gets 3 regardless off of the orb tap.
Taken out.
I mean, blinking, y'all missed it. I'm sorry. We don't got a good rollback.
Yeah, that was the whole point. HAKI Mori was like, let's wait. I think they'll flash. And it didn't happen. They were ready for everything but the 3 mouse ones from the Sheriff.
I mean, to me, it looks like TNX didn't expect the entire team for HAKI Mori to pull up either. Am I crazy in saying that? It's like the Flash didn't see anything. They just feel like, oh, hey, we can just get the orb for free. And then suddenly Seal's like,
it was
oh no.
It was a whoopsie there. Good reaction, though, to be able to grab it. TNX says, thank you. Those kills get brought right in to some decent guns. They actually keep low by. Rosie goes for the Outlaw. Judge there for Seal. Going to be U-Haul, obviously. And they just wait to see what they're going to get from HAKI Mori this time. It kind of can be a blast U-Haul strategy here. They can go for a fast plant, maybe just try to push TNX back to the back part of the site with something quick here.
We'll see. It depends on Rosie and if she can get the opening kill off the Outlaw. Guiding Light proactive to try and force her off the line. Reposition around triple, deny utility over the Incendiary. All this is just corralling, further and further utility towards this Judge, away from the plant. Bunny B. Not gonna be scared away though from that prospect, instead fighting forward with their team. It's ring around the Rosie with the Judge, and this time you can't pull out the Sheriff fast enough, and suddenly they're knocking upon your door in spawn. 3 players, head full concussed with utility. I'm fighting off demons if I'm Cal Sushi at this point, and it's still not over. Bunny B with the Judge. Is it an opportune place to convert? But it's Eli. 3 kills on the Ghost to keep things under wrap and give TNX back that second round.
Eli doing incredibly big things there. Just thinking that you're going to get charged with a Judge, so your thought is to sit and crouch closer. That's like knowing you're going to die to a showstopper, so you're like, well, I'm just going to hug Raze. So, yeah, W. Really smart play. huge round pickup, and you're right, they stave off that second, but it's gonna hurt. They lost a lot, and Kikimori should be able to walk through the bonus, so it's gonna really be about the 4th round for TNX to keep it going.
Yeah, I said I wanted to see a proper start out of TNX, and while they don't get a 3rd round bonus attempt, right, it's still they got the first pistol of the half, right? They hadn't won it. It was Kikimori both times. This has set them up for, I'll say, the most standard Valorant we've seen, assuming they lose this round. We get to those rifles, but this has just been crazy moments both rounds, Riv.
I expect it to continue. It's really cool to see both teams that you mentioned before not playing to lose, but both being confident about what they're protocoling and being ready to win these rounds. They pushed right out of the smoke with a bit of that utility to clear back sight. They are not leaving any safe space. That's wild. Much like Kikimori was doing on Haven, they keep doing on Bind and push the back sight.
Now you know one player's flank, double trap wires. GD's gonna be like, really, guys, was this necessary? And as soon as the second gets broke, we'll probably see Orange's pivot. We already have the firing squad on site as well. So again, you look to Eli and what you're able to accomplish with this Bulldog in hand, but unfortunately it's only one that you're gonna pull down into the grave with you as the Kikimori inevitably get there first.
The luck run out.
How are we looking? Seal 2 away. Kurosu 3. Bunny B is right on par for a shower grab dimensional drift, and it looks like they might try to set that up. And whether it's delayed or right off the bat, we will see.
Well,
It does look like they're going to send at least a wingman or a Dizzy in there to start.
yeah, I'm curious
Just
to see.
the flash again?
I feel like we had a nice return, right? It's nothing like a breach Neon, but we're still having like setting Seal up for success in one way or another, whether it's a Brim or one of these initiators. And Gate Crash was the way to get past Seal, but Seal is unleashed, monstrous even. The first rifle round, and they are treating it as such. Terror, though, takes the dive, takes at least one down, but Spike is in no man's land. Now you got to regroup. The Kurosu and Oranges play this together, and not the agents you want with flush utility. Yeah, I mean, Kurosu. Okay, one nade, blast pack, and one off a showstopper. This is becoming increasingly feasible,
Winnable.
so much so, yeah, that Snax is even falling off. They've given up the spike. They're trying to play instead for the plant. Or the wrap, too,
Are they going to go all the way around? Yes, please. I love plays like this.
If they get the orb here.
So, you know Kikimori said winnable. And TNX needs to say, how do we reset the round
Wait
to
a
make
minute.
it feel weird? Oh, Orange is so smart.
Remaining. Last player
Oh,
standing.
now
Oh,
it's
hello.
a second, apparently. Wait,
Plant
Kurosu
towards
gets
spawn?
showstopper off this plant.
Spike planted.
You know what? I would feel special if somebody solo showstoppered me. Do it.
Oh, I would.
Do it.
Probably miss, but I would at least try it. Or you just play the crouch close angle. Nasty 3K to once again kind of pull around back from the depths of disaster. Now for both sides, we strike a tally.
Dang. Like, I'm not important enough for your showstopper. That's what I'd be yelling. 3-2. Or 3, I should say. 3-2 as the defensive formation, as it's 2-2 right now. And they're going to keep that with Gecko and Raze over towards Shower, but they won't go for the flash this time. That's been going at least through the teleporter if they need it. They're focusing a little bit more on Hookah. But Kikimori is liking this more A start. They really haven't tempted B too much.
Not at all. I think that's why we see the Sky, the Viper just taking all this space for free, but in the meantime, the space you're not getting for free is this close sight proximity, right? The Judge falls. Tear has to pick up the pieces, refrag the kill. Sober Sushi was able to find with the Sheriff, and at the end of the day, they fortunately will be able to open up the site, and Neuraltech confirms that, yep, 2 are coming from the flank. The last remaining 2, so flip the site. Take VCT, play your little barrel angle, and see if we can get Tear a few more kills in the round. Oh.
They're playing it long. It looks like they may have enough time here if this kill comes through.
Remaining.
It does not. Terror ready. And Terror's another one off of the map. That Terror just search and find.
Thank God they're not scared to lose
Going
another
for
rifle
it.
here. Oh, they went for the style points and the Sheriff. That's a red flag on the play, especially because Eli, this round isn't lost just yet at the time. Would have been close, but Oranges again. Hikimori gets silly, but they have like a line that they know they can't cross.
True. They walked that line quite a bit, but yes, it's there. It's there. Okay, spike picked up. Might drop it for this round as Hikimori has a bit of a think round and they figure out what they want to do, or right back to A. I wonder why they're so adverse to B right now. Maybe, I mean, it's very early. This could still just be full conditioning since they haven't shown anything. And then you get B pops and TNX is left wondering where they came from. So we'll see another A hit here. Seems pretty committed.
Ooh.
He got flashed as soon as he went into the dimensional drift, but they still catch the raise.
And all this info as well. No body blocking, no nothing. Means the showstopper won't find much on the exec, but Scary Tactics alone has enough space, and now the immediacy to fight for backside or CT control, because you know you lost Sheriff's control. You know there was a stack, but again, that's the last thing on their mind. Terror, enlightened by the previous multi-kill. GG, the last one in spawn, and this feels like the Hikimori start of a steamroll. And TNX needs to stop this runaway train.
Four now in a row, and they've kind of been, I wouldn't say disrespectful, but they are very sure about the strats that they're doing on the side of Hikimori. Running through the site there, once they identified a few in shower, they knew they could swarm the site and make it feel awkward, like they were a defensive team, and the retake had to happen before the spike was even planted, kind of thing, as they pushed even further into spawn. So yeah, Hikimori is burning up the heat here. They are going to keep it towards A mostly, and they expect this to happen.
Wow. I mean, again, eco round, you're expecting some antics, and they got it, they received it, and they returned it to the sender. Now they're just using it to convert into a late round pivot as well. One player panicked and sprang, but the rest still holding it strong. Protecting and serving, and now it's all down to Eli once again. Oh, they're gonna fake clone.
I was worried.
Oh no. We said there's a line to silliness.
The panic spray is tech. It's funny. We, back in the day playing, we used to say like, oh my god, I was blind. And we'd be like, just keep going in and shoot your gun. Like, they wouldn't know you're blind or not. They just think that there's people running at them aggressively. You know what? Play your part. Play your part, get in there and spam it down if you can't see. And it worked out. Everybody was on the same page there. It's one of the old, everybody going in on a bad play is better than a few people on a good play kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they get the success.
Those 5 rounds in a row as well. So you can just see from how they're playing out, you know, the last 1v1, you know, like 4v2, that they're having fun in the server. I mean, BuddyP's double cloning into spawn while like Gross is actually like out. Like it definitely is. I think this timeout's warranted for that factor alone. Is you need to shut down the vibes, shut down the momentum, and get Hikimori thinking about what you're gonna do next, especially coming to a round as important as this, where it's again, you've been stuck in the purgatory of buy, sell, and second, you have all of these ults to work with on the defense. I don't think we've seen like them even have like a 5-4 strong retake, right? They've been overwhelmed sheerly by the initial wave of force from Hikimori.
They're not suffering at all this time around. This is one of the most equal turnarounds they have, and even a bit of an advantage with the ults, like you said. Armor's there, weapons are there. TNX has to formulate a plan. And we saw in Sunset that it would be peeling back a bit more to play retake. On Haven, they found some success with more so fighting, just like Hikimori was. And here they're going 4-1 this time around to see if that works. With a bit of a lean now back towards the Viper.
All right. And I love
back
that.
To default.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned how like Hikimori never started B. They never kind of explored the side of the map, and what better time than immediately out of a TNX timeout, right?
Absolutely. The first time you show it to them, they're trying to say, "Hey, we've noticed this, this, and this, and what is that? What good is that now? If it's all it be."
There's no pit, no nothing outside of a garden either because they haven't gone B. Seeker should give the game away for the time being. That's where I expect, a lot of these heavy set rotations to come through, but Eli, finally they get tested on their site, on their domain, and so far so good. Snakebite kill! Phantom trade! It's not dead yet, that could spell trouble as Terror has come back to life. They were just relying on BuddyB to find theirs, and it'll have to be 4 kills in the round if they want
30
full clutch. Oh.
Just flying through. Eli with a great hide spot there in pocket, being able to slow down the site just a little bit, causing trouble. And TNX find themselves another round. The one we said it was going to be one of the most equal ones. They only have to use one ult, and they get through it pretty clean.
Very, very well done.
That was nice.
Yeah, and again, it's difficult. It didn't feel like he had a plan to counteract the Viper until they more were like, oh, we've been outed, we've been caught when the Seekers come off, so we have to speed up. And they want to run that back. They're like, okay, guys, we didn't put enough care, attention, effort into this B exec. Oh, that would have been a good start to get that kill.
And in this one, now that they know GG can back up, they have Thrash, they can get in with a Gecko Wall. A lot of really good stuff to make sure they can get sight, even if they give it up here.
I like how Orange is playing so far back here over towards Cave, because the whole idea here is if they break the trip, they're probably heading from A to B since he showed presence there and you can get behind them. But see if that gets triggered. And if we can even see HAKI get their way on to this B site, because again, Eli is back on their site. You're ready to take names.
They're ready to teleport. This is too much of a stall. Unless they get a kill, they go back here. No? No, that's too much until now. Yeah, Seekers are going to make it go forward. W is the play. I thought they were waiting for that peek from Oranges, but Oranges is still going to have a Rosie gets that flank this late, though. 40 seconds on the clock as it gets planted, so not too much pressure on the map. But they got to find a way to defend the site now.
Oh, they bait out the Thrash, the upper hut position. Kalsushi's the sacrifice, and
one enemy
now you know that one TP'd. Spike was never planted. It's all down to Terror in this 1v3. Little pop and swing, unfortunately, goes awry. Seal, even low HP, gets the job done, and I think they have successfully, I'd say, stopped the Hikimori runaway train because they are one round away from tying this up.
So this, okay, it is going to be a buy. They should recognize that that's the money. I would say almost Viper's Pit somewhere, right? Force the hand this round, get the Viper's Pit down, and just rip it right off the start and kind of direct the hand of a Hikimori a little bit more.
It's like, at what point do you go back to A if you're Hikimori?
I got there, Rosie.
Third time's the charm. They're headed back towards B again. It's... You can see how confident it feels like TNX is on just giving that space up, getting back to B in time before the perpetual hit, or even maybe even playing retake here. They don't have the ults anymore for that retake, right? That you thought they would rely on and why they were giving up that space, but it feels like a sunset throwback at this point. The successes they had over there translating.
4 on A in a predicted round from TNX. And it looks like they're buying enough time. Hikimori is going to flex into this. Ultimate in position coming now from Eli.
Oh.
They're just waiting to take it off.
Who's next?
That's off that orb collected. Baits the fight so Oranges can win it, but you mentioned Eli up front and center. No pit out. Woo. It's just the old-fashioned way. Take kills off the one way from your Brimstone, but shorty in face from Terror, a player coming out of the Dimensional Drift. It's difficult not to succumb to the eventual pressure, to the trades that Hikimori has fronted, and that flash, I think I heard popped from the Guiding Light, means that they just want to get out of dodge from anywhere in proximity of the sky.
Well, do they know where it came from? Without hearing the TV, doesn't matter. They're going to take long control and just be watching each other's back in that crossfire. So it shouldn't be too hard for them to grab us. GG, though, has had some impact rounds. A flash to identify long B or elbow. It's just the choice that's going to be important.
Time. Either way, clearing out each nook and cranny here. Difficulties of the B site. Mentioned the gamble of the flash made, not gonna opt for either, right? Spike tap alone will reveal the position of a jump peeking bunny B. But that was an expected second long. Mentioned that crossfire, mentioned that cleanliness of the post. Okay, when things get close, Kiki start taking things seriously. They lock in their sixth.
A nice job for them to stop the bleeding too. Losing those 2 rounds, they get a little bit of momentum back to end this final section. If they can get the last 2 here. It's going to be tough for Sober to buy. They have a bit of a low hit here, so that's a stinger. Not the worst, but they're going to keep that stinger close quarters. It's going to be one of the shower plays, and maybe they just allow Hikimori to walk in and feel safe this time before they front a fight.
The deep smoke, try and get them up on that line. Also wanted to deny the orb, right? They were one off Neural Theft, they were one off Showstopper, but like you said, it's, oh no, we've lost our Brimstone, who was very close to their orbital strike. We've lost player. Hey, Silver Lining is Sober Sushi. Could go back and get a gun.
True. Wait on the round. I think that's being watched too, right? They're like, you know what? It's a low buy for one. We're gonna have to be keeping an eye on this. And across the map, this is the second time. Hikikimori kind of has hands all over the map. Showstopper grab. Waiting for a quick retaliation. Why not add one to the kill feed if you can before this hit towards A?
Oh, and Crows got the Showstopper before TPing. I saw the Outlaw and I was like, huh, this is nice. This is the light shields, the no shields, but time being 40 seconds left. Showstopper is out. Triple close to the Stinger. It does not matter. Still not enough. Seal. Insane. Spray. Oranges as well. No way. 2v1. Hair is liquid from death, but it's the last round. You might as well. I need the last round. You should come back to life anyways. Try to clutch things out. But it's Eli so confident in these positions now. One away from the ace.
Another round coming down to a B plant 2v1, 1v1 situation, etc., etc. But it's going to be now Eli and Bunny B. And the ace for Eli locks it down. Another iBUYPOWER ace on the day. Crazy stuff coming out of the Game Changers scene here as they look to tie up the first half with that impact Red Bull clutch iBUYPOWER ace.
Wow. And I feel like Yoru is that trickster agent, right? We saw the fake TP, or at least I should say the close TP. And it's just, Eli read that like a book. 17 and 8 right now. Again, they're the force that has forced Hikikimori off the B side time and time again. Now they're the player that clutched after, again, a really clean setup and execute onto the A side out of Hikikimori. And now, I mean, speaking of store for money, Sheriff in the hands of Katsushi in the last round. There's that Viper Pits you've been asking for. It does get spied out by the spy camp, so I'm not surprised about this Stark challenge. Okay. Hey, Kurosu, lead the hop into Bunny Bee. You go over and there's a teammate there from TNX immediately to trade it out, and not looking too strong, especially the orbital strike. Rosie prepared to use it to keep that showers control. Here comes Scout destroy.
And now, take a quick bite out of Crime there. Oh my God, Eli, reminiscent of that Breach play on Sunset, bringing it back here. Had a bit of a lull on Haven, but not anymore. Almost the lineup, and the lineup did happen. That clad damage almost fell all the way through. Seal is limping around the A site now here as they have to use more util just to make sure this push and showers isn't more dangerous. And it is very dangerous. The Spike wants to get in.
Eli's on the way back, right? So you now have to worry about just TP player and a player also over towards Cave. And it's just, again, the consistent, unrelenting pressure from TNX that allow them to win out the round and give us our second 6-6 half. Sorry, 6-6 map, I should say.
Yeah. Really great stuff for both teams to persevere and kind of find the way back through, especially this late in the game. Not this game, but the game, the tournament, the Swiss stage, the everything they've been grinding for over the past month shows that they do not fall behind and just lose everything in their momentum. So both teams now just need to take it that step further. Map 3, who can push each other to the brink. Spike's going to be down for the first round of TNX on their pistol as they go on a little search on the map to see what they might be able to find info-wise before hitting a site.
Yeah. As far as the double duelist not taking space actively in showers or peeking out. Wrong buddy out. Using that Sky, I feel like in the traditional sense. Pistol, so don't want to look too much into it for the time being. It was just a soul raid over towards A that unfortunately strayed them into incorrect territory. So now it's the buddy system. Utilize the Viper Wall against them to get deep short control, and Sober Sushi gotta be ready.
They're not ready for a Bunny Bee shot. Those are fast. Comes in quick. The Spike is picked up. They have nice movement over here onto B. Can they get it back in time? No, they just want the rotation. It's chilling. They're waiting for the rotation to come through mid, through market, so they know the A is safe. But really, the rotation all went through spawn, and they're doing a beautiful job of still selling that it's B somehow.
Yeah, but is it worth it? In the long run, that's the question.
Why aren't we cooking with Spike yet?
Yeah, like, why are we walking still?
Why are we cooking yet?
Like, 30 seconds left. At this point, the advantage has been given away. It's still a 3v4, which is great, and you got all this space for free. Dog to reclear.
Toxins going up.
High potential, low
be
conversion rate of energy. We'll put it that way.
They're gonna be back right now before this goes down.
Yeah.
They're all gonna waterfall into the site, pushing them back. Yeah. They could have planted yesterday, but they want to be safe. They know the feel of the map. We can see the mini-map. It's a little easier for us, so that's going to be a tough one to get back to as it's not planted for him. Seal does have the pen with the ghost. Switch on a quick one. Not going to be enough. It's going to be the defuse, though. Just the last second. Pistol goes to Hikikimori as Kurosu stays on it, trusting Bunny Bee.
I would have been super impressed if one of those ghost shots landed. I'm just... We've heard of the blind random spray while fully flashed, but what about just the panic ghost?
Yeah.
That was funny out of Seal. Maybe they thought they were still on the neon, but all in all, good attempt. Again, I feel like Hikikimori in those situations, it's so waterfalls against them so fast. But they keep it in check this time. Get that pistol back. So again, second map, 2 out of 3. We are 1 for 1 on pistols. We'll see if they can carry this by forward. Conga line behind the Vipers wall.
Yeah, they're trying to hide it up. Who makes the noise first? We're like, does somebody leave U-Haul? Does somebody walk away from pocket? Anything here. I think we get a minute move though. 10 more seconds and we'll get some action.
Action seems to be.
It goes now.
Fake clone clear. They know the judge is in there, but it's a little too late. You had to wait and perceive what that getting destroyed meant. But again, impact found. Spike planted at a minimum for that eco is crazy.
An ace? A Bunny Bee ace coming in with the judge just absolutely throttling people. Another Game Changers ace today. This is an insane day for just the hype plays. They're gonna have an easy time making the next week's video.
Absolutely. Hey, that's a cat. You're not a cat, you're a bird. You're a crane, I think. You both are birds. Why are we drawing cats? Is it because they're hunting the TNX? I think the TNX was a phoenix. And
yes,
might have to rely on that. How this map is starting to look again. When Hikikimori hit these highs, hit these strides, it's hard to shut down. They had to utilize a timeout last time.
I got yous, okay?
Last half to do so. Now, see, that's what they had to do again. And this round is gonna be good. Good determining factor if it's close or not. Not again. Not again. Oh wow!
Oh my God! The jumping judge. That's terrifying. See that in my nightmares.
Hey, I said to leave the jump into Bunny Bee. I told that to Kirsten.
Yeah.
That's why.
True. Spike's gonna be moving around now, and Hikikimori is starting to grab a certain vibe to the game here in the first rounds of the second half.
Oh wow!
And it looks like they'll be able to get their bonus round as well.
I think Eli got hit by the Guardian through the box. Fortunately, a little regrowth action come through. Just ran up free fire, see what connects. I'll take for the time being. Ooh, I like it. A little pop out smoke. Let's see it.
Creeping, searching, looking. Eli?
Eli's done the unthinkable before.
Oh, the smoke on the
goodness.
left. A smoke on the left for a moment. Left the window open. That was clean.
30 seconds left.
And Gigi
like how
says,
they
I want
left.
my AK.
Yep. Want to keep at least one weapon going to the next, but I like that they let Eli cook for a second. It's like, Eli, you got an ace this match. You got an insane clutch for us. Can you do it again? Because I said this round was going to set the pace, especially if Hikikimori again was able to get that third round bonus conversion like we saw in the first half. Here to TNX, do you save the timeout for the next buy cycle, right? You don't take it now? You wait for that like 6-11, 7-11 mark?
You could. The timing there is tough because then it has to work right away and you don't have 2 rounds to kind of put forth what you talked about. So yeah, they're going to take it now.
Oh, wow.
That makes sense. So they just want a full amount of time here to say, hey, if it doesn't work once, we have another one to hit right before that ends.
Wait, that was a Kikimori timeout in the first half? I don't know why I thought it was a TNX. Okay.
Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah,
They're playing with me. They're playing with me.
Yeah. I was like, wait, the hell? They have another one.
like,
They're just gonna slam these timeouts if they lose. Okay.
I was like, is my intuition, my storyline backwards? Anyways, all in all, my concern here is that Kikimori hasn't taken a timeout the entire series, right? So it kind of in these moments you're like, okay, we can take one now because if we push it to like a 9-9, Kikimori will take a timeout and then we get another chance to talk. I don't think that's gonna happen here, like win or lose. So Miniki went out for now.
If the Nax wins, they might see one of those Kikimori momentum stoppers right off the bat.
True. But I think this one's going to be interesting because, again, you have, I think, one player forcing up. You have the one weapon carried. You have Seal as well, one off from their showstopper. So I think if you can leverage, like, a team fight for, like, this B orb, for the shower orb, get that showstopper online, that might be your ticket into a site. Because, again, it still is this judge, this outlaw. You need that kind of cheesy way in. And then we've seen kind of the site holds are really, really clean out of this team.
Okay. They take the Sky away from B here to start off this 4th round. In the second half, that is.
Time to jump.
What are they setting up? Interesting little Yoru Cypher cage play out there so he can play around it in it before gate crashing and just kind of be a nuisance. The Seal just creeping, looking, saying, please, somebody peek this angle as they're looking for anything before they... Looks like they're going to activate on B.
The jiggle as well kind of baits him into the trap, but while you're trying to play VALORANT off that trap wire, Orange is able to pull a fast one. And there's 3 quick succession. We said it. If you could not shut down Kikimori's momentum with this timeout, it might just be done and dusted.
That angle's so tough. It's one of the weirdest close far angles you can get is if you're trying to peek somebody in the distance. That advantage has to be with a teammate almost. So we have the push forward here with the spike. The site's a little flipped, makes it weird.
Look at these 2 players.
30 seconds left.
This is again that
Just
line
creeping.
they toe. Yeah. Where they can go searching, they can again go for these round enders.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's 1.
No, wait.
Site's actually open from a decent distance. If they can flip it, they don't know they need to. And they have actually gotten some clean pressure here, but they don't know everybody's just coming from the backside. The stabs to come in. 1-2 from Cal. Sushi cleans up the plant, doesn't even get the plant money through, and that's 10 for
If you see one of
Kikimori.
my creatures, it's a good thing, all right?
Hard round to
Figure out
lose
what they do
for
eventually.
Snacks, but again, it was kind of a half-buy situation. They can afford it.
Yeah.
Still gonna have the showstopper as well. So again, not a terrible round, I'll say. I think that proactivity really was a clutch cinch factor between Terror and Cow Sushi there, or things could have gone south off of, like you mentioned, the power of friendship over Orange just solo peeking, going for the glory. So all that kind of sets it up again. 4 rounds for Kikimori. 3 more to go. This buy is everything, or it's basically handing map series point over. Whoa. Speaking of handing things over.
Oh, that's a scary spot. Oh, just hoping it would time out. It did not time out, and Oranges is out of there. They start pushing into the site now. A little jump. Ooh, okay, solo mission going by Kurosu, thinking they had time.
Planted.
Yeah, just realizing how stark the numbers advantage was against them. I had to go for those heroic style plays. As somebody, as a fellow said to you who's played in that spot, Oranges, I feel for you. They're lucky to have gotten 1. And now, Cow Sushi Terror. Cow Sushi really needs to, I think, find a kill or die here. He's still got a decent amount of money. You just want this ult or these Seekers for the following. Here it comes.
Done with. My ult's ready.
Okay, little bounce back and forth. Doesn't affect too much. There's so many outside to fire, though. Just dizzied up, rosied down, and TNX finds a way to get back in with a win, get some more ults on the table, and 2 very big ults that can open up the space they need to get the site.
Now, it's perfect that Rosie was the one to find those final 2 kills onto Kalsushi and Terror. That Orbital Strike would not have been online otherwise. Seal has been sitting on the showstopper as well since that timeout, so it does look like it's going to be kind of an exec off the showstopper into A, play the Orbital Strike for the post win, or use the Orbital Strike to clear out, the pesky Bunny B shotgun we've seen pretty consistently. Looks like it is the latter, and we'll see if they can follow through off of it. Ooh, what a peg show.
Oh, nothing gets back right site to move. They're not pressured right off the bat. Kurosu gets the shot out, but they're going to get a trade from the grave as Sober Sushi gets a shot in as well. Sober gets 1 more. They get thrashed for next round. Eli's 1 off of ultimate as well. TNX has a way to push this forward if they can get through 3.
Ooh, nice little kill to try and mend the damage of the wallbang shots, but it's again Eli, the clutch demon you are up against. Still a 2v2 with Sober Sushi worse for wear, but you mentioned that 1 kill gets the Viper's Pit online. They're trying to use it as their ticket back into this round.
Oh, how good is that? The Sober has no HP but can plant now. With Wingman, it's not going to matter. They're all going to get pinged out. The creep forward from Kalsushi. The swing from Kalsushi. How, where, and when we saw it, but it still doesn't make sense. Another round for HAKI Mori.
I don't even know if that was that second kill onto Eli off of the second round ping of the Neuro Theft, or was that just luck? Couldn't quite see, was, oranges and yellows overlapping.
Just swanging.
Wow. That is just a disappointing way. It's like, what can I do differently there? There's nothing you could have done differently there if you were Eli in that stage. Like, that's frustrating to say the least, but again, I think because they won round 17, they're not in the worst position. Again, if they lost round 17, it would have been like, oh no, we're ecoing on our 11th, like their 11th, giving them a 12th. This, they have another bye. They have kind of a thrash to replace the showstopper they use. There's still, again, more you can invest, more you can use to push your way forward for these last 4 rounds.
Fakes, pushes, letting them know there's multiple players up there that are going to stop them from going up long B. TP back. Oh my gosh, Eli being able to start off the round again. Just have to be worried about the TP and the push forward here. This is getting a little weird.
Ooh. You don't even get the opportunity
and weirder.
Yeah, they don't even get the opportunity to TP, at least from the get-go, right? And Bunny B tried to run that clone fake so they could get back to the back site on the A site. Unfortunately, it does not work. It's Kalsushi in the 1v2. Still have Sober Sushi in this thrash as well. Eli planted. They changed things up, right? They're playing this together. They're not separating like they did in the Viper's Pit. They're not letting Kalsushi get away with murder again. The wrap look.
Or just to distract. Don't spam it, right? Okay.
Enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
How long does it take the thrash?
Knows where it's coming from. Miss. Dog it.
No time to dog. Sober Sushi calls the bluff. Masterfully so.
Why did I sign up
for this smokes up. It would have to be the stick, and Sober Sushi would have to massively whiff on the track down there, and not Sober Sushi away. It's the 3K clutch off that thrash that I mentioned that keeps TNX again on this recovery arc.
Said it for the last few maps. We saw teams that are getting ahead, a little bit behind, but able to carry it and close out their games. It's what you need to see this late in the tournament, is that perseverance. And TNX is digging deep now. 3 away from being able to get themselves close to HAKI Mori in that tie.
Let's see how it goes.
GG is 1 off of the Seekers, and then they have to do it based on the utility and just aim. Pure firepower after this halt. It's going to be tough.
HAKI Mori, it just feels like they're itching to get this past the finish line, right? We're not seeing too many start changes. It's still, again, just trying to fight off of and fend off this rotation off of the B long angle.
I've got your trail.
Different this time from TNX. Strong hinder way into the B side. Overwhelm Kalsushi here off of the Viper utility. And they play off the vulnerability. This is chaos. The Seekers, a risk taken. Yeah, I don't know if that was worth it. And 2 bullets, that's also not a risk worth it. Because you know Eli is capable of round-winning plays like this.
They're getting forced into some mistakes right now. TNX. Ooh.
What?
Okay.
I'll handle this.
There's a drone. Clone. Coming in dimensional drift behind here. Things are getting weird still, but Bunny B's gonna be able to get one, get two, and still comes up with the win on the round, just sniffing out what TNX is gonna do.
Let's end this.
Wow. Bonnie B, dimensional drift again, a perfect counter to kind of patch up those mistakes that you mentioned were being forced out. The desperation to close out the map there. Saw the spinning spray from GG. Unfortunately, this does not connect. That's where Bunny B thrives again in those high pressure situations. 18-14 right now. We're gonna have probably just closes out the old fashioned way, right? I don't see, unless we get to those 11-12 kind of overtime indications, that we'll have many of these ults online and in contention.
They're out on
They
U
fully
Hall.
commit to TP.
F4 here on the hit. Everyone up short coming from TNX, and this could be a HAKI Mori finding another win for themselves in the Swiss stage. A little bit of a terror dance. Hands up, and that did not work out for the moment, trying to be a distraction sentry for the team. 2v2 as we head to A site. Do we head to A site? Do we? Oh no, they didn't. And Oranges is ready. Gives the squeeze to GG. 13 for HAKI Mori as they take down TNX on bind and for the series.
Super, super impressive. And that will put them one win away then next week from their main event appearance. Again, a team we mentioned built on previous main event and Swiss stage players. So definitely itching for that opportunity to go all the way to prove themselves here. And I think they have what it takes. Again, we mentioned maybe the over-eagerness, again, the excitement, getting the better of them at times. But all in all, just the mechanics that they bring to the table. Again, I think the Swift calling off of some of the advantageous positions from Bunny B and their mastery of the Yoru kit. Again, it's a question of how far can they go?
Well, we're going to see soon, and it is going to be just after this that we look at the map, we recap the day, and tell you what's going to be coming for you, and as well as speak with one of the players who you just saw get that victory. Don't go anywhere. We have more Verizon Game Changers North America coming up right after this. We are back with more Game Changers as we break down the rest of the day here in North America for the Swiss stages. Round 5 is coming to an end for a lot of teams. Some eliminated, some moving to the main event, and some just moving within the bracket so far to make sure they can reach that goal that they set out this year. And it was an amazing one for HAKI that we just saw. They were able to pull out the 3-game win, and it was really a team participation too across all 3 maps that we saw them come together and be able to get that victory.
Absolutely. We knew this was going to be a banger when we made the swap over, and I'm still impressed again with the grit that TNX had to make that style of comeback, not just in the first half, but then also to still end on that 8-4 and make it as competitive as it was. Again, Hikikomori just in some of these opening engagements are super, super strong, and again, I think they got too many A wins across before TNX made a change, right? And honestly, Hikikomori, if they went back days sooner than 3 times of the charm on B, they probably would have had more post-plant rounds, which is a scary thing to say.
It was a day of strong defenses, really. All of our teams, that when they had their lead, it was 6 out of 8 post-plants. They were able to get really good retakes, and it just seemed to be the name of the game, and Hikikomori was able to finalize that coming into the last 2. So really well played there. The 13 first kills as they continue to just kind of open up the round for themselves, and I think played the majority player-up advantages very well, too, to find the results in their win.
Absolutely, and of course, shouting out to TNX for, again, the heroics. We saw him. We got Eli with the ace, insane on the Viper, and
so many.
I know that I know I was an Eli Viper doubter on Haven, which was warranted, which was correct to a degree, but on Bind, a completely different story. Like, I don't know, if you're not on Breach, I don't care. If you're on Viper, that's okay. Cool. Like that, like it was, night and day between the Haven and the Bind, which again I think just comes out of, again, it's more standard, right? It's more of a choice, like an optional one over on Haven if you want with that double controller Fnatic-y style. But again, they almost dropped 30. Like in some of the rounds they were losing were just really rough.
In a loss too, so you can see the potential this team really has if everything's clicking. It's just Hikikomori was able to find, again, those retakes, those hits, terror being an absolute terror. Cal Sushi, the amount of flick shots and hits and just adjustments in this series were crazy. So everybody had to turn it up at some point there, and you really had Bunnaby playing consistent the whole time too, which you expect. Kurosu throughout the maps on different agents of the ISO and the Rays was playing strong, and Oranges bringing up the Sentinel as well. We'll get a chance to talk to today there, and anchoring like a boss to make sure that the right calls were being made.
I'm not sure if I'm still convinced on if I want to see the Kurosu Reina or the Yoru on Bind, but a few more performances like that, and I'm sure I'll be swayed for Rivington.
All right. Sounds good. Well, right now we are going to take a moment for the Verizon post-match interview to bring Oranges on from Hikikomori after their victory. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. I'm doing great. How about you all?
Good. It was a banger match to witness.
It was a game to play for sure. I can't lie. That was the night and day difference between our mouth 1 and 2 was really pleasant in the server to see.
That's kind of what I wanted to ask you. What were the comms really TNX had? It seemed like a series of retake success for both teams at times. But what was it when TNX was hitting those retakes after retake? What was were you trying to adapt to, and what did you then find worked for the next maps?
In the first map, like we really struggled with. We've made plans to like take the space early and like try to like stop their retakes before they happened. But we were just not taking the fights like proactively together. We would just go one by one, or we would be like not taking the fights. Like just someone would just not go with the plan. And coming into map 2 and 3, our focus was more on like individually like making sure we were following our micro plans. So like when we made the plan, just like, you know, making sure we actually followed through, and then we were all going together. So like I think that went a lot better for us. And also on Haven, we just played better.
Yeah, seeing some of those B hits on Haven where you're like, oh, they're in sight, and then you guys were just like in spawn, in A heaven, in A, and I was like, dang, they're just spreading out immediately. So that was cool to see the adaptation.
Yeah.
And speaking of turning around how well you guys are playing and also turning around the mental, we kind of made this figurative line between silliness and locking in and winning the rounds, and you guys like towed that line at times, particularly Terror and Bunny B. And so I wanted to like ask, how does that kind of fun environment, you know, add to like the mental and you all as a team and your identity?
I mean, we have a lot of fun playing the game, but sometimes we do some things that are not the right thing to do, probably. Like, I don't know, the last round of the game, definitely it should not have been a 2v2. That came down to just, I think it was just Buddy being alive. Yeah, I think that probably might have been a bit too much on the fun side, but you know, it's important to have fun while you play the game, and like, you know, good strategies and like locking in to play the game is important, but so is having fun. And if you're not having fun, like it's harder to do those strategies together.
Absolutely. Looking back at one on kind of the end of Haven when it was ending, it seemed like Bunny B came out of Dimensional Drift just to like wave at the other team so everybody coming in C could get their kills. It was neat to see. So what has kind of been the focus for the team? What do you feel like the identity is moving forward here as Hikikomori now one step away from main stage and we're almost ready to lock it in?
I'd say it's probably just making sure we're fighting together, keeping those like, you know, we've been playing a lot of the double duelist, a lot of like making sure we're fighting together with that double duelist comp. Like, you know, just trying to keep that together. You know, I think we've been pretty consistent with how we play. I know we sometimes change comps, but like, you know, we just try to play things that make sure we play together and take fights together.
I'm imagining you heard me talk about the Cross Arena and how sad I was right before the interview started. I assume that's in reference to that. But speaking of this roster a little bit, obviously I've kind of dubbed it as like a mini super team because it is a lot of veterans coming together under the Hikikomori banner. And I was curious, what does it mean to you to still play alongside like friends you've known for a while, and specifically against, or with, I should say, Kaosushi, who, you know, you guys were on Titan Tactics for so long, and we finally have to see you turn that new chapter.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like, I mean, I've played most of our games for Swiss, but I am just a sub. But it's great to be able to still play with Kaosushi, you know, get to play with Bunny B, get to play with Kurosu. Getting to play with Terror has been like awesome. She's like so good at the game. I don't know, like everyone's so good.
One of my favorites.
It's incredible to play with them. Like the things they can all pull off is amazing, and just like, I don't know, I joke about if I'm not the bottom frag in the game, we're probably losing it. But like today, that kind of held true. But like, I bottom frag
lifestyle. Don't worry about it.
Skill issue.
Yeah. We lurk around so everybody else can get the kills. We just
I whiff so everyone else can get the kills. Yeah. I wanted Bunny to get all those aces, you know.
Bro, the 4K, like the ace into the 4K on Sunset, we were just like, dang.
That's one way to start off a game. It's kind of crazy. Zobi, did you have any? Oh, please go ahead.
No, it was all for me at least.
Okay. I wanted to give you the floor, Oranges, if you had anything to say, any shout outs and whatnot as you move ahead in Game Changers here.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been supporting Hikikomori so far. It's been great playing with them. Make sure to follow everyone on the team. Everyone's really good. It's great to play with everyone. Make sure to support the Game Changers team. It's awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Say it louder for the people in the back. Support the Game Changers scene.
Thank you so much for your time after a long match. Appreciate it. Shout it out. You heard it here. Enjoy the celebration with the team and have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. What a day of games. That was, we expected to kind of get a 3 in there, but one that would go back and forth, and we got that out of Hikikomori and TNX, so that's really, really nice. And everybody's showing like they're coming into form here as they need to, and the Swiss stage gets harder. Mentioned that before, is now you're going against like teams with that score who are trying to get in the main event, so it is going to get gritty.
Absolutely. And I mean, to shout out some of the other matches that were happening as well. And now that we finally have the results, obviously we said 2 teams were going to get promoted. 2 teams were going to be eliminated after today's round 5 matches. And it is YFPX that joins Wada as that off-screen matchup. Artificial Intelligence, unfortunately, after, you know, a close 0-2 loss to Carrot Dash Carrot, little smiley face, will also be relegated alongside Alliance Angels. And for TV versus YDZ Black, that match is still going on. Map 1 was an overtime 14-12, I believe, towards, drumroll please, YDZ Black. So that stream should still be going on, so you should be able to check out, hopefully, the remainder of that to see who else will join in that unfortunate elimination group and have to fight back the Open Qualifiers next season. But Raidiant, I think we have more Game Changers action right here next week, don't we?
We do. Well, coming up on September 8th, round 6 is going to be hitting hard, so you better be ready for more Game Changers actions. More teams in the Swiss stage are going to be punching their ticket into the main stage, so these are going to be hype games, plus there's elimination games, so people are trying their hardest here to get away from that position, but also get signed. Sign the Game Changers teams. Let's go. We need a little bit more of that. So I hope everybody has a great night. Zobi, do you have anything else?
Just a reminder that Abyss also will be entering the pool next week on September 8th. Please, teams, if you're listening, pick into it. I miss Abyss, and I don't want you to first round ban it like we're expecting you to. All right, that's all right.
All right, get ready for the Abyss and Game Changers, everyone. Have a great night. Thank you so much for watching. We appreciate you. For the Verizon VALORANT Game Changers North America Swiss stage, we're out for tonight. Take care.